Yes. Sorry about that, Jared. And first of all, I'd like to welcome our new board members, Jessica and Katie. Welcome to the first board retreat or meeting. I would also like to welcome our student representatives, Jocelyn, Hazel, and Nicole. They are really great, smart individuals, and I'm excited for all of you to get to meet them. I would also like to welcome our new technology officer, Derek. Nice to meet you. I haven't been able to meet you in person, but nice to meet you and welcome. I also wanted to start off by saying Director Shane Kim will not be joining us today. We heard from her husband that she's been in ER since last night, so we're wishing her the best and speedy recovery. And I also wanted to start off to begin it off with a small, positive story about HSD. So over the summer, I was meeting with my attorney and we were catching up after a few years of not seeing her. And I told her what I was doing. And she was like, well, that her child decided, that he wanted to go to public school because he wanted to go to aerospace program. So this is the first time I was going to public school, sort of a testament to the work that HSD has done with their STEAM programs. And so I just wanted to share that brief story about positive impact HSD has on our community. And with that, I'm going to kick it off for our team building activity with Brent. And Derek.
We can go to the next slide here. Couple more, yeah. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Nice to meet you all. Francesca and I are going to lead us through a short activity today. I passed out this document, this sample report profile, and I believe last week, we sent out a link to the assessment, the free version of the assessment. Earlier this summer, the cabinet team took this assessment as a way of trying to continue to get to know each other and know our most common behaviors. And we ended up having some really interesting conversations about each other and about the ways that we can interact most effectively and what we need to know about each other to be most supportive of each other in the work as well. So it's been a really handy tool for us. Many of you have taken other versions of assessments like this, like Myers-Briggs, and there are quite a few others. So you probably have some experience in this space. This morning, we're hoping that we can create some space to have those kinds of conversations to get to better know each other and those external behaviors that are most common for us. So did everybody get a chance to complete the assessment? That's the first question I have. Or maybe I should ask, did anybody not have time to do that? Which would be completely understandable, by the way. Okay, it looks like everybody had a chance to take it. So, pardon? Oh, Nancy needs a few minutes. Okay, so in that case, I think what we'll do is we carved out about 30 minutes for this entire activity. So we're going to provide maybe 10 minutes or so, 10 to 12 minutes. Yes?
Ignore that. I've taken a ton of this.
Okay.
And
okay.
Keep going on.
Okay. I'm really happy with that, Nancy. If as long as you're satisfied. Okay. So thank you for that, Nancy. Okay. So then in that case, when you completed the assessment, you may have had a chance to look at the sample report that it generated for you. And when you do that, you'll notice DISC, of course, is an acronym that stands for each one kind of identifying the 4 primary behavior styles that this assessment creates. We know that not everyone is just one thing. In fact, I think when most people take this assessment, they end up landing in at least a couple of areas as their primary behavior patterns, if you will. Some people maybe even have a third or a fourth. So as you take a look through the sample report, you'll get to see some descriptions of what each of those different behavior patterns represents and how they can interact with people that maybe have different behavior patterns. So the plan was to give you some time to take a look at this report And maybe we can still give people a couple of minutes to do that, even though you've completed the assessment. So take a look through the sample report based on the results that you received when you took the assessment, and reflect on that a little bit. And then Francesca is going to lead us through an activity where we're going to have you go to, I think the posters are right behind us. We're going to have you identify the one that was most prevalent for you. And I'm stealing your thunder. Let me transition over to Francesca now.
Thank you, Derek. One thing I appreciated about this, we've all done several, like Derek has done. You've done food colors, you've done enneagrams, you've done Myers-Briggs. Is there's a little innuendo of newness when we find a new one of your adaptability as a leader, your adaptability as a human. And so it gives you just one more little piece of insight of how you lead, and maybe it's changed over time. When I first started taking these, 15, 20 years ago, I've morphed from where I was. And a lot of that's dependent on where I'm in, my lived experience in my life, having kids that have left, or grown up and are in college. So when you're looking at this, especially to our student reps, it may change over time. And that's okay, because we change, our situations change, our experiences change. And for me, much like Derek, it is very hard for me to put myself in one box. However, for this activity, we're going to ask you to do that. We're going to ask you to find your strongest area that it has identified for you, whether it's dominance, influence, steadiness, or conscientiousness. And once you have determined which one is your strongest, whether it's in your natural or your adaptable, you're going to go to that poster. Now, we as cabinet, like Derek said, have already completed it, so we know what our dominant one is, and I'm going to show you a slide in a little bit that shows you our first two. Some may have added a third because we couldn't part from the fact that we had a third feature of us. But for this, you're going to choose one, and you're going to go to them. Now, underneath or to the side, like behind Katie, there's a marker in the window. But for this one over here, it's on the floor. You're going to meet with your people who identify with that area, whether it's dominance, influence, steadiness, conscientiousness. And you're going to work as a team to tell us what do we need to know and what do you need for support, and list it on the poster. When we are done, after about 5-10 minutes, we'll do a check-in. You're going to present that to the group so that we all can know what we need to know about your particular group and how it's coming across and how we can support you. So if you all feel ready to go, we have dominance over here, the D, influence over here, the I, steadiness over here, the S, and in the corner over there, conscientiousness, in the corner with your markers, and you're going to work as a team. Does everybody know where they're going? Those there, Mark? See your head. Are there pens by either in the windowsill or right below?
How I turn this into the poster I go.
You probably pick C,
Yes.
that looks like your highest one.
So if we return a result of something / something, the first one is the dominant one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thumbs up if you're ready to rock and roll. All right.
Okay, let me have your attention. One quick announcement before we do the share outs. Whoever's going to speak on behalf of your team or all, if you could come a step closer to the owl or over there or to the inside of the table so that we can make sure and capture your findings. Okay, so we're going to take a few minutes and just go around to each of the different groups. And what we'd love to know is what we need to know about you and what we can do as partners and collaborators to best support you. We know that the best place to start with this to keep everything moving forward and happy is with dominance. They're ready to go. Okay, take it away.
So we have quite a few of notes and quite a long support. So just to get started, we like getting things done. We're action oriented. We just like processes. We're always ready to help, and I wrote this. I didn't write this. Passionate, and we're intense. We tend to be very competitive, actually. And if we're ever quiet, we're trying to be we're listening, analyzing, and trying to understand in our own pace. We tend to problem solve very easily, and we enjoy challenges. How we can get support? If you're ready to back up your position with facts data, we'd like to be presented with things quickly and correctly. We'd like to have reminders of being patient with others in the process, because we tend to, again, be intense and like to have the answer done. We will incorporating information is the best thing you can do for us. And when we get feedback and any criticism, know the time and place. We like to take that in slowly. And you need to earn our trust. When we delegate things, when we trust with work and getting things done, that's a long process. But overall, this is our board. Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for our friends? The dominance space. Thank you. I'm a very linear person, so we're going to go in order, but we're going to head on to influence.
All right. With my team, we were able to come up with just a few bullet points of things that we would love for you guys to be able to do to support us. We know that we can come off as very enthusiastic, optimistic, and maybe sometimes overconfident. We get really excited about our ideas and we love to present them. And so something that you guys could do to support us would be to give us room and space to express our ideas and to express our emotions and excitement for anything new or anything that we would love to be involved in. We can often, but then again, another thing that we would love is for you guys to help us slow down. We can get very enthusiastic about things, especially when we're passionate. However, that doesn't always mean we have the right ideas or the right way to go about a certain issue or problem that may arise. And so by having input and feedback, that would be very helpful for us and not just kind of taking our word for it. Even if we may seem super confident about this new idea, it might not be the best one. So being able to listen, but as well as give feedback would be really helpful for us, for influence types. Another thing is we can be very, towards us, influential. We may kind of be the first person to speak in a room. However, we can also be quiet, and sometimes that may be uncomfortable, especially for someone who's always known to be speaking a lot. However, something that we ask is don't be uncomfortable if we do get quiet. It doesn't mean that we're upset or mad or in disagreement. However, it may just mean that we're making time to analyze and process things. Another thing is just understanding, and because we are such optimistic and often ambitious people, just being able to understand us and not take that as just kind of like, oh, you're dreaming about something, you're not being realistic enough. We may not be, and that is great, for you to support us and to find maybe more actionable goals. However, don't shut us down immediately for being too optimistic. Or ambitious about a certain issue. But yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah. Any questions for our eyes? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Essex.
Can we hear from here, or should we come around?
Okay, as long as you're close to that right there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So those of us in the S group noticed a few things that run true looking through our list of suggested attributes. One is that we enjoy a calm, peaceful atmosphere and friendly, relaxing, accommodating. That certainly strikes true for multiple of us. And many of us shared that we don't feel we're conflict avoiding when something truly needs to be addressed, but that in our day-to-day practice, as much as possible, we like that accommodating, relaxed, collegial environment without conflict. But at the same time, we also enjoy providing reasoning and data, logic and documentation. So those two things aren't in conflict for us, that enjoyment of reasoning and data, but also in a very accommodating, relaxed, collaborative environment. We had some folks mention that minimizing risk can be an important trait in terms of avoiding conflict, and for looking at the system and the work environment of your school district. Minimizing risk is something people appreciate and support discussing. And for some folks, systems were important, and having some kind of order and structure also. I think that some folks felt like being a peacemaker and a team player and being understanding with each other, again, going back to that accommodating, relaxed environment was important. So just as I mentioned, I think humans are very complex. We all have a little bit of different groups, but I think all of us really identified strongly with that feeling of support by providing an accommodating atmosphere and discussing data, but in a way that's not confrontational. Like those were common things we all addressed in our little S group. Any questions? Right.
Hey, conscientiousness.
Well, conscientiousness, I think it can kind of all be summarized to me like making informed decisions. We like having all of the information and data possible, and if possible, in front of us. We like having it so we can refer back to. We know we're saying everything we need. We really value autonomy, getting to make those choices. Yeah, we like having a plan and sticking to the plan, working with that plan. Don't love deviation, which isn't a personality trait or is an anxiety. One will never know. So we also like having accountability, skin in the game. We like it being a personal matter. I think to help with that, just having time to process everything, make sure we're really connecting with the information and processing it all helps a lot. But we also can overanalyze stuff. So it's helpful if we have people who can call us out, keep us accountable. Yeah, we really like systems and structure. That's like the best way we can keep us on track, get our best work out of us. And we also appreciation for our thought and all the effort we put into getting you the most accurate data possible.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We have just a little bit more information to share out. To come back to your seats, we'll finish up this out of the agenda.
So on the next slide, if we go to the next slide, this wasn't able to be updated in real time, but I have updated on the initial slide. You'll be able to see where we all fell. And I inputted all of yours with the exception of Sheehan, so that you have a point of reference when you're working with your board team, or if we're working collaboratively as a group, where everybody falls. It's important for us to know that and to be cognizant of it in order to make change happen for our district. So thank you very much for participating with Derek and I on this little adventure, and I hope it gave you a little bit of insight into the collaborative and collective work we're going to be doing together with you.
Thank you, guys. Our next agenda item is setting the stage, school year 2025 and legislative update for Travis and Beth.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a great summer. We've been busy, and I hope that by the end of today's retreat, everybody feels recentered and like you get a running start into the school year. I'm going to start with some comments on just sort of the socio-political context that we're living in to bring us back here to Hillsboro. A lot has changed since last summer. I think back to last summer, and there was a lot of anticipation around things like a presidential election, a full session of the Oregon legislature. We had open bargaining with both of our unions. We had board elections, and fast forward this year, we've walked through all those doors and we're living in this new universe. And so I just want to create some shared context for us, because I think as we make meaning of the world around us, we lead better together as a team. So I'm going to start with some US and national context and then move to Oregon and then to the local. This slide has some of the geopolitical things that are facing our students and our families and ourselves in education right now. So this list is longer than this, but these are some things that I think we can pay attention to as we move into this school year. Legislative and executive actions being taken at the national level. We have families and staff reporting anxiety around travel this summer, for example, with the destabilization of visas and the way that people move across borders. That has caused a heightened sense of fear among some of our students and staff, especially as I talk to them. Also, I crossed out here 2 weeks ago, the frozen federal programs money was a huge problem looming over our heads with our budget, and that has been solved temporarily. We still need to watch out for next year. The money has not been allocated to schools for federal programs in the coming year. And also, we don't know exactly, but so far it's been positive, what strings are attached to that money when it comes to states to be dispersed to school districts. Also, the availability of healthcare. This is not an education specific change with big bill that just passed, but Medicaid cuts are impacting our families in the availability of things like vaccines, basic healthcare. And they're also impacting our partners like Virginia Garcia Memorial Health Clinic in their ability to partner with us and create facilities for the healthcare workforce. So those things impact us, whether it's obvious at first or not. And I think we as a team should keep surfacing where the legislative things that are happening at the national level do affect us, even if they don't have the word education built into them. Layoffs at Intel and changes in global markets and manufacturing are impacting our communities. We already know that we have declining or flat enrollment, and hearing over the summer that Intel plans to lay off folks locally in the hundreds. So that's going to impact us. Also, inflation and cost drivers. We continue to have an upward slope of the cost of everything from fuel to insurance, and that's not slowing down. And the revenue that we get from the state is not yet at pace with those increased costs, inflation. On the positive, I'm talking to students who are very aware of the political context and have a heightened awareness of and voice that they're finding for themselves. I'm inspired as new generation comes up through our schools, and I predict that we'll have students exercising their free speech when it comes to the things that are impacting them in the national, international, and local levels. And I hope across the board that folks are increasingly aware. I'm getting more and more questions about what's the difference between what happens in the Salem legislature and the Senate House at the national level. And I love those questions because it means folks are opening their eyes and starting to be concerned about the impacts of law changes and executive actions on schools and our community.
Since you mentioned it, like, do we have a preview of what our declining enrollment looks like this year?
Nope.
Not yet.
Not today. We will be counting heads very carefully when school starts, and conversation among leaders this summer. How are we going to monitor enrollment? Part of it is overall enrollment, about maybe the mobility of families right now, but also we have a sense of foreboding when it comes to families who are impacted by ICE raids, that sending their students to school in the first days is going to be a action of trust in our school systems. And what we're doing is communicating with families that school is a safe place to be. So we're worried about attendance in a couple of different ways. The summary of all this for me is really like a practice of saying, what can we accomplish when we stick to our strategic plan and our vision? How do we jump over the barriers that pop up? How can some of these actions help us accelerate our work? How do we make the most of the available resources we have? It would be easy for me to be doom and gloom about our last year's $20 million budget cuts. But when I look at the context, there are things that we can take advantage of. And we have a strong school district moving forward with our plans if we stick to them. I'm going to go over the, go ahead, Kira. Thank you. I heard that at the OSBA conference, you got an overview of the legislative the Oregon legislature's actions and the implications for education. So I'm going to move fast through this. You know about the 11.36 current service level allocation, which was up from what would have been 10.8 billion. That's still left us with a gap, but as a general success, the idea that the legislature allocated more than it would have without our advocacy, that's a win for us to see that number go up. Now, we still have a $20 million shortfall in HSD to make ends meet. Many other districts are facing sort of a cliff when it comes to the way that we staff and program our schools. And this is going to continue to be a stressor on our system, but some of the money is coming through. And I just want to caution us to celebrate too much because things like the Student Success Act, Student Investment Account still impact us. Francesca is working closely with the state to figure out if we get all or some of the money for our Student Success Plan grants, which help our focal groups be successful. And today, the preliminary information from ODE is that we will be allocated half of what we had expected to get for those grants. Because of Francesca's leadership, we have more of those grants than your average district does. And so that disproportionately impacts HSD. So there's still a role for advocacy when it comes to us stating our needs to the state and getting the money for the students who need our support most. Thank you for your leadership. That's Francesca and your advocacy.
When you say half, like half of the allocation because it's 1 year for biennium, or like half of what we would have expected in that first year?
Yes.
What we expected in the total for the next 2 years. So if we were, initially we were awarded a little over $3 million and nothing now to give us 2%.
For the binding.
The biennium.
That results in cuts to staff or cuts to partnership contracts with folks like REAP and POIC and ROSA, the programming department, with culturally specific students. PERS relief came, it's kind of old news and it was folded into our calculation for reducing our budget $20 million last year. But that's going to be, the attention paid to PERS is a positive for us. And we're going to advocate for more PERS relief in the future. That's a known cost. And we'll be dealing with that for the foreseeable future. There was no improvement to the 11% sped cap, nor was there an improvement on the high cost disability reimbursement for school districts. And that's something that there was plenty of awareness, but not the money or the votes to get to those improvements that we had requested as boards and superintendents last year. Accountability is going to impact us, and we've been leaders in advocating for better accountability systems. The existing metrics for us with our longitudinal performance growth targets are regular attendance, third grade reading, grade on track, 4-year grad rate, and 5-year grad rate. And then added to that in 2026-27 will be additional metrics on K2 attendance, 8th grade math, and a local metric. We're hoping to influence that, see a local metric that has to do with career-related learning or CTE or readiness for career and college pathways. We also have advocated for bilingual, multilingual literacy assessments, especially at 3rd grade, because we serve very diverse learners in terms of language. And we know that literacy in any language leads to literacy in English. So even if English only is your goal, the best way to get there is through primary language literacy instruction. So we'll continue to advocate. What remains to be seen is, are we going to have interim assessments that are adopted by the state and we're told what to do? Will they be bilingual? Will districts get funding to adopt the interim assessments that are recommended by the state in source on this? And then when we do interim assessments and they're bilingual, yes, we hope that happens. Will that create relief from all the attention that we pay to smarter balanced assessment that's provided only in English and provided only in one sitting for students each year? There's a lot of doubt about smarter balanced assessment as the best metric for us to judge our students' proficiency in literacy because it's monolingual and because we're allowed in the state of Oregon by law to opt out of that assessment. So it might not be the best way to judge the proficiency of our students or to influence our instructional practices to help more kids read. Amen. On the positive is, go ahead, Mark.
One of the headlines of this activity was streamlining reporting for districts. Lots of conversation in the legislature about how cumbersome it is for the. Are we seeing any evidence that that's actually happening? Because I would say there are some skeptics in the building that reporting was going to be streamlined, or they fill out a lip service to the idea.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think in some ways in our last integrated guidance application, there was some streamlining that was done. I even think it's in the budgeting work. The reporting piece is still, I think, the part that is a lot of different reports at a lot of different times. So I definitely saw some streamlining in the application. I think there's still some work to be done though on how often we're reporting, what types of reports are asked of us. That's, I think, the heavy lift between the business office and the teaching and learning team that I continue to see.
For numbers between 145 and 163 reports annually, is that roughly about us?
Yeah, Derek, do you have anything?
I think that's pretty close. Yeah, somewhere in that 150 range, give or take. Some are quite small. Some are very comprehensive, large annual reports.
In the small one, not doing.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. And that's what this slide, the opportunity for alignment now exists with federal and state reporting requirements, and it may reduce there. Summer programs is funded for the biennium, meaning that we'll get $35 million this year and next, and that allows us to plan better for next year. Brooke and her squad, like everybody here at HSD, does a great job getting the summer school super group together in the winter to plan for what we might get. That's going to be better when we know what we will get.
Travis, I don't know if it's necessary, but just for the students' sake, you do understand that 35 million is not just for HSD. Okay, that's statewide. Okay, just FYI, we get like 1 million of that a year.
Correct.
So yeah.
Thanks for the question.
It did make it sound like really something.
I know. That's like a useful touch up. That was allocated by the state. Thank you. Yeah, anybody, please help me tell this story. There's so many angles to it, and I don't know what's interesting to folks or what to do.
Sure, optimism. Travis said, I know they don't.
Yeah, I sit with my optimism about this. The new unemployment benefits for striking public employees in Oregon. So this one, there's heightened tensions now between unions and district leaderships on this front, just to be blunt. Some districts have already adopted a more collaborative interest-based bargaining practice and have now already made the decision to go back to something more traditional. And what I want to say about this is that we're going to continue to invest in strengthening our relationships with our classified and licensed unions. We can work together to achieve compensation that's satisfactory to our employees and also helps us remain competitive as a school district. That's really important and a mutual benefit to us. I also continue to believe that school strikes are detrimental to student experience and they tend to erode trust in the community. We've seen that happen in Portland Public, where the public perception of the district when a big strike happens and it's very public and there's animosity, it doesn't help us serve our schools better. It doesn't help us serve our students better. So to that end, I think we have a proven history in HSD of avoiding strikes and working together collaboratively to settle bargaining at the table. We remain transparent about our budget situation, and we have constant communication with our union leadership around the issues that are important to them and to us. And we can maintain that culture here in HSD. I think it's just crucial that in the Hillsboro community, we maintain the confidence of our families in our school system, have their support, and serve kids well. So I don't think that this change in the law automatically means that we'll see more strikes in Hillsboro. I hope others agree with me. Next one. I think this is the list that I've made for myself of continued advocacy that we need to continue to use our voices in the short session, in the next long session in Oregon, advocacy for special ed cap, high cost disability, advocacy for early intervention, early childhood special education, and regional inclusive services. This impacts our friends at the Northwest Regional ESD most directly for their ability to serve young kids who have needs. Advocacy for Oregon school administrator scholarship programs and grow your own programs, which are being cut. Some folks are being legacy into maintaining their scholarship to become administrators in an effort to diversify admin ranks, but there is not a new cohort being scooped up in scholarships to pursue those career opportunities. And then advocacy for the student success plan grants we talked about. OSBA, COSA, ODE, we're all talking together. Our CFOs are talking together. Our HR folks are talking together about these issues. And we're pushing still, even though this legislative session is not active right now.
Travis, I don't know if it's on the next slide you touched on, but PERS offset would be another big area.
Add that to the list. Yeah. Continued conversations about PERS offset. just like when I see a problem in our school, I feel that I need to step in and do something. When we see a problem with the way Oregon is funding schools, we need to step in and do something. And I know this board is active with your legislative advocacy platform, and it matters in a thousand little small ways. When we use our voices, we're influencing this context. So thank you for listening while hustling through these things. Next slide, please. We'll talk a little bit more about the personal electronic device restriction executive order from the governor. Our plan is to do engagement locally, set policy, support you in setting the policy as our board, and then create an implementation plan. We'll get it into more detail with that in just a second. Transitioning to some celebrations, we have some pictures from summer programs. You'll get a more comprehensive report about summer school in a later board meeting once our summer schools are over. And but these are photos from our high school credit attainment program, our bilingual enrichment program, Everybody Loves PE program, and just a shout out to transportation and nutrition services and all of our facilities crew. We run school all year round now, and it's awesome for our students. One more slide of photos. We have our high school interns helping students here, as well as our scholars who are pursuing teaching licenses. We have our early literacy program. We have CTE camps, EXY for extended school year for students qualified for that with their IEPs. We have STEAM camps going on, and right now Kinder Jump starts and all the things that get our youngest students up and running before the start of school. Thank you for folks who did walk through. Senator Solomon was here, and board members did walkthroughs with our summer programs and supported that. We just get such good vibes during the summer. Everybody's working hard and planning, but then you go and see there's learning going on in the summer, and it's making big gains. One more slide on the horizon for HSD. I'm excited for another great year. I know we have our challenges that we're going to face, but the results from our strategic plan that you'll see, including for long-term ELs, grad rates, literacy, climate and culture, decreased discipline data for our focal groups, are working. It could be at this time of the strategic plan, we take a hard jag in a different direction because it's not working. But while we make minor alterations to our plan, we can celebrate the successes that we've had. Hashtag Not My School, addressing hate speech and hateful language in our schools, launched last year. Doubling down this year is a really positive thing for our school climate. Bond Committee, looking forward to working with long range planning and Bond Committee. Advancing multilingualism. We got a report back from around our dual language program this summer, and just did a retreat with our admin team. You'll hear more about this, just about how we can continue to invest in our dual language program specifically to help students maintain their language skills and advance academically. Family engagement, career pathways, all the things that you guys are proud of that we do. Thank you for naming the aerospace program. I think we remain proud of those things, so we'll just keep the momentum going. Make a difference one kid at a time, and just recognize how special this school community is. I hope you feel like you're part of that larger effort that we put together in HST to be a successful school district despite our challenges. So again, at the end of today, I hope you feel oriented to more of the local things that we're doing, including our strategic plan and some of our partnership work that's really positive. And then if you don't feel satisfied with the information we received today, we can go deeper on any topic that you'd like to. And you can always reach out to the folks who make presentations today to go deeper about the things you care about. So welcome back.
Okay, that was the optimistic part. Now we should switch over to me. Yes. Okay, Travis touched on some of this. So we did implement, as you know, about $20 million this year in staffing and operational reductions. The vast majority of that being staffing. 84% of our costs are staffing. So that was sort of the lead in to this year. I'll talk in a second about why, again, that was necessary with kind of some of I think the math that's pretty straightforward. In addition to that, I just want to make sure the board remembers we also utilized we did utilize $8.5 million in an internal service fund to deal with a deficit issue from 24-25. So we had substantial deficits to kind of manage through and deal with as I came into this role. Some of those were from the prior year, and some were to get us really our cost envelope back to what our revenue would support for this year. The good news or silver lining maybe in that is I do believe that has adjusted our base, and our kind of early forecast models now show we're back within our tolerance range. So I don't expect that level of activity this year, although, things can always change. We've seen with federal dollars and stuff, but I think we're now in a more stable place, at least for this year. I'll talk more about what I think is coming though in a minute. Continued downward enrollment trend. We haven't forecast that yet to Mark's question because it is early, but I would be very confident in telling you I think it will continue to decline and actually get amplified by some of the activity locally. The intel number is not in the hundreds, it's actually well over 1,000, probably will end up being a couple thousand if press reports are to be believed. So, and then there's a ripple on ecosystem effect that those things don't instantly transpire as people have to make decisions about careers and sell houses and have severance packages and so on. But eventually, I think that will likely have an amplification to what we already saw in Hillsboro of some downward enrollment trends. Reserve funding continues to be my sort of worry bead. We're at 4% reserves. That's a very, in my view, limited financial resiliency. I'm just going to be truthful to the board about that. I talked to all the other CFOs around the state. I don't see anyone else with that low of a reserve. I think it is something we absolutely need to address in the intermediate to longer term, and we can talk about ways to do that in a challenging environment. But I just asked the board to keep considering that that's a pretty limited buffer, right? Something significant happens. Yeah, sure.
Take that for too much.
Yeah.
So it sounds a little like you're saying the 20 million goal from last year is not fully in our rearview mirror yet. Is that about right?
No.
Or is it?
What I'm saying is we had a hole in 24-25 that was probably when all the dust settled and I mean truly for that school year, I would say it was probably somewhere between 10 and 12 million. There were some things kind of done before I got here that ate into some of that deficit. There was still stuff that we had to solve with the 8.5 million and some other actions. And then for this year, starting this school year, we had the other 20 million, which is that. And I do believe we're stable for this year with that reduction.
But the deficit we had to address last year, the semi-surprise deficit, is completely our mirror is done.
That's correct.
Although to the tune of 4% of our ending fund balance is maybe 11.5 million.
Yeah, a little more than that now. I think it's about 12.
So,
yeah.
Like how close for me to not making payroll?
Well, if we hadn't had that, if we hadn't had that 8.5 million, we would have been challenged. Payroll is more of a cash flow thing, so it's a little different. But to your point, we would have definitely eaten into reserves if we had not had that. Yeah. If we had not had that 8.5 million, we would have eaten into reserves, and that's a little bit my worry. Just candidly, is that 8.5 million is currently gone, it's zero at the moment, and we're just relying on our reserves.
So that's the context of when this is on.
Correct. Yeah.
Because we're about to bite into that. If something goes wrong.
If something went wrong, we'd have limited capacity.
Depending on what we think might happen on September 30th, which is the end of the fiscal year for you guys, right? So there's other things coming down the pike and we are not even.
I'm not pulling the fire alarm. I'm just saying, no, we're thin and we ought to be proactive at finding opportunities where we can to build that reserve or equivalent of that service fund that we consume back up. That's what I'm looking at.
It was sort of the May 2024 number revision from the state that caught us flat.
That was the biggest contributor. There's a few things. Yeah.
So what are the kinds of things we can do now to prepare for the May 2026?
Yeah, I think we've got to be proactive when we occasionally have good news and financials, or we consider selling assets, right, as a possibility. Those are the kinds of things we can do to potentially build up reserves. And I do think this is I'm not super worried about 25, 26. Still, I want you guys to have concern, right? Because if we got something unexpected, we would be, we'd have to do some more dramatic kind of actions in response. But also my sort of medium term to intermediate forecast, I'm worried, right? And here's what worries me. So we got roughly 5% of an increase in our local and state revenue this year at the $11.36 billion budget. We had reductions in other revenue sources driven by ESD. Part of the reason that 5% is a little lower is because we also obviously had enrollment decline a little bit, which ate into some of our potential on revenue. Our payroll and associated costs are going up 4.75% this year. Remember, that's 85% of our costs. PERS was another 6.5%. It'll at least be that, I think, this year, if not higher. And then other areas where we see things like insurance, substitution costs, for subs, student leaves, et cetera. That stuff's all going up like double digit. And we are negotiating. I promise you, I'm in those negotiations personally on those big ticket items. We vigorously have tried to hold costs down. And I think we've got some of the best deals with some of those vendors in the state, but it's still going up more than 5%. That's the math that's unforgiving in this that I often talk about with the superintendent cabinet is if our revenue is kind of 5%-ish, but these other costs are going to take us up to 9 or 10%, we're going to continue to have a deficit situation, and something has to change. So what we did this year is we basically solved that by reducing the cost part of the equation down enough so to kind of roughly equate to what we think the revenue is for 25-26. But if we stay on this trajectory and something doesn't change, eventually I just have to do that again and again every few years to keep resetting costs down to what the new revenue run rate is. And I think that is the challenge for me, the superintendent cabinet, and of course the board to just think about right as we go forward. So either revenue needs to start growing more at a higher rate, or we're going to have to continue to adjust costs down in whatever way we can to meet the actual revenue that we're getting.
This, it also has an impact on how I'm going to say it, competitive. Mm-hmm. We are when it comes to recruiting, retention of staff, and this is a worry point. It's an inflection point on so many levels, but because we are 85-86% people in our budget, we're just people heavy. That's because that's kind of what we do. This always means that it's going to be staff limiting. That's the part that bothers me most. No matter what we do, no matter what we lose, no matter what we gain, staff end up feeling.
That's right. There's only about 50% of our costs are non-staff, and there's limits to what I can impact there, right? Certainly I can try to get our insurance premiums down as low as I can. SIDA can look for ways to save money with facilities or push out costs on repairs, and we do all that, right? But that bucket is not that large to kind of operate within it. And some of those things we just can't not have insurance. That can be catastrophic in the district. So there's less sort of fungibility on those costs, although we certainly do try to optimize them in every way we can.
So my follow-up question in that, Travis, how do we accurately and efficiently communicate this with our community so that they understand where we are and that this is not something that we did wrong or something we didn't see coming. We want to be forthright with them. We want to be transparent, and yet we still have to operate a business.
I think over the years, Beth has done a great job of showing that graph, like the increased cost and the revenue that we get not being the same line. Over the summer, we're meeting with superintendents of larger school districts in Oregon, and we're talking about an advocacy campaign and almost like just a PR public announcement campaign, because unless folks realize that the line of 12% increased cost doesn't match the line of 5% increased revenue, and they don't understand the gravity that for their favorite teacher in a classroom or their kids' experience in school with access to music, arts, CTE, athletics, then nobody's sweating it until that it's known. I think we've educated our community about it, and we've shared our resources with Salem. When I hear about the looming cliff that districts are facing, I'm grateful that we've taken a conservative approach. I think Scott and our team are figuring out how to do that proactively. We have some equilibrium right now, barring any other shock to our system for the rest of the biennium. But now is the time, as we look forward to the next cycle of bargaining, as we look forward to the next cycle of the full session of the legislature, to go full out with our communication strategy about this crisis in public education in Oregon. It's an existential crisis, and only a few folks fully grasp it. And I have set one of my board goals, we'll get to there this afternoon. One of my goals this year would be to collaborate with the board and come up with a very strategic plan for communicating just this topic to raise awareness.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It makes me happy that you're thinking of
Thank you. For your
not that you weren't, but I just,
I would also just add to that, and this is a bit of a dovetailing between advocacy and our contending bond development process and whatnot. I think there's been a lot in the national news and even the local news lately about, failures within public education, specifically how Oregon stacks up, different things like that. And I really feel like, at least in this current moment, probably into the near future, like our challenge is going to be maybe answering for ourselves a little bit. Like, what are the things that we are doing really well? What are some reasons why you might be seeing these headlines, and what do they really mean when you bring it down to the local level? And how do we showcase that we are a good investment, that we do know how to manage the money that we're given, and that it is a good idea to give us more resource so we can even go further in raising the achievement of all of our students. So I think, I feel like the legislative advocacy packet that information that showed people why we were in the budgetary situation that we were in and all the different factors. It didn't do as much to kind of tie together what are we doing programmatically? What are the areas where we're really excelling? And at least for the Hillsboro School District, why are we a good bet? Why are we a good investment? And I think that's going to be the types of things that are going to prove to be motivating to our community as they think about their own advocacy, supporting us in a bond ask, things like that. They need to know that we are a good investment.
Thank you, Beth.
All right. Any other questions for me? I do have a bound present for everyone. This year's budget, I'll pass those out.
thank you, Scott. You needed that distraction.
That's very good.
Questions for Scott? Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Our next agenda item is long-range planning, bond development. What are you intending with that?
Yes. Okay. I already kind of segued us, but just to bring you up to speed, as you recall, back in June, you guys met with our new consultants for the bond development process, Turner and Townsend Theory. So we've been working with them over the last couple of months just to kind of get things started. A lot of it up until now has been providing them with our data and information so that they can get to know us, because these aren't folks that we've worked with previously. So they've been asking for education specifications for our school buildings, prior work that has been done, getting our list of facilities items that are kind of on our wish list. We also have been internally gathering, what are our technology needs? What are our career and college pathways wants and desires? So all of that will become kind of the starting point for the bond development process. I'm excited to say that we are pulling the band back together with our long-range planning committee that really, for all intents and purposes, hasn't met with any regularity since prior to the 2017 bond. It was a very regular meeting that happened leading up to that bond. And then once you're in kind of a bond build out, then, your efforts are really being directed toward those projects that were included as part of the bond. Now, the majority of those bond projects were wrapped by 2022. Probably should have started that committee back up with regularity at that time, but we're still kind of dealing with the long tail effects of COVID and whatnot. And anyway, here we are. And we're pulling it back together now because I feel like that will be really helpful and beneficial as we get ready to kick off the process, just to know what our, the Hillsboro city and then our other municipalities that are part of our district, North Plains, Cornelius specifically, what are on their horizons, what's on the counties, what's in their purview. And then of course, all of our other ancillary folks that help us there are district realtors and then architects that we've worked with. So that's going to happen this Friday from 11:30 to 1. And I would like to say that whatever board members feel like they might like to be on the bond development committee, I'm thinking, probably 2 is the sweet spot of board member participation on the committee itself. If you would like to self-select and if you would like to participate in the long range planning committee meeting this Friday, you're more than welcome. Just let me know. Let me know sooner rather than later because I'm ordering lunch for us. So, so basically that's where we're at right now. We're pulling together the long range planning committee. We've looked at the composition of our bond development committee from the 2017 process. There were about 40 members on the committee proper, with then some staff and some outside consultants that weren't necessarily on the committee, but were providing information to the committee so that it could guide the committee's process and add technical and other information when necessary. This time around, I think we're thinking we might consider increasing that to about 50 people, only because when it came to like our parents community representation, there was just like 3 members. And we think, we've done so much work in these last 9 years since we did our last bond process of shoring up and really strengthening our affinity groups, our parent groups that meet regularly. Like we'd like to pull in some additional voices probably from those groups. But, we have Steve Calloway, former mayor, and Erica Lopez, former board member, who are co-chairing the committee. And then we'll have some other like community/business leaders, some school administrators, probably some high school students. We'll have some parent family representation. We have invited our union leadership to participate in that. Like I said, probably 2 board members if there are 2 that want to do that. And the plan would be 1 to 2 meetings per month, starting in late September, early October. Those would likely be like a 4 to 6, 4:30 to 6:30 type chunk of time. If that helps you know whether or not that's something you would be interested in, probably looking at like a Wednesday, Thursday, day of the week timing. We've already started to solicit interest from our administrators and ask them for suggestions of what older students and or parent community members might be good to think about for the committee. I don't think we'll have trouble with having enough interest. I think it'll be culling that interest down so that we ultimately end up with a committee that's broadly representative of the people we serve, the schools that we have, in all of across our entire district. And then it will be kind of getting that committee up to speed on where we're at, what we're hoping to accomplish, what our capacity might be when it comes to putting a bond on the ballot. We're still, that's still something that we need to ultimately determine. There are some factors in there that play in. Obviously, we have about 70 cents per thousand of assessed value coming off the rolls after the collection that will happen this fall, in the fall of 2026, which makes it the right time to go out for a bond so that then if it passes, then the assessment that will be collected the next year would just be an even rate to what would have previously been charged. So it kind of allows people to keep their same tax rate, but yet allow us to generate money for needed improvements within the district to the tune of somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 million, possibly up to, 325-ish that we have to work out with our outside consultants who monitor the assessed value within our taxable service area. So, a lot of exciting work. It's going to be I feel like it's going to be a little more challenging this time around to come up with the project list because for those not familiar, you develop a list of projects that are basically promised by the bond. Like if you pass this bond, we promise to get this set of projects done. And, you can't just do everything in the first year. It's going to take 3 to 5 years once you have the bond passed to actually raise the money, schedule the projects out and get them done. And so what you do is you build in cost escalators for the different projects, that assume, okay, if you didn't get to this until 2 years after the bond passes, what do we think the project will cost at that time? We know roughly what it'll cost now, but even a now cost can be a little hard because we are in some uncertain times with varying tariffs and product availability and things like that. It's a more volatile situation than we were in previously with our 2017 bond. So it's going to take a lot more fidelity to crunching those numbers and being a little bit conservative. And probably my guess is we're going to end up with a bond package that's a little shy of what we probably could get done, only for the sake of we do not want to go over budget and we do not want to not deliver on a promised project. So we'll probably have a ranked set of, if we can do it, projects on the side is my guess. We'll have promised, and then here's the ranked order of what we're going to do if we can afford it. So yeah, that's where we're at. I think I've shared the pertinent information. We'll get started this fall with the development committee. By January, we should have some things to take out to our community for some open houses to bring people in and let them see the types of packages that we're considering, get their feedback, take that back to the committee, do some refinement. Ultimately, our goal will be to get it down to one recommendation that we bring to the board in the late spring so that you all can take action on that either at the May meeting or the June meeting at the very latest, obviously, to get that approved, because then the official timelines start ticking in early August of next year when you have to file the paperwork to indicate you want to be on the ballot in November, and then you submit the ballot language and all that kind of stuff. So a lot to do between now and then, including most likely some community polling once we kind of get those messages nailed down. So yeah, we're ahead of schedule in terms of timing. So we have a few minutes if people want to talk about this or ask questions or give.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
Well, anybody else in my fellow board?
I think you kind of answered those. You said that you're already kind of generating a brainstorm list
Of people to be on the committee or of projects. Yes.
But then you kind of answered it by saying that you'll do polls and change the communities.
The lists we have is based on the outside assessment. ODE assessed every single one of our buildings. So we got a list from them as to what needs updating and replacement. We also have a list generated by the facility staff. They're the ones that are repairing the HVAC systems on a daily basis. So we're kind of comparing those 2 lists. And then there's a prioritization because the list is very long. And so we're prioritizing what we need to do in the next 2 years and we can't wait for a bond, and what can wait for a bond. That's kind of what it looks like.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Maybe these are like questions for like future meetings as you gather your data and update it from previous bond that you all did. One is what do you see as your biggest challenge out of everything to get this bond?
Well, I would invite my colleagues to share their ideas. My knee-jerk reaction would be just the fact that everybody is in financial crunch right now and a time of uncertainty, and getting people to agree to tax themselves, even if it isn't necessarily an increase to the rate. The reality is they would have a lower rate if they said no. And so I think it really is going to be convincing enough people that we have a compelling story to tell, a compelling reason for asking them, and getting out the vote. So
And that was going to be my follow-up question. Just because in Hillsboro, I mean, I haven't checked out the latest statistics of, but most of our residents don't have kids in the district, correct? And I'm a prime example of that. I don't have children yet, but I'm a taxpayer, property taxpayer. And so, and I know how important public education is, and I know how bonds work because I'm in it.
Yeah.
If I didn't, I would kind of question that aspect. So my question is, how are we going to get our community to see it that way?
yeah.
In like the most simple way, how can we convey that message?
In the past, we've really had as key tenets of our communication platform is letting people know how having strong and safe schools increases property values. So that's motivating to folks, regardless of whether they have kids in school, and kind of the workforce preparation element, letting them know that if we are preparing the next wave of workers for all of our local businesses, then that is a benefit to them. Because again, it's a thriving economy, thriving community, that kind of thing. So for those folks that don't have kids in school, those are kind of some of the primary messages. And also the whole notion of fiscal responsibility, because our schools, our 37 schools and 3 to 4 district level buildings, I mean, that represents at this point probably a billion, or definitely multiple millions of dollars worth of community investment.
For sure.
And you can't just let infrastructure investment like that just kind of stand alone and have no maintenance over its life. I mean, we've already made a significant investment. Like it's time to maintain that investment so that it continues to be something that is a benefit to the community rather than a drain on the community. So.
Okay, I understand the messages that you're trying to send out to community members. Are we gonna pass it on?
Yeah.
And share that and communicate that with them?
Yeah.
What resistance?
Sure. So it'll be, it's more than a 2-pronged effort, but in terms of there's things that we can do as a district to communicate out to folks. And then once the board has taken action to approve and say, yes, go forth and put a bond ask on the ballot, then it will be up to board members and or motivated community members to restart a political action committee in favor of the bond. And so then they can take actions that are beyond our ability because we can't influence elections, called electioneering. But so they'll probably do yard signs and mailers and whatnot that are on the advocacy side, like, yes, please support the bond. But what we can do as a district is inform. And we've got, we still have our friendly website, hillsboro-bond.org, which is folded into our district website. But so that'll be a source of information. We have a weekly electronic newsletter that we put out in 3 versions, English to families, English to staff, and Spanish for families who've indicated their home language to Spanish. Every single week, we have that newsletter and a podcast, also in English and Spanish. That's a really great way for us to communicate. We have a social media presence on Facebook, X, and Instagram. We have the ability to make videos. We have partnerships with the city and the county to get our messages out as well, which is helpful. And we also do twice a year, we put out a district newsletter that's on newsprint with a 16-page, newspaper that we physically mail to every household in the district, regardless of whether or not they have kids in school, which is a great way for us to get messages out. And then, of course, we have our annual Proud to be HSC Festival in May, where we can hook in with the farmers market and have, our students and booths and entertainment and whatnot, but that's a good venue to get people who don't have kids in school, just awareness. So in addition to the community meetings that we were talking about, in addition to the fact that the comms person that our bond consultants have partnered with is willing to go out and do additional kind of community engagement sessions, listening sessions that are more conceptual and pre-bond package focused, like getting your feedback prior to us giving you a list of projects that we're going to do. So we have a lot of things that we plan to do. And also, at least what we did last time, Travis and I will probably do a bit of a roadshow to local organizations and talk to the chamber board, talk to, Washington County Legislative Forum. There's all sorts of different kind of community-based organizations that we will go around to share information about our bond. So it's a multi-pronged approach for sure. So
when you say there's a list of like priorities, like these are the things that have to happen, is that because like facilities, like it's breaking down, we need to replace it, or is it like bullying is happening like crazy in bathrooms and we need to upgrade bathrooms because
no, it's like so when we have a priority list like HVAC system. So we just swapped out our HVAC system at Liberty High School. It was $1.7 million. We don't have that in the facility budget, and so major HVAC systems, major fire panel systems, things that cost millions of dollars. That's the safety priority, right? The fire panels, things like that. That's probably going to be at the very top of the list. And then there are other things that would be nice to have in schools that would make the student experience more comfortable. And that would probably fall down to the bottom of the list that we have. But ultimately, it is going to be the bond development committee to kind of hone down on what that priority is. But there are certain things that have to happen that we can't afford out of our general budget.
you did bring up a good point though, because there's that kind of social emotional aspect of what do we need, right? That we can't accomplish right now. And those are some of the things we hope to glean from the development committee, those other empathy interviews or whatever else, that those can bubble up. Just keeping in mind that with bond dollars, it has to be stuff that we're buying. So it's like, if there's, a compelling way to tie the bullying issue and we do about it to something structural that we can put in place, then that could be something to consider for sure. But it can't be like humans. It can't be like, we need, one more X staff member at each school to accomplish this goal. That's not something we can buy with bond dollars.
I was saying versus curricular, like it has to be like a building thing, not curriculum, not staff.
Well, I guess the slight nuance to that is it could be the curriculum, it could be materials, it could be technology. It just can't be human beings, staff members that aren't directly related to the implementation of whatever the stuff is.
That's the stuff, not people.
Yeah.
So the criteria for what is considered priority, because I feel like it is kind of different. One is like, well, we have to because HVAC is important, obviously the building functioning, but also this is priority because if we have bathrooms, for example, we have bathrooms, obviously we don't need new ones, but we could use some upgrades because it is tied to safety issues. We have lots of discipline issues happening in bathrooms in high school, for example, and maybe you need to just close that little gap in those stalls, right? So, but is there criteria so that we could say, yeah, this hits all of them, therefore it's priority?
And I think that's part of what the committee is going to develop once they.
I don't know that anything like that exists as you're describing it. Like, how do we take something that's more, I'm not saying it's just conceptual, but I'm struggling with finding a better word. But, there are things that are very technical, building like codes and whatnot, which is a little bit more the lists we have going. And that human element is something we're going to have to pull in through the process.
I think one has that storytelling you're asking for, and if there's a way to them together, right, that really will get people to listen.
Yeah,
agree. Like, yes, I want that.
Yeah, like there was a big chunk of well, I don't know, in the overall scheme of life, I guess it wasn't that huge, but I mean, it's like $12 million that we spent on new classroom furniture in the last bond. So, you know, you had to have a story to tell about why it was important to, you know, get this flexible classroom furniture. Why was that a reasonable expense? And there was a story to be told around it, but, you know, perhaps there's a similar one this time around as it relates to, you know, you might not think about the importance of, you know, the structure of a bathroom when it comes to, you know, bullying and flow and whatnot through the course of the day, but here it is. So yeah, that'll all bear itself out, I think, through the process.
Great, thank you, Beth.
We've been around to the last one. That's the really put a fine point on one of the things Beth said was they can provide information when Travis and Beth go to community events or organizations to talk about what the crystallized what the bond is going to be. They can provide information to the community. They can say, this is what's happening. They can't say, you should vote for it. Board members, community members can say, you should vote for it. So as we get to that stage, it'll be important for us to find ways in our schedule to support the district's efforts. When there's somebody talking about the informational side, somebody should be there with who's allowed to provide advocacy support for that to say, yes, and this is why you should vote for it. So that's having done it before, that's where it falls to the board to be ready to say, okay, we're here to support this information. This is why you should vote for it. Long range planning, not 50 people. A dozen. So are these separate? You're talking about separate. Are we doing both of these in tandem? We're going to restart the long range planning committee and the bond development process.
I think we're going to have this meeting because we haven't talked to these people in quite a while and we want to pull them back to the table to provide input before we even start. Like also to say, do any of you want to be on it, and or can any of you commit to being, you know, technical experts? Or this is happening, it's our kickstart, and then our bond development committee will probably still take the place of that for the near-term future, and then we'll just be better about when we're not actively a bond, we're going to keep that committee going.
We won't be having long-range planning committees during the bond process.
No, they'll be folded in.
Yes. But a board member definitely sits on a long-range planning committee, maybe to what he usually wants. So like the bond development committee ends up being the bond oversight committee, and there were no board members on that.
That's right, because they were kind of not the watchdogs, but sort of the watchdogs that would then report back to the board. Yeah. So yeah, once it gets to oversight, typically no board members on that.
Or was there
kind of citizens oversight?
Was it Kim on there before? Like what was the analogy last time when it was a board member on the planning? On the bond development.
I think the thought process was a little bit like being on bargaining. So then there were eyes and ears. Yes. It was.
I remember there being one.
There were 2 board members last time. It was
Glenn and Kim.
Lisa. It was Glenn. I was going to say, I think it was Glenn.
And maybe Kim. I think you're
Glenn
right.
and Kim. Yeah.
We just looked at the list like a week ago, but my memory's foggy.
Because that was 27.
Looking on the website right now.
Yeah, Glenn, after July 17th on around.
Right.
I think Patrick has one last question.
Just a comment briefly. Is a little bit outside the topic, but it feels like the most appropriate point on the agenda. In visiting with colleagues from neighboring districts like Beaverton and Tigard-Tualatin about their local option levy and the importance of it, I continue to become concerned about our choice not to pursue that revenue. So I would be interested, maybe Scott or Beth, whoever's appropriate, if in the future you could maybe in a board update prepare some information on what options the board has to assess the viability of the local option levy if we wish to.
I did. I have completed some analysis by percent there on that, so I'm happy to bring that in.
Thank you.
Guys see it. Yeah. So.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll meet back at 9:45.
I forgot to say
Beth, whoever, if any of my fellow board members want to be on that committee with Beth, let her know. Beth, do you need someone? No one. at part two. Please let me know how we're going with it. Give other. Sounds good. And with that, we're going to, our next agenda item is strategic plan update with Broken Bell.
All right, here we go. Go ahead and advance. Just a couple of slides to reground you in our strategic plan and the way it's organized. We have our portrait of a graduate that kind of gives us our goal statement for the 4-year plan. We want to create empowered learners, collaborative communicators, inquisitive scholars, and community contributors. Just a simple task at hand. Just kidding. Move forward. And then, of course, our promise statement to know, value, and empower every student to achieve their dreams. Move forward. And here are our 5 goal areas where we are concentrating our actions in terms of kind of early learning, making sure that every student feels safe and supported, that they have access to engaging curriculum and extracurricular activities, that they are able to be critical thinkers and problem solvers, and then, of course, that we are getting them ready to graduate and move on to their next steps in life. Next slide. Here just shows you kind of our approach to ensuring accountability and some of our different constituent groups that we attend to. Next slide. This is what we call our little game board or dashboard of how we are intentionally going out to different groups to make sure that they have an opportunity to not only know about our current activities, but also provide their feedback. And of course, within that, we always build in our annual survey of all students that really informs our work as we move forward into the subsequent year. Next slide. Okay, so this is the second year that we will be bringing you our accountability report for year 2 of the plan. So you should be used to this format. And what you just have is updated data. And last year, I think our half row picture on the front was Century. This year it's Glencoe. Our thought process would be to kind of, since we have a 4-year plan, move through the 4 comprehensives, and then also within some of our call-out photos inside the plan, we have also representation from HOA and Oak Street. So, all right. So we'll go through these next slides, and Brooke and I are going to popcorn. I'll show you kind of the target graphic, and then Brooke's going to explain a little bit more about the work that has happened behind the scenes to get us to the score that we've achieved in this year. So just to kind of remind you of how everything is structured. So when we first established the strategic plan goals, we came up with, we looked at what our baseline data was for that beginning the year prior to the start of the strategic plan. And then we mapped out our goal for where we wanted to be in after the 26-27 school year. So for 3rd grade reading, our baseline score or our baseline achievement level was 61.1% of students showed proficiency in 3rd grade reading. And our goal at the end of the strategic plan would be to have 70% of our learners showing proficiency in 3rd grade reading. Then we also have for each goal, for each of these kind of performance targets, we have focal groups of students who, after analyzing the data, were developing the plan, were shown to be in need of the greatest focus to ensure that they had additional supports to meet their goals. So for 3rd grade reading, it was our students who are Hispanic, Latino, Latinx, and students accessing special education. And anytime you're talking about the difference between percentages, so every year we get results and they are in percentages. When you do the difference between percentages, it's called a percentage point. It's not a percent change. Those are 2 totally different things. So if we were at 61.1% in the baseline year, but in 24-25 we achieved 63.2%, then we had a 2.1 percentage point increase versus the baseline year. That's how you read these. And then we only are showing the percentage point changes for the focal groups. If you access this insert that Brooke will probably go over that has additional detail that was given to our administrators, then that's where you'll see some of the breakdown and, okay, where were the percentages in previous years and how did we get to that point? So here we go, third grade reading, we went up, which is great. And Brooke, next slide, we'll talk about some of the ways we got there.
As Beth just shared, the action plan reflection is what I'm going to go over a little bit as we go back and forth. So if you want to follow along, you can also see that within that reflection. I think the things around our success of literacy is another shout out to the funding that is targeted to that. In order to have strong professional learning communities with clear data, and Derek's going to go over some of the excellent new data systems and that we have now that go all the way to a staff level, that is such a powerful piece of it. I also think the professional development that we've been able to provide for our teachers. And so again, UFly has been a focus, which is from the University of Florida Literacy Institute, our letters training, which is language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. Also, we're going to have our second cohort of science of the bilingual reading brain training for educators. That piece for staff, for access of data and the professional learning communities and professional development is a huge success of our literacy rising overall. I think the other piece of that too is through that funding, also high dosage tutoring that we're able to do with students. Some of you who were able to attend some of our summer literacy camp touring, you saw some of that high dosage tutoring in action. So through the use of Amira, which is an online AI tool, through the use of our scholars and our staff and more of that high dosage tutoring, that's another recipe for success. So some of those things with that funding, thank goodness, continuing are the pieces that we're going to continue to move forward and that we're seeing that success within our student growth.
All right. And here we have regular attendance, and you can see the numbers there. This obviously is tracking our students who are present more than 90% of their assigned days. And we're at 67.3 overall, not certainly where we want to be. We know that attendance is such an important part of student achievement, but probably more instructive to go to Brooke's slide on this one so she can talk a little bit more about what we're doing.
So I think that attendance, there's a couple pieces to really focus on this year, and Travis shared that in his opening. One is the focus around messaging to build trust, to continue trust with our students and families. And so in that, an overall message of come to school for all of these reasons, but also a targeted and focused message around school is a trusted, safe space for you. So in talking to Jen Carey, who is the team leader of attendance work, that's something not only that the internal team is talking about, but we also are a part of an attendance collective that is made up of regional leaders talking about these same issues as well. So how do we also collaborate and strategize in an overall community message, but also at a local and building level message as well. The other piece is also around attendance is last year, we have attendance teams in our schools, but we created a new attendance data tracker that buildings have been very responsive to. It gives more information. It's clearer for them. I think that has really helped in who isn't attending school and why, and how do we best support them. So that has been well received as well. I think also with Parent Square coming on board, which means some of you, if you have students within our district, are starting to receive Parent Square messages, used to be Remind. There is a way to pair Parent Square and attendance data for families in a way we haven't done before. And that's going to be, I think, a new great feature of that overall messaging of, hey, your student isn't coming. We need to have a meeting at school, or we need to connect why. So I think there are some pieces of that through some digital and data sources I just referenced, as well as just some overall messaging that we're hoping we can continue to move that attendance marker forward, because where we're at is not where we want to be. We always try to be very transparent when we're giving our strategic plan update, and that's one where we go, okay, we really need to do better.
Okay, next
Slide.
Question.
Yeah.
I'll counteract. What do you think the role of sort of the national mindset change, worldwide mindset, so hybridization of the workforce, our board meetings very effectively hybridized. I think the importance of needing to be there in person everywhere. The world has changed the thoughts around that. What role do you think that is playing in us nationwide? Or like what role is that playing in? So it's not just underperforming students, top performing students that are missing a lot of days too, because I think the world has its mindset. So what role is that playing, or is it just our standard normal? This is just the attendance. We got to get attendance up like normal.
No, I think, especially at high school, and that's where our attendance is really bringing us down, is a space that we have started conversations on. What does 21st century learning look like? And we see some of this within our school district already, of students in spaces that are outside of the classroom. So we see that within our aerospace classroom. We see that within fire science. We see that in early college programming. Is the idea of a classroom learning as it is great for students, not for all students though. So how do we continue to push ourselves to create and innovate in a space that is more of a hybrid online learning? Audria and exec directs have been in that conversation and leading some of that work in kind of creating that 21st century high school experience in a different way, as well as that career college pathway work of classroom learning as we know it, especially for high school students, needs to change so that they're experiencing what they're learning as they prepare for the future. Yeah.
I think one of the ways that we're starting to is this year we are piloting some learning hubs within our high school environments where historically HOA, we've had students that enroll in HOA. They are HOA students. And then we have students that are at the comprehensive high school. And it's been you pick one or the other and go. So one of the things that we're looking at starting to do now is piloting learning hubs. So if you are taking courses at Glencoe High School, let's say, you can also now take a class HOA style through a learning hub environment there. The challenge with that is that we have to also be mindful of staffing because we don't want to overburden our HOA staff, but we also need some students can't do asynchronous where they're going to do it from home. If it's built into their like a freshman, we can't have them have a first period class through HOA and do it from home because we would not be able to get them to school. So we're trying to figure out how that environment can be set up within the comprehensive high school that doesn't cost us a ton of additional staffing for supervision of that too. And trying to build concepts where we've got juniors and seniors perhaps doing a little bit of accommodation. We're trying it out this year because obviously with the $20 million deficit, we are being very mindful of where our money is going and how we're going and also figuring out ways to support students. So we're starting with a smaller group at each high school just to try it out and see how it goes with the right fit. There's also a component of right fit for online courses, and online courses don't necessarily mean easier in any way, shape, or form, right? And I think sometimes our students who are wonderful and knowledgeable and amazing also think that might just be easier because I can be at home, but it's also a different style of learning and trying to balance that. So there's a lot of nuances to it, but we are doing a pilot program. I think we have about 25 slots at each high school that we now and trying not to have that cost limit.
Yeah, I would say that the private sector person to me, what I'm hearing is that like the nuance of what I'm hearing is that what's more expensive to try new things. I don't know if that's all true.
I think that it depends on, I think there's some components of expense that come in terms of if we want support and supervision and success for students in those environments. I think as adults, there's a little bit more flexibility, but I think we're trying to think of what's best in those like asynchronous, synchronous learning environments for students too. Because I think there is value in the instruction that our teachers do in person and when they connect and creating thoughtful thinking that doesn't necessarily always come in an online setting. So again, trying to play and experiment with what we're going to see, and that's why we're starting small this year and kind of seeing what it brings for us too, because we also want success in this process, right? Either in person or out, online. So we're playing with it. I think that's part of the the piece of it that we want to make sure we're doing correctly and financially viable for us.
And we were struggling, everybody was struggling with attendance before the pandemic.
Yeah.
We were all like working on getting kids to school before the pandemic. But the bottom line I'm getting at is it feels like a different problem then. So let's not keep using the same tools we tried before for a problem that's not the same problem.
I think also looking at employability skills, I think if the student is on a pathway that maybe asynchronous isn't a big deal, that's okay. But I think, like, for example, my son wants to do something specific, and I'm like, well, you need to go into school because you need to build those employability skills, like socializing, because he's not getting that elsewhere. So also, I just think thinking about their pathway and connecting it to those employability skills. Are they getting that based on this work, or should they have a bigger question in person?
That may be the case. School may be the anomaly, the thing that you have to just have, but we're not telling that story that the rest of the world is made so you don't necessarily have to be there all the time. But we're still saying you have to. We're not telling the story of why we're unique, that the whole world has changed and we have. And so if we have, great, then let's do that.
I think the pilot will help. I think in some ways, June, a lot of you've been in this experience with us, is that the Pathway Center was a new approach for us also to kind of think about school in a different way, especially through that evening time of, come in the evening, get supported, have that balance of work during the day. Education is still an important piece. So I continue to ask the question and push on us, because we do need to continue to challenge ourselves of what does education look like. I think the financial constraints of that can be difficult, and for us to make sure that when we're thinking innovative and creatively, that we're continuing to monitor and measure that. So I think that pilot piece will really help this year and kind of a new way of thinking of for student learning, and then we should report back on that as well.
So we have the extracurricular participation goal up here, which is a great one. We made amazing gains to getting 50% of our students connected with an extracurricular activity, which is well on our way to the goal of 6% of students accessing those opportunities. I think the thing to keep an eye on will be, again, to, I guess, bring it back to money. The reality is, part of why we've been able to greatly expand the number of students accessing opportunities is because we have had a specific infusion of cash to support new after-school activities like the elementary track program, or, swimming access for certain students, or, just different soccer at the elementary level as well, all made possible by the foundation that Brian Petrick was able to connect us with, that gave us that donation. So thinking about ways to keep that going with the impending potential loss of those funds is going to be the challenge. But the tracking mechanism that you have in place now that ties in with Synergy to keep accurate tabs on what students are connected to has been a great accomplishment for us. And we're seeing some great gains in our focal groups too. Next slide.
That's what's noted in our action plan reflection, and Beth just hit on the next steps. I think we're at a space where we continue to grow and expand opportunities for students. That's great, but we really also know financially, either we need to lean on our community partners in a different way, reassess how we can bring in more funding, especially when outside organizations are using our spaces, how could maybe that also help in some of that internal revenue source, because that's been a great highlight of our strategic plan, is to have that focus and access and opportunity for students. And we want to continue to maintain that, but that's what we're going to do in partnership. Our community to continue to have that growth or to maintain where we're at.
With extracurricular participation, I know some schools are going to get their clubs during school hours. Are we counting that as extracurricular?
And we count any type of club. So if the club is during the day, that's still a student count of a club as part of that extracurricular activity.
I'm thinking that clearly our current financial projections and our situation are, it can't not, and I hate to be like negative, but it can't not impact what we're doing. So I guess the question is, how do we tell the story? How do we get in front of the narrative? Not that we failed in our long range planning, but if you incur an incident to the level of $20 million out of your budget, you might be using 55 personnel or full-time teachers that help us get to all of this, 1, 2, 3. We probably need to tell them. We just have to be a little bit more, I don't know. I want to be transparent, but I want to be forward facing and understanding that we're doing good, but we better be buckling up because it might not look so good next year. You know, does that make sense?
I think this goes back to the portrait of a graduate. I think this goes back to, as a community, these were the pieces that we were really focused on. This is what we believe for post graduates. So together if that is, as a community, what we believe, there are areas where we really need our community to support and connect. And I think this one is a great example of that. So in that messaging and connected the bond, if we don't have the HVAC system of Liberty High School up and running, this will be impacted. If we can't have some additional support in a youth club or as a coach or a athletic, this might go down. I think that this one is so community driven that that's where we lean back on. We've done so much work in gathering that input, and we all believe in this plan and this work. And how does that message connect?
I would just add to you, Nancy. This is where my influencer optimism finds a wall. It's my job to stay optimistic about our strategic plan and to keep us moving. And Brooke stays optimistic. But when we look at the reduction of teachers and assistants in our schools, it doesn't bode well for our third grade reading data. And so we try to be transparent with you all about the fact that we've set ambitious goals and that we're going in the right direction, but we need to adjust our expectations if we don't have the resources we need. And just a second, we're saying we need to look at partnership. And that's part of advocacy, is to look to our partners and say, how can we do this if we all care about this? You participated in the development of our portrait of a graduate and our strategic plan. Let's put our cards on the table and figure out how to reorganize our community so that we can leverage our resources in common. That's a huge leadership stretch. If we have enough resources inside a school district to provide the programs we wish for, that's an easy, controllable circumstance. Right now, because we're contracting, we're a little bit out of control of that. Our external partners partner with us. We need to maintain those relationships and grow them if we're hoping to meet our goals.
And we also have to, you're absolutely spot on, but we also have to remember that those external partners, they're feeling the need too.
Yes.
Yes.
It's public. It's public. Yes, it's public. We have a partner. We kind of sold ourselves to the whole community, and now they're going through some things, and they're going to continue to go through some things because they're not at the top of their game, right? So we got to find another way to identify the partner, because that company is not it, because they're shrinking because of their issues, right? And so I don't know. I wish we could just let the Hillsboro Foundation just go and play the lottery or something. Because I feel like yes, you're right. We got to look to those partners. We have to do that, but those partners are feeling pressures that are unprecedented as well. I don't think maybe that's where I should have started. The pressures for corporate partnership and all of that stuff is going down. I mean, it's increasing on them, and they're going to pull out on us because they can barely make their bottom line for NGO. So I think there's a lot of adjustment of expectations. So thank you for saying that, because that's exactly what this is. We got to get used to we keep forcing ourselves to do more with less. And now we're going to even to do even more with less. So at some point, you have to be honest and say, be authentic and say, we're not going to be able to achieve.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, let's look at ninth grade on track. Just a reminder about this particular performance target. We look at this at both the ODE calculation and our own internal HSD calculation. And if you just take the 24 credits required for graduating from high school and divide that by 4 years of high school, you get 6 credits that you need to earn every single year of high school to meet that goal. Well, and that's how ODE calculates it. Have you gotten 6 credits in your ninth grade year? But the way HSD takes it a step further is to say a better indicator, in our opinion, of whether or not you're going to be prepared to graduate is, have you earned 3.5 of those 6 credits in core class, not just electives? Have you gotten those in core? That's why you see those 2 different calculations. Our 4-year strategic plan goal is based on the ODE calculation because that's what's publicly available. We are getting very close to meeting that goal of 95% by the end of the 26-27 school year. Did great with our ODE calculation. We have also experienced a 3.7 percentage point increase from our baseline year with the HSD calculation as well. And our focal groups are doing well in this area. So, Brooke, you want to explain more?
This year, we're going to continue to focus on, we have a team that comes and coaches both our building administrators and our grade level teams on track work. So they're going to continue to work with all of our high schools. And this year, again, using our new DC dashboard drillable data down to every staff member having access to that, really looking at purposeful team meetings connected to the instructional practices that they're seeing within the classroom. So through that data and what they're seeing, how can we continue to support our students? Using that culture of data to also make that meaningful at our building. So when we talk about alignment, and Audrey's going to go over that next, of our strat plan to our SIP goals, to our individual educator goals, the data and that connection to supporting students and keeping them through those instructional practices on track is crucial. I think the other piece for us to know on our on track work is we do data cycles with all of our administrators 3 times a year. Literacy is the piece of data that we look at for elementary educators, for content grades for our middle school, and we look at on track with all of our building high school principals. So not only are we talking about that, again, at our district level through the power of PLCs and data, but then how do they bring that back into their work, into their high schools to continue that conversations of what's working well in your building? How are you continuing to keep kids on track? How do we support those who aren't? Is a data cycle conversation that we have as well.
And then how do we do the on-state practice?
Right.
All right, so our performance target 5 is broken into 2 parts, 1 being 4-year graduation, 2 being 5-year completion. And important distinction, I guess, minimally difference, but whether you meet graduation requirements within exactly 4 years of your first entry into high school, or can you complete what would be considered your high school experience within 5 years. So that pulls in not only have you met graduation requirements, but also have you perhaps earned your GED or earned an adult certificate, something like that. That's the difference between graduation and completion, and then obviously the length of time that it's taken you. We have experienced growth in both of those metrics, and you can see that here. One thing that I wanted to note about the, you'll see kind of a significant decline in the focal group of Native American Alaska Native for the class of 2024. And this is not by any means an excuse, but just to kind of ground you in the number of students that we're talking about in the year that's noted here, which every time we're going to be a year behind on grad and completion data because it doesn't get released until January of the year following that class. So everything is pushed back a bit. But so the the class of 2024, there were 39 students who fit that focal group in all grades of all of our high schools. So district-wide, there were 39 students in all grades of high school. I don't know particularly how many were in the senior class, but if we just divide by 4, that's 10 or 11 students. So we're only talking the change of like one student, 1.5 students type thing. So just to kind of ground your expectations, like what's the sample size we're talking about, but also on the flip side of that, that just reinforces our message to administration and staff that every single student matters. And what we do for individual students matters a lot. So just thought I would point that out. And let's go ahead and move to Brooke's portion because we're a little bit behind.
Yep, that was our 30-minute timer. So I'm going to end on this one, a highlight. When we see our next steps for needed dual language programs, all high schools this year had an exiting cohort of dual language students. That was 14 different languages of students, including English in the 14 languages. And that earned 213 seals of Vital Literacy, the most ever. So when we say that progress, I just wanted to put specific data to that progress. The grad rate also has increased over 90% for that cohort of students as well. And that's higher than our district and state average. So great work that's happening within our dual language programs and connected to graduation rates, and a focus in career and college readiness for those students as well. We're going to continue though in instructional practices around avid instructional practices, specifically in Wicker, and then also through constructing meaning as well. And how do we continue to look at those great instructional practices to hold into our work, focus on graduation. But I wanted to make sure that I elevated that celebration as we conclude kind of this action plan reflection.
Next slide. Going to just introduce this new document that we created this year. It's called our Implementation Status Report. This was born out of a conversation around, we're midway through our 4-year strategic plan. And our strategic plan doesn't just talk about the ends that we achieve, which are the data points that we've just gone over, our performance targets, but it's also how we approach the work and how we're doing the work in order to meet those ends that we strive toward. So we just thought it might be helpful to kind of reflect on how we've been doing the work, revisit our pillars, which are noted on the inside of the document, and just kind of quickly note some successes and opportunities within each of those pillar areas, because some of this stuff you just otherwise wouldn't have visibility to. A great example, in my opinion, are the data dashboards that were constructed for us to monitor this strategic plan. Like I've said it before, like I've overseen, I think this is the 3rd or 4th strategic plan of the district that I have kind of overseen in my 16 plus years here. And it is the most highly attended to strategic plan that we have ever had in terms of our data sets that have been constructed so that we can drill down to the cohort level, to the student level. I mean, it's impressive. And you wouldn't necessarily know that just based on seeing the numbers, the achievement numbers in and of themselves. But it's important to note that all that work is happening behind the scenes, and invite you to scan through the rest of it. But this isn't meant to be, like this big time sink or endeavor, but merely just kind of thought it would be helpful to have an overview of that, kind of how we're implementing this strategic plan, and give us something to anchor back to as we move through the last 2 years of the process, and make sure that we have fidelity also to how we're doing the work. And Burke's going to wrap us up with some overall noticing.
Celebrations and opportunities for growth. In the insert, I think what's nice of being the strategic plan is you're seeing where we were from baseline in that 22-23 year, and we've given you where we are in 24-25, and an overall growth or decrease. We've only decreased in 2 of our goals of our 20 goals, which is 3rd grade math and slightly under in high school employability skills. In every other area of our 20 sub goals, we have increased from that baseline year. So I think that's something to celebrate and continue to focus, especially on that math indicator. The other piece that we've given you in this report is also a year to year. So from the 23-24 report that Beth and I gave you last year, where are we landing just in that year comparison? And that's some of the breakdown that you see right here. So 7 goals that have had positive growth. Travis knew some of that in his opening statements today. 1 goal is the same on 9th grade on track. That may actually increase by the end though of this summer because of the high school credit attainment work that we've done. So we might actually see a little bit trending up. And then also, again, the focus of the 8 goals and the attendance we spoke about, math I just noted, that slight decrease in the employability skills that are all pieces that we need to attend to. 2 goals we're waiting for. Of course, we'll get that in our February report on graduation and 5th year completers. And then two goals, we have a new baseline tracking tool from last year, which is the 4th grade SEL and work-based learning opportunities as we move to a different platform. So that's where we stand from a year-to-year standpoint. Again, though, great celebration. I think what Beth was sharing, a testament to how focused we are on our strategic plan and where we're moving in growth. The other, I think, final celebration is when you look at especially our focal group areas, and you'll see more green than red. And that is a piece that the focus that we have of closing opportunity gaps for students is demonstrated in this document. And in our focal groups, that has been such the work of ensuring that all students are having that opportunity for access of programming, of academics. So that's something that I want to make sure that I note as well. The full report also will be online, it's linked on here. This document will be updated after we give this presentation. This document will be online for those to see us as a community. I think that is
it. Other than the really detailed inserts, you should have gotten 2 pages. I think since they weren't put together in a packet, some people only got 1. So you should have one that has an orange bar up top and one that has a green bar up top. If you're missing one of them, let me know and I'll give you the set.
Great. We're going to have
these detailed inserts will not be made public. These are for admins and board, which is fine. If you don't want to see you need a whole set.
One more piece that I want to have passed the baton is we've talked a lot about DCA dashboards. So Derek's going to share a bit about what that looks like now as an organization. I think that's the next slide after this one.
Yes, thank you, Brooke. Next slide, please. One more slide, please. I'll just take a few minutes to share some information with you as we're finishing up this portion of the agenda. We have a suite of dashboards and reports here at Hillsboro School District that we refer to often as DCA. Last year, a group of cross-departmental folks came together to talk about how do we take our strategic plan data and the way that it's organized and move that into our suite of dashboards, our DCA, so that our school leaders and staff, just practitioners in general, have a single place that they go to find information when they're leading conversations. So there are just a couple of screenshots here to share a little bit with you about that. It's something that we're very proud of here. It is another celebration, I would say. The work of folks from the IT team, from school performance academic services, and really a powerful group of people came together to make it happen. This screen that you're looking at shows, if you kind of move over to the left-hand side of that particular slide, you'll see the strategic plan. Well, you'll see a snapshot of the strategic plan with goal number 1 dropped down so that you can actually see the goals underneath goal 1, the sub goals underneath goal 1. And the way that this is that can go in and select any goal that they want. You can see those listed on the left, and then they can select the sub goal, and it creates a visualization for them. Kara, could you go to the next slide? Once they've selected a sub goal, then they can click Open Dashboard, and they come to this screen. This is where it becomes a particularly powerful tool. You'll get a visualization that shows where we are as a district moving toward those goals that we've set. And the two red ovals there show you how people can interact with those data. In other words, disaggregate the data in a variety of ways to try to better understand how things are going in their school and how that affects the larger district level numbers. So these are really important characteristics of having a data dashboard, knowing that it's accurate, having timely access to it, and then being able to work with it in ways that allow you to facilitate meaningful conversations as we work towards school improvement. So we rolled this out just a few weeks ago at our all admin meeting, gave our administrators an opportunity in that space to go in and take a closer look and explore. We're very excited about how they'll be able to use that this year. Again, how it connects to the broader district level strategic plan, but also leading conversations in their buildings and with their communities, site councils, school improvement planning, and really any meeting of that nature where data can be very helpful in our efforts to create really powerful learning experiences for kids. Next slide, please. So just in summary, again, having access to these data allows folks to be able to create and facilitate conversations that help us get better and better. So telling your story with your strategic plan data. I will just say anecdotally, as a side note, I've been in some other places and have done a fair amount of data dashboard work. I don't think I've had an experience yet where I've worked with a data dashboard that provides this level of functionality, access, accuracy, and just timeliness. So I've been very impressed with the work that our teams have done over the years, and in particular over this last year, to then organize a specific strategic plan data dashboard within the broader set of dashboards. And I think it's going to be a really powerful tool for us moving forward.
And over time, I know you've had these slides though, the last few days, though, just some of the next steps that now going to year 3 is also just a part of our routine, and making sure that we're sharing the information with you. We're using our data to continue to drive that work forward. So just continue an expectation of the work that we have been doing these last 2 years is important.
Thank you, Brooke and Derek. And our next agenda item is focus areas of school improvement planning. That's the exclude.
Hey, everybody. And this actually just dovetails really nicely with the overall district strategic plan. So that's our big overarching umbrella. And then part of the role of Office for School Performance is to support our schools in what they're doing to support the strategic plan. And so I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about our focus areas for this year. And then I shared this last year. We've updated our school improvement planning template and tool that our schools use to kind of stay focused on their goals for the school year. And wanted to just do an overview of what we're planning to do as we go into this next year. Go to the next slide. So this gives you the alignment that Brooke was talking about. It's so important. And like Beth was sharing as well, I really truly feel like this is one of our best strategic plans that we've ever created in terms of interfacing for us and for our school. They really have a connection to it. There's a piece, all of our schools see themselves in the strategic plan in some capacity. They're all part of it. And so one of the things that we do from the district-wide strategic plan is once we see our overall data, we look at areas that we need to focus on for schools. And then from that, schools create their school improvement plans and the areas that they need to focus on, and they create action steps. We have something that we call an equity mind map that talks about goals that they might be setting around equity or action steps that they need to really address in that work. And then they have teachers have goals as well that they set that are often connected to this work. We have schools create kind of a little 30-second elevator speeches. They're sharing it with their staff. And we have mission and vision work and visual work that we do with our schools. So it really all funnels right down from the strategic plan and feels very tangible for our schools to think about. I think one of the other things that's really important to know is each year our principals report on their school improvement plans to the executive directors, myself, Travis, and Brooke, to share where they're at in their progress. So while you're getting our overall district progress, our schools are all. So we'll go to the next slide. I think what we saw this year is some really great progress in literacy. So that's both reading and writing goals, and some really great progress around language. In October, we'll be sharing some data with you as well, like we do yearly. And so we'll have some data to give you around that. But I think there's some really great progress that we've made. I think things like our early literacy grant are really supporting that work. Exciting news is we did just get a state comprehensive state literacy development grant as well that will kind of restore a little bit of the loss that came. If you know remember the early literacy grant allowed us to do K-5. This next year, it's going to only be K-3 is where we can spend most of the bulk of the money. So this new grant that we got will allow us to continue our work for 4, 5, and 6 and do some work in secondary as well. So we're really excited for this coming up. These are our focus areas. One of the things I want you to notice is the yellow is where we've slightly adjusted. One of the things that's super important is to stay focused. And if you keep changing goals on schools every year, they can't stay focused. And it's really hard to make strides. So we have really held to 4. Originally it was CEL, but we've gone to more of a T-cell because we adopted social emotional standards and language. We have stayed with that for the entire duration of our strategic plan so far. And we, at this point, don't see a need to shift because it's areas that we can, again, fine tune and tweak a little bit, but we're seeing progress made in areas. So that is not going to change. The switch that has slightly happened, and you've already heard a little bit about this, is at elementary school, we are going to do a larger push on math. We're going to see some great results in our writing and reading data, and you can see that in here, as well as I feel like even in ESPA, we're going to see some great progress in reading, especially at our elementary level, but we are seeing some concerns in math, and we really need to focus on. In the middle school and high school areas, little tweaks happening there around equitable grading practices. We're continuing our work around 3 signature practices, which we introduced last year to our schools, and then really staying focused with integrated ELD at the secondary level. We're seeing some progress in our students that are multilingual learners, and we really want to continue to integrate that throughout their school day, separate from just their ELD support. So those are the things that we'll continue to do. Up to the next slide. This is our school improvement plan template, and Kara, can you pop out from that link from where you are? The picture should be linked. Like which? Yep. Just the school improvement plan template. It should just come out to it. Where is it for your PDF? No. It's okay. Jessica tells me it's popping up from her screen. So this tool, there we go. This tool is really helpful in guiding the work for our schools, and they do it every year. And these dashboards that Derek just talked about help our schools determine within their school what are the areas that they need to.
Sorry, I'm new. So school improvement plan, is that something that we generate, or is there like,
great question.
Is there like request for that from ODE, and that's where the template comes from? How does that get made?
We as a district create this. Schools are supposed to, sometimes they're called continuous improvement plans, sometimes they're school improvement plans, sometimes they're school performance. But as a district, we call it a school improvement plan, and we ask each of our schools to create one based on their data and as it's connected to our overall district strategic plan. So we actually created this template. We put in the information that we wanted schools to do, which is not like done just willy-nilly, but it does come from research and need. But we've created it in a way that makes connection to our strategic plan and flows for schools in a more meaningful way. So if you scroll down, each of our schools creates goals for themselves. And one of the things that I think is really important to know is you can't ask schools to create 15 goals. They won't achieve that. It's impossible. So we really ask our schools to look at 3 to 5, and really 3 is probably feasible. 5 is definitely a stretch. And they connect to the strategic plan. So if you keep scrolling down, they know what their focus areas are. They're going to be looking at the DCA data dashboards to determine where in their school they might have some areas of growth. And then from that, they create scroll. You're doing awesome. They analyze their data like we talked about, and then they create goals. Scroll a little bit farther. So they start to create, and this is just a very, very general sample that we have thrown in there. What I think I would tell you is our schools create much more detailed goals with very specifics. They're thinking about specific students in mind. They're thinking about specific staff that are supporting this work and really creating detailed action steps for their school with student goals in mind. So I'm going to work on our 3rd grade reading with a real targeted look at how our students that are being served by an IEP are doing. The goal is going to be around that, because that might be an area where they have. So schools work on that, and they really, I think, are adjusting as we go through our data yearly too. Sometimes they'll start the year with the goal, and sometimes they'll realize we might need to tweak some of our action steps, because what we're seeing in our data is shifting how we're doing. Or we're doing really great, or we actually might need to kind of retune our action steps because we're not doing as great as you would want to be doing it. So it's something that they work on. Last year, I know when we talked about this a little bit, we talked about having this on the website for our schools. One of the things in talking with the time our technology integration coordinator is there is challenges to, this is a very detailed document that we put up. And I think as it's living and breathing and sometimes altering, I think it's hard to put that up there without context. So one of the things that we did talk about, although with a $20 million budget shortfall, we do not have a coordinator any longer. So trying to figure out what's something that we could put simply on each school's website that kind of addresses what goals they're specifically working on without all of the level of detail that kind of goes into. I mean, honestly, people who are running things, the nitty gritty, all of this stuff, are very detailed plans. Our schools do a great job. But again, we have schools report on this yearly, and it's been beneficial. And I think our progress that we're making is because of the focus that
This may not be something you can answer. Maybe it's off the record. We won't bring it much on the record. So, like, I doubt they would say anything public, but like during your casual conversations, just the sense, nobody specific. Do you get any sense of exasperation from buildings, administrative teams of like, you're asking me to do better and create these goals when you take away 3 of my teachers? They're like you mentioned a bunch a second ago, and so many, it's on everybody's mind. Like the morale feeling, are you able to talk to a sense of how our building folks are feeling as they go through this process, or maybe too early to tell? Like, are they just frustrated?
I don't think they're frustrated. I would say it's maybe a scotch too early to tell. I think what they appreciate about this document and our strategic plan and our focus areas is they have a direction, and it's not such a wide net for them to think about. And we really are helping them stay focused in areas, so that does help. I think what we're going to need to do as a district is help them stay focused in the areas. And I think the hardest thing that sometimes comes with this is sometimes I sit in spaces where people let me know what schools should be working on. And one time I wrote it down one year, and there were 15 different things. That's why the number 15 came up, that they felt that schools should be working on, from 3rd grade math to getting more kids in sports, to all of these things, which without a doubt are important for our students, super, super important for our students. And I think what we need to honor is our school administrators and our school teachers and our school staff, knowing what their school needs in those 3 to 5 goals, I'm going to say 3, to work on for this next year. And that's what will hopefully overall make the difference and the growth for our students in all of our 20 cycles of that. So I think we're going to feel that stress moving forward, but I also think our staff are amazing and they want to do that. They want kids to read. They want kids involved in extracurricular. It's just helping them stay focused on the things that we need to improve upon. And when I think about with our literacy work, we're going to continue that. And we've built a really good foundation these last couple of years around that. And now we're going to infuse a little math and hopefully keep continuing that foundational work to grow and then start to bring math alongside of it. So I'm not going to say I think it's going to be though, or I think you're right, $20 million is going to be harder, larger class sizes will have an impact. But I also think there's some great things that we've done to hopefully maintain and keep that momentum happening as we move forward with still being able to support you a couple of plans that we have as well. So that is, I'm glad for that. We've got options to work with a little bit more than we had anticipated. So that part is good, but I know it's going to be harder.
Under a process section that maybe is missing in here. It's how you're navigating the shifts. It's part of your story.
The shifts of, I think it's narrowing it. I think, and that's the conversations are in that with principals. Like, remember, you don't have all the same that you had last year. What's the focus? Be narrow, be targeted in what you're going to be working on. You can't do it all, and neither can our teachers can't do it all. They're going to have to be very focused. But yes.
I would also say we had, this is a credit to Brooke and Audrey, the way they've set up the culture of all this is that when our principals are together, they're sharing ideas about how to improve in that area. So one is the narrow focus, and the other is that culture of collaboration. That's taken years to build. And I think even when we face challenges and we adjust our expectations about how much we can achieve, we stay collaborative, stay really positive. Among the principal team, it's really nice to be in these meetings and see how they address the data in a PLC.
And one of the great things about academic conferences, as they're reporting on their success or areas that they still need to improve upon, that's another collaborative time where they realize, they really did. And if my data is looking like X and this school is looking like Y, I'm going to continue to connect the strategic. Sometimes they're by like schools, sometimes they're by feeder, so that creates a different avenue of connection. Any other questions?
Thank you, Adrian. Our next agenda item is the Cognia update program.
Okay, like Dean that tune, I'm going to try to do this and set a timer for 5 minutes instead of 15 minutes. Okay, here we go. Ready? Start. 5. Thank you. Every 4 years, we go through national accreditation. So our time for accreditation is coming from October 20th to the 23rd. And there's board involvement, and that's why I bring that to you today. So maybe you want to mark this on your calendars. Next, thank you. Okay, all these great reasons for why we do accreditation, specifically Cognia, which is a global organization that's in our last 2, also comes, I think, we've shared a lot in the last many minutes around our strategic plan and what we believe is going well and what we believe are areas of improvement. But this gives us a team from all over the country that comes to analyze every layer of our system. So that's the exciting piece of it, and also provides us with what are your strengths, what do you need to work on, and what resources do you need to get there. That is going to, I think, be really a nice timing for us too, as we are starting next year to revamp our strategic plan for the next 4 years. So to be able to get that feedback, know where we're at midpoint, but also start to plan for that time ahead, I think is going to be great for us. Bottom line, why we do accreditation is that bold piece right there. Is for our high school students that when we're issuing their diplomas, that the acceptance for post-secondary education in the world of work, we need accredited diplomas for them to go forth into our system. Next. These are all pieces of what we hope for Cognia. So I just noted that continuous improvement cycle. Also, not only analyzing the excellence within our education, but again, how are we best supporting all of our students specifically within our focal groups to provide feedback on our system, and also to potentially to use that not only as we report back to our board, but also when we go out for a bond to say, hey, here here's where we are. These are the resources that we need to even get better. The community support. So how do we also, there will be times where our parent TAC groups, our PTA organizations, small family groups within each of our schools, they will also be interviewed to hear their voice and get that as part of our report will be great as well. And then also that accountability piece. We believe, again, through the alignment of our work, the data that we have been able to access within the strategic plan, it's building more of an accountability system, but for an organization to share their opinions and thoughts on that will be the force. Okay, next. Again, this will be our third cycle. We started this long ago, really as we were starting to think about the strategic plan of that 2016 school year, but also in preparation for knowing that in ODE guidance and continuous improvement, that there was going to be some alignment focus that was in that area as well. So we were the first district in the state of Oregon to go through this process. And that really has helped us kind of align some of these pieces along the way. And again, the hope will be in alignment moving forward as we look to the next strategic planning cycle and integrated guidance. Next. In the portrait of the graduate piece, the reason I put that one back up is I think for us also, there are 31 standards within Cognia. There are pieces of information that we have done narratives on. We've provided data, a large portfolio. It's almost taken a whole year actually to get to this point in time. But in just that, as they analyze our body of work, are we really hitting these 4 pieces? As we also know that Cognia accreditations for graduation, the portrait of a graduate that we have designed, is that really what we're doing? So that's step 1 of what they do. Go to the next slide. In step 2, talking about those 31 standards, the next phase is site visits. And again, those interviews. So we provided that body of work. They're analyzing it right now. But then as they look at those 31 standards and hearing the voices of our community, our staff, our administrators, and seeing our schools will provide that other piece of information as they go through their accreditation process. Next. Also in that alignment and accountability area, how are we doing in our 5 areas of work and getting that feedback? Next. I spoke a little bit about the same process that we go through in strategic planning and every year gathering community voice, school voice, and then also within our central office. They will also go through those lenses as they come for those 4 days of accreditation. Next. Talk a little bit about this. I think one, really the alignment. We talked so much today about our strategic plan and where we're at, but again, to hear someone speak to that, see that work or not will be helpful for us. And then also what's unclear to them. For us, we're really dialed into it. We can speak to it well, but is it that clear in alignment from our down to our classrooms, our building level in here as well? And then any opportunity gaps that the reviewers see. And then again, how can we build resources and hear their feedback as we think about what's needed in our system moving forward in planning. Next. Okay, board invite. So here's why today we're bringing this up to you is Monday the 20th from 10:30 to noon. We can have up to 3 board members that the 5-person accreditation team will come and meet with, and they'll ask you questions about a lot of different pieces of not only the strategic plan, but your experience as a board member. So that is, if you are available, please let Rose know. Again, that'll be Monday, October 20th from 10:30 to noon. And then if you would like, on Thursday, the 23rd, Cognia comes and gives an overall, okay, we've looked at your portfolio, we've done the site visits, we've done all the interviews, and here's what we see as your strengths, your opportunities for moving the work forward, and then also some suggestions around resources that you need to be able to do that. So 2 dates. Please let Rose know if you are available for either Monday the 20th. Also, if you'd like to come on the 23rd, that's great as well. Done.
Do we have to be face to face?
The Monday, the 20th is face to face.
23rd quorum doesn't matter.
I would need to double check. When I talked to Cognia, I knew that the 20th,
That's discussion.
but maybe it doesn't in the 23rd one, but let me just double check before I say yes.
Any other questions for Ron?
I have one question, Brooke.
Yeah.
Is this accreditation for the current school year?
So the accreditation will start for this school year and have a 4-year period, but they're actually analyzing our work in that portfolio from the 24-25 school year. So all of the evidence that we've given them, our strategic plan work, the data that we've provided, but it's so that we're accredited, the continuation starts in that 25-26 year for 4 years.
Okay, so
We're sunsetting 4 years, we're starting a new 4. So the site visits though will occur this.
Thank you.
All right, I've got cell phone guidance or personal electronic device guidance. So Travis alluded to this in our in his kickoff to you all, and so I just wanted to kind of walk you through this. The great thing is some of you at CA already went to this session, and yeah, there were 4 of you there, and it was also a hot topic at the table, and it was in a lot of locations. So you may know this information already, so you've got a sneak peek on Saturday. I did link the full executive order there for you if you wanted to read through it. You're more than welcome to, but I was just going to highlight some of the key things that are coming from that, and then some of the impacts for us as a district and things that we'll need to be doing moving forward. So go to the next slide. Wanted to just kind of give their definition of a personal electronic device, they call it PED, and their executive order. It's any device capable of making and receiving calls, making and receiving texts, and accessing the internet independent of the school's network. This includes things like smartwatches as well, or they talked about the glasses that also exist out there. There's a lot of things that can do those things, and that includes all of them. The executive order restricts the use of PEDs from the start of regular instructional hours. So in the case, let's take the case of high school, that would be from 8:30 in the morning to 3:30 when the final bell rings. So the end of regular instructional hours at our middle school, that would be from 8:45 to 3:15, and then the various sessions that are elementary schools. The goals of doing this is again to improve academic outcomes, ensure students are fully engaged in learning, and support students' well-being, focus, and ability to thrive. There's a lot around the use of cell phones, the mental health component that comes from cell phones. All of those pieces come into play, and there's a lot of documents that I'm going to give you that you want to read on those, but I know that's talked about at the CA as well. I think what's important to note is for all intents and purposes, K-8, we were doing this. Phones were off and away for the entire instructional day at the K-8 level. At the elementary school, we typically have students, they're stored in their backpacks along with watches and whatnot. Those are being stored in backpacks. At the middle school level, the choice was either to have it in your locker or you could have it in your person. So the executive order does change a little bit of that, but really K-8, that was the practice off and away during the school day, the entire school day. Go to the next slide. From this executive order, we do need to have a policy adopted no later than August 30. Right now. And the implementation of this policy needs to occur by January 1st of 2026. And there's things that come in the executive order around clarity of where devices must be stored. And then the policy must provide basically some exceptions where we might have differences. So that might be a medical order. And be careful of that with students that are diabetic. Often there's a lot of components that tracking their glucose levels comes through a phone. So that might be one of the things that we would need to make sure we address. A student's individualized education plan or a 504 plan. That does not mean every student that's on an IEP or every student that's on a 504. It would be dependent on their plan and their needs. And then a written exemption provided based on policies and guidelines. This could be a couple of different things around that area, and I'll talk about that on the next slide a little bit more, because we'll need to think about a few things around what exceptions might be for students. So one of the things that I did want to give you, if you pop to the next slide, that first link there, I was going to print this out for you, but it has changed actually 3 times from the DE already since the executive order has been given. So what I've given you there is the link. And if you click on that and then you scroll down just a scotch, you will see something called Fostering Student Well-Being, or Fostering Student Learning, Well-Being, and Belonging. And it's a guidance document. And my understanding is this is also going to be adjusted later this week as well, again. So we've been tracking and utilizing this as we go over each student. So that is something that as a team here at the district, we are really looking through it, seeing what they're suggesting from ODE. They're going to provide us, I think, the toolkit that's going to be added coming soon. I also have for you a draft of the policy from OSBA. This is not the draft policy that you're looking at right now. This is just a draft from OSBA so that you can take a look at it and see there's some options in the policy that they're sharing with us, as well as an AR that goes to the exception component that we might need to do for written allowable exceptions. So we'll, that's what we're also in process of doing. And you're welcome to take a look at that draft that comes from them and share any thoughts with myself or Travis around what you think might be good, because there's also a component of our guidance that also wants us to get input and have some engagement with folks like our school administrators. Obviously, we're going to connect with our labor partners. We're going to connect with really specifically our high school, because I think this is where we're going to see kind of the most challenges for this. And with that, connecting with some focal groups with students as well. So we'll need to do a little bit of input, because that is part of the guidance. So we can't just start the policy tomorrow, which I think sometimes some places might be looking at doing that. We as a district like to do the input and then make sure we're creating a policy that works best for. There are also going to be some new administrative rule updates from the State Board of Education that will likely not come into the fall of 25. So there's also some things where the timeline of this is challenging, to say the least. I don't think there's anybody that said we should not be concerned about the closing school. We all agree with that. I think the timeline is a little bit challenging for us and how we want to implement and what we want to do moving forward into this school year, but we are going to do the best that we can. One of the things we'll be connecting actually with our high school and middle school admin this week to have some conversations around them. And then the things that we'll be needing to look at for that engagement and input with different constituent groups is storage. What do we want to be consistent around with our storage? If you see in the policy that's coming around, there's a couple of options for storage and what that might look like for our schools. And then there is some allowable use space on individual leaders, talking about students with IEP, 504s, medical, and then the exceptions. One of the exceptions that we've talked about is we have students that travel on the shuttle. We have to use like a Remind. We have students that are heading to sporting events during the school day. We use Team Snap sometimes for them. There's different communications that happen, particularly at the high school level, that we need to see about what that allowable use needs to happen. We have students going to apprenticeships, internships. There's a lot of moving parts at the high school, especially at the junior and senior level, that having just say off and away from 8:30 to 3:30 could be challenging for us. But we want to make sure we're getting the input into what that might look like for us moving forward. Currently at the high school level, it is off and away during class time. Teachers have had the discretion for instructional use to use their phone. This policy, the guidelines do say that that no longer becomes an option for teachers. So they would utilize Chromebooks and all of those features, which the things on a cell phone can exist on a Chromebook as well, and we can work with that. The instructional time period, that is what we are currently doing, but teachers have a little bit more flexibility moving forward. I don't think that flexibility would not exist. And I think the challenge that we probably see the most is kind of the lunchtime component towards the end of the school day, especially with the movement that occurs at school in a different way. K-8 is not as much a concern. The other piece that we will be looking at is also doing a little definition of applicability. That might be, let me give an example of that. I am going to my volleyball game at 2:30 and I get on the bus and I need to text my mom because I forgot my knee pad. So that would be an area where we would, is that really instructional time, even though it's during the 3:30, we would want to probably think about that as well. I think about where our students in different activities and athletics go to that happen mid-school day, that we're going to have some exceptions there, especially as we also think about transportation that's going to be occurring as we have a tighter budget. We have a tighter transportation budget. Communication around it is going to be a little bit different. And the other piece that will need to go in the policy is directions for policy violations. And the policy guidance right now, we feel as we slowly started to talk to some of our administrators, it's really important that we don't want students to lose instructional time. And that was part of the law. The students would have to be suspended or expelled for having their cell phones out. Now, just to clarify, if you have your cell phone and you're doing something that is like not in accordance to our standards of student conduct, very specifically that could lead to a suspension, that's different. It's just having it out would not be something that we would want students to be suspended or, which again, we feel like what OSPA is providing in their guidance looks to be appropriate. And so we're going to, again, get input. We're going to support around that. If you want to go to the next slide. So again, we're going to be in the next couple of weeks really looking at determining policy and guidelines for HSC based on the input and aligning with rules and orders. Our goal would be to have a first read of the policy to you by the September 23rd board meeting, because again, things are starting to come out later this week, potentially next week, potentially after school starts, which makes for a little bit of a challenge. But we want to make sure we have the most accurate policy, because what we don't want to do is have a policy or a set of guidelines that changes based on a weird AR that comes to us after the fact. So we really do want to have the most information there. And then obviously we would want to make sure we have communication of the policy and guidance to all parties by October 31st, which is part of the executive order. And then we'd update any documentation needed and determine implementation by January 1st. There is some conversations with our high schools and middle schools around giving some tighter guidance moving into the start of the school year, because obviously a mid-year implementation is much harder than a start of the school year implementation. So it will be likely we will be sending something in a way that says, as we work through this executive order, here are the expectations for school starting this school year. We're going to be getting some input around that as best we can, because again, the mid-year is a real challenge, but we also want to make sure we're doing right by with the executive. Questions?
You had a first read of policy on this is for September 23rd. Is it the expectation that we would need input at that time, or would you like input from us as soon as possible?
If you have input now, you are more than welcome to send it to Travis and I, and to looking at what their draft is and what you're thinking or your thoughts around it. You're more than welcome to share. Obviously, at first read, that is also a time you can give input as well. I think more things are coming. Like I said, I'm pretty confident this is going to change probably by Friday is my guess. So I keep reading it every time it comes just to see what's new. One of the things that they did add, I noticed from the last time, is the cost considerations for this, which I think as they've been holding sessions, I think there's been a lot of concern from school districts over the cost component. And as you know, we have a $20 million shortfall, and I know there are some districts that use vouchers. There's a cost to that, and whether or not that's what we want to do as a district, that's something that I think it could be a challenge for us in terms of a financial component. There is some cost components that are not, they call it associated costs related to additional classified staff capacity. That we do have to monitor this in administrative. I mean, as we change things and push out new rules or expectations for students, we do need to monitor that. And we will probably likely have administrators a lot more in classrooms to make sure that we're following the expectation. As passing time and lunch occurs at high school, we'll have to look at the ways in which we provide that to the best of our ability without losing sight of other things that they need to supervise during those times as well. So just there are cost components. Questions?
I think in addition to monitoring, there's also the modeling part of it. So I'm just curious if in our next steps, there's also a piece of looking at the expectations for our staff as well.
That came up in the conversation at OSBA as well. And I think we have staff guidelines for cell phone use, and it might just be something that we just look at as well. I also know there's things that come through our cell phones for staff that are different in the needs than students. So it's finding it back. You know.
I have a question. So I noticed with the punishment thing, there's no suspension or expulsion, which leads me to think that like hold on to phones and have to do that kind of thing, which leads me to safety for students. If your students are walking home, taking public transport, being able to call for help, parents being traffic, being inconvenienced to that. And then also, I know attendance isn't exactly where we're meant to be, and then I'm wondering if we're trying to raise attendance, then making students feel like their autonomy and their freedoms are limited. I'm wondering how that would balance out. Trying to raise one and decreasing the other so drastically. And we can kind of break
I think it's going to be challenging for sure. And I think in terms of what I could probably say for the cell phone, like keeping it, I don't think our schools are in the business of keeping the cell phones away from students when the school day ends. It would be like a keep for the day component that we would have to look at, and then they would be returned at 3:30. But we would probably do. I think the policy suggests some interactions with parents and phone calls with parents, potentially meetings with parents if it becomes a problem. But I think I agree with you. Once the school day ends, that's not our purview. That they need them for other reasons, and I agree with this component. You know, my pathway of a child, see where she's at or where she's at 4:30. That's it.
So punishment is keeping the phone ready. It's not going to be minutes to do. If they're keeping it in the backpack, it's the same thing. So where was the punishment?
I think the punishment would probably be you don't have it in your backpack. And there may be other options, like one of the things that came up in conversation, depending on the pattern that was occurring for a specific student, things like after school or lunch components of detention or those sorts of things could be good. But I think again, just the removal of the distraction would probably be our primary goal in this situation. We have other safety issues that occur at our schools that would probably be a higher priority, but again, we just have a little more of advice from the student. If the pattern that they kept taking it out. Great question. Thank you.
If I could throw in a little bit more context, the Legislative Policy Committee of OSBA was vehemently against this. We were advocating. What we were advocating for was that each kids had their own time. We didn't need an executive, didn't need law, because we knew that would create another unfunded mandate. Okay, so I'm going to give you the context that there is no district that appears right now that has the answer. Very few schools that we talk to, districts have the actual packs because they are costly, and then there's maintenance work. And then there's the staff to keep them. And then, of course, now we now know that everybody that's and so how they're going to do all these stuff. So there is still pushback, there's still time, and they are still working with government. And it is our hope that we don't want to back off of the executive order, but to re-clarify, to give more autonomy to the districts so that we can navigate as it is. You're absolutely right. The rule is already there. And that's what most districts were saying. I don't need your executive order. I don't need a national law with it. We already got it. We're not saying we're perfect, but we already got it. So this is going to be an evolution. It's going to be a journey. It's going to be a challenge. And part of what we need, quite frankly, what I would love to see is some of the students get into the understanding and start having a conversation about why we are where we are today. That's what I think is really missing, to be honest with you, because we keep having this conversation at our level, and I'm not sure the kids are having a conversation. But yet they're on Facebook and they're talking about their friends and they're doing all the things that have brought us to those. So so stay tuned, buckle up. This is going to change. And Andre? Yes.
Again, I think we could probably talk about this for a long time too, because I think there's always feelings around this. But this is where we're sitting as of right now, kind of the engagement, the input, and then a review of the policy that they've drafted for us, as well as the ER. That's the form for the exception, and just questions that you might have as I start to work with our team to get more input. Feel free to reach out. This is really, really truly, I gave you the link. This is really, really helpful. And there's also on that same site an FAQ that really talks about specifics for this, because they've basically taken every question that's been at their session and put it there. So I can almost guarantee the question you have in your mind is probably on the FAQ. Because I read it and it's like, oh, that answers that question for me. So I think feel free to look at those for clarification from myself or Travis, and we'll work through it. Like I said, probably some sort of pseudo communication before the policy is adopted will go to our schools so that we can be more started the school year with this. So and just we're willing to nuance that as we go, but we want to start a little bit towards the policy rather than having to wait till January.
Couple things, as you mentioned, probably update by the end of the week, so we're going to update 2 or 3 times already. Probably update you after the end of the week. If we have time, I would love to request at the first September meeting, if we have time in the work session, time for like an update from what has changed between today and September 15th, 15th, whatever it's going to be. So if we have time in the work session to do that, it'll be a little update on where we are proposing the first reading, give us another chance to ask your questions. Read more of these links that you've given us. To the fact that it has been changing, it's going to continue to change, and like the FAQ says. So the question I had in our session, we will have advocacy opportunity now with both the governor's office and the legislators who have their own advocacy opportunity. We don't have. Town hall tonight at the Beaverton Library with 2 people who represent HSD. Next Monday, 3 representatives, 3 legislators who represent HSD. So at those, would we prefer? So for those of you who weren't there, from my perspective, the level of detail required by the policy is a little absurd. It's the kind of detail we would take care of in an AR. Policy tends to be the overarching guidance that the board gives, and then the operational implementation details come from the superintendent's office in the form of an AR. It feels to me like a lot of the requirements that should be in an AR are being required in policy. Does our administrative team should we be advocating for that, or should we just be like?
For me, it's a little unprecedented that the executive order is so detailed and some of the things that are mentioned, and those have translated into policy with what OSBA's worked on. ODE also had a draft policy. So I don't, it's a good question you're asking, but it seems to me to just be kind of automatic that the language that's so specific in that executive order showed up.
So we'll stop asking for it to be moved to an AR, let the policy be like 13. So stop asking for that.
I think it's fine to keep it in the policy, because ultimately at the end of the day, I think it's the reinforcement of the policy as a district for whatever we move forward with in our policy. Just to be consistent, we can anchor the policy as we have questions that may come up from others. I think that can be helpful in this situation. I think whatever we land on, because it is something that is statewide and consistent. And we have some choice as you look in. That's choices. So, but I think we're okay to leave it in policy. I don't think it's a make or break. And if anything does changes, I think what OSBA will give us is adjustments to those changes. I feel comfortable doing.
How much is changing and how new things are going to be? Any changes that come forward, and they are the superintendent can change overnight. to change, we're like, this doesn't work, we should change it in policy. That's the first reading, second reading, this board action, which takes longer. So any updates or modifications to the process requires board action as opposed to just the superintendent's team going, oh, we should have done this.
And I think at this time, based on the conversation with OSBA, I think we go with the policy because that's the feeling that we're getting here. I think what I would probably say in terms of advocation is that there are some challenges, particularly at high school, and the envision of an exception for every student that we're going to need to make exceptions for, knowing what we know about each student seems to be the piece that's a little bit more challenging for us.
As a board member who loves this idea, I'm by myself. Don't look for opportunities for exceptions, provide exceptions when they're needed. Well, let's find reasons to do all these goddamn exceptions. No, let's.
Sorry, I should. You're right. I'm sorry. For the sake of time and respect to learn that. Any other questions regarding this? Feel free to email Andrea or Travis, and you'll get some of the work sessions for next month, and we'll work on it. And so, with our next, thank you, Andrea.
I know this is the conversation probably true.
I don't think we're doing the calendar committee or
We're going to have the calendar committee. Well, first, I appreciate Rusty and Lolo's absence. So, you guys want to have a seat here? Great. Why don't we all just take a stand up break right now, just for a moment? Yeah, great.
Brilliant idea.
Out of our legs. We love our brain. So I'm really excited today to bring the calendar committee forward to some of the members just to talk about some recommendations for 26-27. And we are just going to go ahead and kind of present some of those key pieces. You can have a seat if you'd like. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and go on to the next slide. You guys can all sit. Really? You're fine. You guys are good. If you go on to the next slide. Yeah. So when it comes to building a calendar, I think it's really important that when we are setting those anchor dates for holidays and key dates, we want to make sure those are in place. We want to make sure that we're structuring the start, balancing the instruction with the contract requirements, and finding a smooth finish with built-in flexibility for the end of the year. And as we think about those things, go ahead and go on to the next slide. These are the key people that were a part of the calendar committee. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Roger and Andrea, who helped kind of facilitate some of these pieces while I was out last fall and winter. And then Stacy is with us today, Olga and Mary Kay, and they're coming forward to kind of share some of the key ideas that comes in preparation as we prepare to adopt the 26-27 school calendar, because one of the tenets of our agreements was that we were going to try to create a 2-year cycle. All right, if we go ahead and go on to the next slide, I want to kind of take a moment. You can have your handouts kind of side by side. We'll be kind of moving into those shortly, but I'm going to turn it over to the team to go ahead and get us started. And Mary Kay.
Morning, everybody. My name is Mary Kay Babcock. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the HEA president. And thank you to Cognia for allowing us to have this opportunity to present to our school board. And so very visual and tangible is also great. So by having the calendar side by side here, it is evident. You can see that Labor Day is a movable holiday. It always falls on the first Monday of September. So this school year example in 25-26, Labor Day is on the 1st. How convenient. And it's on that very first Monday. So it starts at the very first full week of September. But if you look at 2026, 27, September 7th is our Labor Day. So that is a full week of September that is not accessible if we did a post Labor Day start.
Is that the latest it can possibly be?
I think so. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Consider where I agree with the idea, especially the fact that it gets later. The following biennium, it would also get later again, and
We'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
We
so
will get to that.
Yeah. I forgot to mention, I'm sorry, because we're a little behind, is that if you do have questions or comments, you can go ahead and write those down here, because I want to kind of help have the team share kind of key pieces, and then we'll take questions at the end.
But because it is a movable holiday, the team considered that, Nancy.
And I think part of that is if we would have started after Labor Day from 26, 27, then we'd be starting school on September 9th or 10th. And I think one of the things people tend to do when they look at Labor Day in schools, I know Hillsboro, been here 30 some years, and we've always started after. But sometimes people forget to look at the end of the year. So I'm also old enough to remember when I was working at Century, when we went to school until like June 27th, because we had 8 days of inclement weather. And so you can't just look at Labor Day and say, that's what we do for tradition. You could maybe look at the end of the calendar too, because we already know we have the shortest school year in the country, Oregon does. We want to make sure that if we miss days, there's opportunity to make them up if possible without going so far, because when we went to June 27th, a lot of families did not go to school. They kind of quick said vacations already.
Sure. Could you go to the next slide? Because we're going to show also the end of the year.
So as Roger alluded to, is if we had inclement weather days. So the committee also saw that if we start on the 9th or 10th, then the end of the school year would also be extended. So students would end on June 17th. You can see in the sample, the 26, 27. So they would end on June 17th and slightly later than past years due to calendar adjustments. And then Juneteenth is also a holiday that would be observed and providing a break before staff would return to complete their final day, which would be June 21st. So then, adding if we have a snowpocalypse type of year, we could be looking at the latter part of June before we release for the school.
Roger. And the committee had a really rich discussion, about an hour. Why Labor Day? Why has that been the day? And I think what we really came to is we want to start school around September 1st if possible. And so that was the goal of the committee after that rich discussion to move that forward. Let's not think of it as Labor Day. Where does Labor Day fall? And we want to start near the 1st of September.
Right, we'll go to the next slide. And so this is when you're kind of looking side by side on the two handouts that we shared. We created a table that allows you to kind of see side by side what our proposed ideas and then what former calendars look like, and then changes and the impact.
So you can see that Q1, the proposed number of days is 55 in Q1, and former calendars, we've had 41 days. So this is a change of an additional 14 days. So students, the committee looked at this and they felt that students would benefit from stronger academic routines. There would be fewer interruptions, and we could get more progress before fall progress reports. And so the calendar committee's work has shown us that starting the year near the beginning of September is not just based on whether Labor Day is an early or late start, but it gives our students the strongest academic start.
So one of the things that we looked at was attendance, and we know that attendance is consistently higher in September, and those early instructional days lay the groundwork for the momentum and engagement with our students. And so, as Mary Kay mentioned, we increased the number of days in Q1 by 14, and the reason behind that was twofold. One was to leverage the momentum and the engagement that we have in September, and then to allow for more relationship building. And then 2 was to increase the time in Q1 before we're posting our Q1 grades. Because right now, as it is, Q1 grades are about 3 weeks before November conferences. And so a lot of times we're getting a conference at all levels. We talked about this from elementary to high school, that when we get to the conferences in November, those grades from 3 weeks ago might not be accurate anymore. So by extending, we give more time for assessment and engagement. And then those grades are going to be accurate to what we're meeting in conferences about. So that was a big part of our instructional feedback and being able to engage families in those November conferences with accurate data.
So the history of that is we used to end first quarter around November 5th, let's say. And then we had conferences right after. Well, a few years back, we solved one problem and created another by moving conferences, because we used to go all the way to like Wednesday afternoon before Thanksgiving. And so what we found is families took off. Like our attendance rates were so low Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And so we moved the conferences back to take care of that problem. The new problem we added was now that data was 3 weeks old. So the parents would receive these report cards in, mid-November. They get to their conference and either their student got my grades up really fast, or, it switched and maybe they went down a little bit. So that's why that shift really happened in that. And we had a really rich discussion about that also.
On that particular slide, I just want to highlight what Mary Kay already said, that the committee felt that giving students an earlier head start would later benefit them and would give them a greater opportunity for success. It was also generally supported by all that participated on surveys. I have witnessed to great testimony that parents provided as well. We involved students and community members, and it was generally supported that the idea that starting earlier gives us a stronger head start.
So starting at the beginning of September helps us end the year in a more reasonable time frame. And if we start in the first week of September and end around the second week of June, it will provide more consistency for our community.
Can you go to the next slide, please? Nancy, we will take questions at the end. Thank you.
So it is the recommendation of the calendar committee, and as Olga stated, that this was elementary, middle school, high school, athletic directors, principals, union partners, that starting school as close to the beginning of September as possible, rather than framing it strictly as a pre or post Labor Day start. And this approach provides flexibility each year and ensures decisions are rooted in student-centered data, not holiday timing. And the committee will review new attendance, instructional pacing, and semester balance annually to guide calendar development.
And so we're also making this recommendation because it maximizes student engagement and attendance. So again, attendance data shows that student attendance is highest in September, and we start to see noticeable declines in October and November. So that strong start in September gets us early engagement, allowing time to build routines, relationships, and focus on when students are most present. Front loading this instructional time helps reduce learning gaps and sets the tone for a successful year. And then as we see, then we have those conferences with our instructional data there to re-engage and hopefully then get our attendance back up.
It also allows us to provide students with additional supports, especially those students that struggle earlier on. Providing that additional support can be reflected on the November parent conferences. Because it's a bigger chunk of time that they will have access to that support. November conferences will now reflect deeper learning and more accurate quarter one. Provide more meaningful feedback and intervention when that time is provided earlier in the year.
And lastly, the semester balance is probably the key. So the length of first and third quarter doesn't really matter anymore. In the old days, Century was on a hybrid schedule way back when, and there was actually transcripted grades each quarter. That no longer is the case. So having a long first quarter doesn't impact any educator in any way. And so the balance of the second and fourth is the key, because you have half credit classes and teachers want their instructional time. So those remain the same.
Thank you. So do you have any questions before we kind of go into the last slide?
You also mentioned that there's less interruptions with this versus other surrounding school districts.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So one of the things we look, how many times do we school year for students? And so I'll use our neighbors to the east a little bit. So in their calendar last year, they had 9 times where students would start and stop and the students had not gone to school 10 days yet. So 10 school days. They'd go 5 and 4 PD day, 5 and 4, so 10 times. In Boston, for example, so we looked at school districts across the country. They have 0 times when students don't go to school more than 9 days. I mean, they always go more than 9 days. And so we really said,
much longer is there a year?
it is a little bit longer. So they have, like, our longest is like usually from, is it spring break?
To the May Day.
Yeah. And so we really went off a lot, those extra days off. So if you have a 3-day weekend, let's make it a 4 and 5. So if you have like 6 of those during the year, you're reducing attendance because we know that happens. And so what we really wanted to do is reduce the number of times we start and stop and have like a, no school November. We don't want no school October, no school February. And so we really put days together. So one example would be in the calendar, we had this kind of September 29th PD day. And so we've connected that to the no school day on October 9th. And so so families want to go on a 4-day weekend, they have that opportunity right there instead of doing that 2 weeks earlier on September 29th. And then, we have another, let's go camping. It's still nice out in the fall. So we really prize, let's have continuation to the school year for our students.
Any other questions?
So there was much talk.
Nancy, can you step up to the table?
Oh, the owl mic.
The owl. When we began this discussion a couple years ago, there was much discussion and much angst espoused because of our surrounding districts. Everybody doesn't live in the district. We might work here, but we don't live here, all those things. Did we resolve? Did we even address it? That's my first question.
I think, one, you're never going to make a calendar that makes everybody happy is the first thing. I would also say that we really thought what's best for students. And yes, people live in different spots, but we can never control that. What we can control is when we look at the calendar, what can we look at that's best practices around the country? Districts are doing really well, and we want our students to have those same opportunities. So yes, there'll be a change. There'll be some people that are upset that, okay, we always do this, holiday thing for Labor Day, family thing. But like most things, when you make a change after a couple of years, and we're not saying it's always going to be before Labor Day, we encourage future calendars to say, we want to start around September 1st, but it's September 5th. That's fine too. If it's after Labor Day. We just think starting so late, this would be the latest year you would start, isn't conducive to what's best for students or staff.
We also did talk about like people having kids in different districts and like staff members and things like that. And so there were some set dates that we weren't going to move. I mean, there was discussions, but like winter break stayed the same, spring break stayed the same to stay in alignment. But we did have those conversations.
And the team did want to consider moving spring break. And Audrey had mentioned that she would be breathing very heavily in a paper bag. But it was also considered that is the collegiate calendar as well, and trying to stay in alignment with that. So there were those discussions and things that had happened that we considered other surrounding things.
Okay, that's awesome. And one more thing, did you consider? We seem to be holding on to the pre-1900 agrarian society calendar. The idea of a September start was actually not, it had nothing to do with Memorial Day. It was actually about when the crops were available and kids could actually come off the farm and I don't do that anymore. So are we giving any thought to I don't know, I just feel like we're holding on to this day like it's magic. It's not. It's just the way the world was back then. Now the world has changed. We're no longer an agrarian society. The Japanese folks year round. And I'm waiting for the day that we figure this out. I know, don't say it. All right.
I appreciate that because my wife is from Gresham, where she grew up. They were on year-round calendar she became an educator, and she said that as a student, that was the best calendar for their family too, right? There were people that have experimented for that. As some districts, especially over in Central and Eastern Oregon, a lot have gone to 4-day school day, a 4-day week, because mostly it's a financial reasons, busing those type of things. But I think that is a conversation. Summer slide is a real thing for students, especially our most vulnerable students. And so, yes, I think the Oregon should take up that conversation sometime, because we are not agrarian society. Someone had just told me, I was over at Glencoe, and they said that when they were a student here in Hillsboro, if the strawberries were done early as a kid, they would get out too. The principal would come over and say, "Well, school's out. You'll be out in the fields tomorrow." That's the way it went back then. And so we've changed, but I think we need to get more momentum for that to take.
Yeah, I think one of the things that having come back from leave and being a part of these conversations, is I'm thinking about like the innovation that we can do around the work of the calendar that's different than like thinking of additional funds that are going to be coming, that right now we don't have those additional funds. We've had to make really important decisions around reducing our budget. So if we can take this opportunity to do something innovative that will create better outcomes for our students, we should put forth that effort, especially if there's been this rich dialogue around the importance of this and the investment in this. And so I think that's why we wanted to bring it forward at this time at the board retreat, so that we can, Kara, if you want to go to the next slide, look at adopting it, presenting it in September and adopting in October, so that we can start our next cycle of work for the 27-28, shall I say, school year, so that we're just keeping that work moving forward in those conversations.
Yeah, didn't want to preview the next slide too soon. We spent a lot of time talking about doing a 2-year cycle as opposed to one. Are we just doing one?
We're just doing one, but we're trying to work ahead so that we have 2 years available to folks when it comes to the adoption cycle webpage.
So, 28 adopt on October 20.
No, we would have 20 on the 26, 27. That's when you would adopt. And then I would start the work with the calendar committee after that.
So we're adopting a 2-year calendar. We talked about, let's go ahead and adopt 2-year calendars. We're not going to do that this time to make it so.
Yeah, we're not going to be, my understanding, and it's much more in advance of letting folks know. I think that was the focus. Versus just adopting a 2-year calendar, but actually having those conversations so that you can sit and look at what those dates are going to look like when Labor Day is, and those key components and how the year ends.
So you put us back here, we're doing it for a year. And I thought what you were going to say was, hey, in 20, after we adopt 26, 27, yes, after we adopt 26, 27 in September, then we're going, hey, let's work on 28 to 30. That's not what we're saying.
No, that's based on what my understanding of the conversations with the committee is. They wanted to kind of like work on it 1 year at a time, but have it well in advance.
I think, the better way to think about it is the goal is to have 2 years on our website, but we're working now, right? But
so we're giving
we're getting a head start and getting, because again, like Rhonda was sharing, our families really want 2 years out there.
Yeah.
So really theoretically, you'll get the 26, 27 up there, hopefully this fall, which like Beth said, is 5 months early, way earlier than we've ever gotten it before. And then if you can get 27, 28 figured out, the committee will come and get together. And then you get that one up there as 20, ideally in February. And then you've got 2 in the, I guess, 2 in the bank.
So early,
or spring.
Usually happen in February.
Yes. Yeah.
So if we can get the other one by February, then you're back to.
Then you're back to Tuesday.
Part of the idea was not go through it every year.
I would add just, that's possible. I mean, if you could get that same team back together, we had so much fun together. That basically, by the time we did the 26, 27, it was like a couple meetings and it's done. So you could go to that if the board said, we really want 2 years at a time. That team can put that together really quick.
We agreed a little while ago to do 2 years. Okay. You're saying if the board, there's no way, we said a little bit ago, we should be doing 2 years at a time.
So that team could do it.
So, sorry.
Katie?
I have a question, yes. Thank you for all the work that you did on this. That was a lot. I'm noting that, so in terms of extending the number of days in Q1, you did two things. Started the school year earlier than traditionally, and you moved the Q1 end date back several weeks.
Correct.
So those are two different things. So we don't have to do both. Is that right? I mean, it's possible to do one and not the other.
Yes, that could be, but this is what the calendar committee is actually recommending.
Yeah.
In terms of like, this is the proposed calendar that they want to bring forward based on the conversations that they've had.
There is a compliance of days of instruction.
That's what I was wondering, days of instruction.
Yeah, the Division 22 hours are for the whole year, and we are, it would be within compliance of that, and we still have a balanced semester 1 and a semester 2 based on those number of dates. If you look at the upper right-hand corner, those remain pretty much the same if you look and compare to the 25-26 calendar.
And the uniqueness of these 2 years, this year is the absolute earliest Labor Day could ever be. Next year is the absolute latest it could ever be. Every other year is going to be somewhere in between.
So I think I saw what you said about, the framing of it being not about the holiday. I think the question that I would bring up from a community perspective is just, if in 26, 27, the school year is starting before Labor Day, does that then inform our calendars from here on out? And I know that you said, Roger, that it doesn't necessarily inform our calendars from here on out. I'm just wondering about how it's going to appear to families. Is this, are they going to kind of have the suspicion and expectation that from now on, we're going to start before Labor Day. And so school's going to be starting in, September 4th, September 5th, but sometimes August 27th, August 28th.
Okay.
Well, now it's looking at Lauren.
I think what we talked about was the goal would be that consistent messaging that when it's September, school starts, right? Yeah. So starting as close to September 1st every year. And so that's consistent. Families are ready and they know as soon as it's September, we're starting school.
Look at some data too, Kate. I like your line of thinking that we could look at the next 10 or 20 years and just do a graph of how many of them fall out. Given what Stacey just said, pre and post.
Given the Labor Day.
So at least give folks data to react to, because we're not trying to, we've got, what I like about this committee work is we've gotten out of the binary of pre and post Labor Day. We're looking more at school starting in September.
Yeah.
And then we don't want to be opaque about what that means for Labor Day holidays in the next decade. You just say, that means 5 would be before and 5 would be after. Mm-hmm. Just imagining what that data set would look like, and I don't know the answer.
Yeah, typically when we do the situation page for adopting the calendar, we have provided that historical, when Labor Day falls for folks, for the board to look at. So I'm happy to do a board update with maybe information moving forward.
I too appreciate the work of this committee. This is huge. I also appreciate the fact that you started out with saying instructional for student success. It's essentially what you said. In order to help the student remain successful, in order to help the teachers to help the students remain. This is a calendar that is more consistent, that does that thing at the end. If we start the conversation there and end the conversation there, then I think we're always headed in the right direction. It's the moment that we don't start the conversation there that we have a problem. Mark is right. This board did decide a couple of years ago that we did want to do this on a 2-year basis. And so it sounds like we got a workaround. I
think we can. I think, as you know, the calendar provides you a lot of feedback when it goes on first read. And so I think as we start to make a little bit of a shift to think about early September is when, we start school by September. I think we just want to make sure that we're not setting you up for a lot of feedback. We want to make sure that we feel comfortable with this. This is going to be a little bit of a change when people look at the 26, 27 potentially out there. And so it might not that we're working our way to that 2-year component. I think Roger's right. once the committee, they got really great at building calendars. Like, and I think what was great about the committee was having 20 people learn that like it is not easy to build a school calendar. And I think that voice and message went out there. It's not as easy as you think. There was paper, there was pencil, there was adding, there's a lot of things happening. And so I think hopefully as we do this one and see how that goes, we can start to think about an easy figure because again, these folks, these 4 are pros now at it, and we can probably start a calendar on any day and make it happen with our.
But to your point, we have to get that message out.
Yeah.
Because everybody has an opinion. God bless your heart.
Well, and just remembering last cycle.
Yes.
Even with 110% effort on communication, there's a well-organized group of folks who are going to advocate for post-Labor Day start no matter what the communication. So I like leading with our values around student success as well.
Yeah.
But on a poll of folks, that was low in their priority. And what was high was my ability to have that family time over Labor Day holiday. One data set that we got. So just to adjust expectations and foresee the future, there will be, no matter what we do, a contingent of folks who are going to push back.
Yeah. And those are the people who you should invite to join the committee and help us do the work. And then we might learn, because exactly what you guys are saying, this is difficult. It's not easy. It's just like somebody pointing the finger at us and saying, get your budget in there. I can do that. So I just think it's a learning opportunity, and I appreciate everybody to recognize that we are articulate. This ain't easy. It is not. Everybody will be doing.
All right. In terms of next steps, we'll be bringing forward a draft in September, and I'll be doing a board update with the forward-looking view of what Labor Day looks like in the years to come. And I just want to thank the community members for coming in today and for everyone's patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys get a clap. If you could turn in your papers, that'd be great. I'll just collect those. We'll do it. Right in the All right, we're going to introduce our new administrators. I'm really excited to have our 4 folks that are going to also have with us today, and they're each going to introduce themselves and then share a little fun fact about themselves. And so we'll start with Rusty, and then Willow, and then Stacy, and then Derek.
What are we doing? My name is Rusty Bingham. I'm the new director of transportation. Fun fact about me is I like to run long distances. I'm an ultramarathon runner, so the longest I've run is 60 miles at one time. That's one of my fun facts. I loved it. It was fun. I think my wife said I had more energy after that than I did many of my marathons.
Oh, awesome.
A little bit about it.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Willow Grossen. I'm the principal at Quality Ridge Elementary School. And I've been teaching in Hillsboro School District for 20 years, so I'm excited to take the next step. A fun fact about me, I'm trying to think of something that maybe people in the room don't know. I did a study abroad in Ireland when I was in college and had the opportunity to travel all over Europe. And I was in Rome when Pope John Paul II passed away. So that was a really cool experience to see, like, the day before they announced it. So it was really neat to see all the smoke and everything. And very nice to be you all.
I'm Stacy Hutchinson. I'm the assistant principal at Liberty High School. I was just thinking that my fun fact is we just moved and got a little bit of land. So my 7-year-old daughter and I got some goats, and so it was fun to have the administrative team come to my house. And while we were sharing and getting off of the job, all you could hear is meh. So it was really fun.
My name is Derek Brown. I'm the new District Information and Technology Officer. Fun fact about me is when Rusty said that he ran 60 miles all at one time, I think I pulled a hamstring. Just sitting here. So thank you for that, Rusty. I came up as an educator, as a music teacher. My background's in classical and flamenco guitar, and I stay fairly active in those spaces in the Portland area. and really excited to be here and be part of the team.
They're not for transition here.
Yeah.
Lunch is in that corner, and folks can sit awkwardly. Sometimes we pull chairs inside so we can have little lunch huddles and get to know our.
And do we have an adjusted return time?
That's what we're gossiping about over here.
Okay, so now we set this meeting for lunch at 1 and return at about 20.
Yeah.
It is now 12:21, and I call the meeting to order. Our next item is the partnership updates with Travis and Simon.
This is the first one.
You want me to start? Or do you start? All right. So, I think everyone here probably knows that one of our strongest partnerships is with the Hillsboro Schools Foundation. The whole reason that they exist is to support us, to support our students, staff, and schools. And what Travis is passing around to you is a copy of our MOU. So there's a couple of reasons why we established an MOU with the Hillsboro Schools Foundation a couple of years ago. One of which is just to kind of formalize the relationship that exists between the district and the foundation. The other is that there are many external grants that the foundation goes for, which require there to be a formal agreement in place with the district that they support. So it serves, like I said, a couple purposes, and it's pretty straightforward, kind of what you would expect. It talks about how we collaborate, the types of support that their mission allows them to engage in with us, talks a little bit about their major fundraisers, and then the fact that we will assist them with their alumni database, which has been a major push for them in the last couple of years. And really what that entails from us is giving them information about our graduating seniors before they leave, so that then they can have a chance to communicate with them and encourage them to go to the alumni database and keep in touch with HSF as they move through their post-secondary careers. And as you know, if you've read Hot News, we're always cross-promoting things that HSF is doing in support of our student staff schools.
Thank you, Beth. And there's no action needed here. Erin Carlson is going to bring this to their executive board. She's their executive director. And then I'm bringing it to you today as our board of directors, just basically for consent and entering into this with us. And shout out to Lori Schmidt, who has been up in her skills in grant writing, and I think in some courses, and ran into a specific grant application that requires an MOU between our two organizations. And so she asked us to fast track this so that she can apply for that grant. We're working really tightly with them right now, which feels good. Perhaps answer any questions.
Is it an update to the existing one, or whatever, or just different movements?
It's an update. It's just some minor tweaks to the verbiage, but should look.
To my knowledge, this is new.
Well, but the board may have seen a draft.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the first time that we've
It's the first time we've actually formalized it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood your question.
So there's no existing MOU. That's correct. The first MOU between.
Yeah, my understanding is that up until 2022 or 3, that it hadn't even been considered. There was a draft one, and then just sort of we lost interest. And then because of Lori's activities, they asked, "Can we revive that, update it, make it relevant, and then sign it?" So that's our goal after this meeting and Erin's meeting with her executive board.
So I have a strange question. I am all for this 100%. Love HSF. Is somebody else, meaning another entity, going to come to us and force and ask us to do the same thing?
We have MOUs with a lot of different partners and things. Yes, they can, but we don't have to say yes.
Agreed. Okay. Just wanted to. Okay.
And it doesn't obligate us financially in any way or programmatically.
Yep.
So
it just means that for the purpose of them submitting to other grants, that they do have a formal relationship. Despite their name being the foundation. Yeah.
Thank you. If you read this and have questions, please just give me a call. Thank you, Beth. Next one, Said, another partnership update.
Next slide. Okay, so yeah, I want to give an update of our SRO program this past year. So this is a picture, we took this picture at the beginning of the year. We have 6 SROs and 1 sergeant. Our IGA calls for the partnership for having 7 SROs. And so the reason why we have 6 up there is because we ended up hiring the 7th SRO. Adela Rios was an SRO for the Hillsboro School District. She retired as a HPD detective, and then she came on board as our emergency and disaster preparedness manager. So, yay for us. We're not sure we have yet since, and I'll talk about that a little later. But so this school year, we had 6 SROs supporting our schools. Next slide. So we're going to look at our SROs. We're going to review some data, look at some highlights, some opportunities for growth. And then I'm going to touch upon our current renewal of our IGA for the following 2 years. Next slide. And here are just up close pictures of the detectives that support our schools and the schools they support. And because we were down 1 SRO, the sergeant needed to reorganize the schools that were supported. So each SRO had additional schools that they were responsible for visiting and connecting with students, families, and administrators. Next slide's also another picture of our SROs. And then next slide are slides of our sergeant. Now, one of our sergeants has been on leave this year, and we're not sure if she'll be returning to that position. In the meantime, Detective Dylan Petrich has been filling the place as interim sergeant, basically supporting the unit as well as supporting the schools he is responsible for. So he's kind of done double duty, but it's worked out really well. Next slide. Okay, so let's look at some data. Next slide. Our SROs, part of the IJs, we ask them how they spend their time. We'd like them to document how they spend their time. And then at the end of each month, I receive a report from our SRO sergeant on the hours that are spent doing a variety of tasks. And here's a list of just some of the tasks that they do on any given day. So anything from calls of service, community engagement and relationship building, which we're going to touch upon in more detail. We're also going to look at presentations and what that entails. And we're also going to look at maybe some of the presentations and trainings they receive. So they do a wide variety of things when they're in our schools and also when they're called outside of our schools to support the community. Next slide. And here's just a different way of looking at it. So there are 3 areas that I'm going to do a deep dive in. That's community engagement, calls for service, and then touch upon what the presentations may entail. Community engagement and calls for service are the 2 largest. And then presentations, just out of curiosity, I started digging in, and I want to share what they do in our schools and what they're asked to do in our schools. Next slide, please. Okay, so relationship building, engagement. These are some of the things that they are part of. They either greet students at the beginning of school, they're at lunchtime, they're in recess, they attend community events. They also attend our parent advisory committee groups to build those relationships. They support us with our football games. They're at all of our home football games, and all SROs are assign themselves to football games during the course of the year. So we have additional support at those events. Next slide, please. Here are some topics of presentations that they provide support with in our schools, and some of these are requested by our building principals. So everything from bullying and harassment, everything from cybersecurity, mental health presentations, all of these are either during the school day or in like parent groups, after school activities, or evening events. Next slide, please. Calls of service. So these are some of the things that they're called to do, either help support in our schools, but also in the community. And so here's a laundry list of ways they support our school and our general community on any given day during the school year. Next slide, please. So we sent out a survey at the end of last school year asking our principals to give us feedback on our SROs. And we basically have two main questions. What are some things, ways that you feel your SRO supports you? What do you appreciate about having an SRO in your school? And then also, what are some areas for improvement or ways they can improve? So the first question really highlights the ways in which our SROs and the ways we want our SROs to be supported. Everything from being responsive when a principal calls to being really kind when students are approaching them and building those relationships at the beginning and end of school or during the school day, having a very positive attitude. Next slide, please. And also being a great communicator. And again, this varies. We have six SROs, and we have 39 schools. So this does vary from school to school, SRO to SRO, but for the most part, our administrators have been very appreciative in just being there and being supportive when they're needed, and also being a positive resource for students and families. Next slide, please. So here are some opportunities for growth. So what are the ways in which your SRO program could be more effective in my school? So we asked them to be very authentic and genuine with their responses, and they were. They like to see their SROs check in more regularly. They like to be fully staffed, have a full 7 SROs available so they don't have to share SROs. Another piece of that would be, and they like to see their SOs five days a week instead of 4. And the piece around that is we switched from a 5/8 model to a 4/10 model for a couple of reasons. Number one, for recruiting and retention purposes. So all other units in the police department work 4/10s. SROs have been historically the only unit that has worked 5/8s. And in years past, we've been down 2 or 3 SROs. It was very difficult to recruit new members into the SRO program. So this last year, we've changed that. We moved to 4/10s, and we were able to be fully staffed, minus the DELA, of course. And we will be fully staffed this year as well with 7 SROs. So that was one reason for that. Next slide, please.
What they really want is the very thing that we say when we say we don't want, which is the full-time student presence. That's actually the percentage. And it's just interesting because if we do that, then we get accused of going the other way, right? Especially. So
it's a balancing act, right?
It is, absolutely. Question.
So now these are comments from admin. Do you think we should get any feedback or positives, concerns from students?
That's a great idea. Yeah, we can add that to our survey next year.
Thank you.
It's a great idea. Another areas of opportunity for growth is the whole notion of having SROs available at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day, with that 10-hour schedule. In theory, is great. However, there are things that pull an SRO who is a police officer away from school. So they may be on their way to Glad Acres, and suddenly they get a call and there's a situation in the community that they are apt to respond to. And so they do so. And then at some point they make it their way back to the schools that they are assigned to. So in some cases that has been really irregular as far as whether or not it's more predictable that they will be showing up to an elementary school, middle school, or high school at any given day. But we're working towards that in our next iteration of our IGA. Next slide. Okay, and then our IGA. So we are currently looking at the IGA is a 2-year endeavor. So we have it for 2 years. We look at it every year to see if there are things that need to be amended, added, if we need to adjust. But really, the IGA is a 2-year IGA. And this year we are looking at there are 4 major components: training requirements. So as a police officer, our SROs have to do required training to maintain their certification. We also offer training in HSD. And so we're looking at how can we align those 2 trainings? Is there something that we're offering that also fulfills their HPD requirements? And so we're looking at that language and figuring that piece out, because the more training they have, the more often they're pulled out of our buildings to do those trainings, as valuable as they are. But a half-day training offsite for HPD or for us pulls them out of the buildings where they can be supporting students. So we want to be more proactive and practical about that. Time off protocols, that speaks to knowing where my SRO is at any given time. So we have SROs that may call in sick. They call in sick for their sergeant. The message never gets to the building principal. They haven't seen their SRO for the day. So how can we have a better communication between the SRO and the building administrators? Sharing of video and student access information is also something we're working on. How much video or how much student access do they need at any given time? Right now, if they're on campus, they have access to student information for student situations through their administrator. Access that they would like to have is when they're in the field, on their way to a school, or if something happens over the weekend that they are privy of, they'd like to have access to student information to see if there are also any other family members that might be impacted by that event, and also have supports in those schools where their siblings may be, or other family members, other cousins. So that's something we're working through, and I'm sure we're going to get to some sort of language that benefits both the district and meets the needs of the SROs in the end, to better support our students, because that's the end goal. And I believe that's my update. Any questions? Yeah.
So I'm noticing like the 5 for the call for service is like the biggest. And then the presentation is flawless, and I'm almost thinking maybe there needs to be an alignment with those topics. So I'm noticing like their presentations are like violence prevention, cyber safety, but then they're getting pulled things more for like other things like random threat, runaway, and the trespassing. So maybe there should be like an alignment on that. There's a presentation we're offering because we're getting called for many of these things.
I'm making a note of that. Thank you. Other questions, comments?
We'll be back at 7 in a minute.
Oh, that's right. So we just hired the 7th SRO. Yes, his name is Chris Taka, and he will be starting in a couple of weeks. And they will be realigning the school support. So we're going to go back to when we had 7 and not have as many schools per SRO. So that is good news. So we are fully staffed.
6 HPD, 1 Washington County.
7 HPD, 1 Washington County.
7 HPD, 1 Washington County. Okay. And that Sergeant's HPD. The Sergeant's not.
Sergeant's HPD. There's 1 HPD for Washington County and 1 for HPD.
Okay.
But they're not on site. They're just there if we need that.
Sure. And like the 410s, great. Love that we're doing that. When they're covering a football game, that's probably outside the range of their 410. So like
we cover the cost.
So it's just like extra.
It's extra. It's overtime. They just they volunteered to do it because, and we want them to, because if not, we have a patrol officer out there, and it's better to have an SRO that knows the students and the staff and the administrators. It's just better for everyone.
It's just like we're hiring off you.
Correct.
Do we do any different accommodations or whatever for the one? I can't imagine 2 geographically further places in the district than Creek and North Plains.
Yeah.
But then 1 Washington County person has to cover both of them.
Yeah, but he's not going to all the schools in one day. So his schedule varies. So he may go to a couple of schools in one day and go to a couple of schools. So the schools, the Washington County schools don't see the SROs often.
And it's just.
But they're all elementary schools,
Right?
yes.
There's no middle or high schools in the
Correct.
county.
They're all elementary.
Yeah.
You mentioned the, trying to align, training requirements, so that it's more efficient that way. But in terms of what they're being trained in, is that changing very much from the previous IGA?
No, so for example, we just learned that most recently meeting with chief of police is that, like, for example, there's equity training that we offer, and they also take equity training in PD. So looking at what is offered and what the coursework entails, if they can satisfy their certification without training, we prefer that because they're doing training with the staff, with the administrators. And so the same with, let's say, safety care training, things of that nature. Now there's certain training like armed force, like use of force training. We don't offer that. They have to do that on their own. But so there are certain trainings that we will be able to align. We just have to get a list of what they train on, what we have, look at the coursework and see what fit and what makes sense. But again, the more we can have them in our buildings and not training, we want them to train.
Yeah.
But duplicating trainings, this doesn't make sense.
Well, and it's saying that the training that they're getting is focused on our age groups and not just population at large.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
When we first created the first IGA after the sort of period where many districts were eliminating their summer programs, and we decided that wasn't for us. We want to keep it. The requirements that HSD put on the SRO program were worked through very heavily. I would say, even in that case, some of the existing SROs were like, yeah, it's just not for me. So I feel good that we've gotten to a place where the people coming into our SRO program know exactly what HSD expects and we know exactly what to expect from them. And it's a very collaborative relationship. But it didn't just happen. Like, yeah,
Years.
There was a non-zero chance we were going to eliminate the SRO program. It's true enough.
And just so you all know that the SROs, they also interact. If you notice in that list of things that they do, if the Department of Human Services had to get involved and or had to be at the school for some other than normal reason, they would also be able to assist in that point of view. Most people forget about that. If you have a large number of children in your community who are in foster care, who are not with their parents, who are in various stages of parenting or being parented by other people. And that's another thing that they help a lot with. And they do a lot of investigation in that respect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarita. Our next agenda item is the technology update with Derek.
Okay, thank you, everybody. To get started, I just wanted to share I'm, 5 or 6 weeks into this new position, and I have been met with so much warm energy and everybody really reaching out to try to help make sure that my transition has been successful here. So I want to say thanks to everybody here who's been a part of that. The people that you see on the screen are some folks that I wanted to make sure everybody knows about. I get to work with them day in and day out as we engage in our technology service related work. Some of these, I'm sure you know these people, but we do have a couple of new board members. So I just wanted to say a little bit about them. And in so doing, I can also share that we are, as a tech services group, we are organized in a way that is very similar to what you would find in other large school districts. Megan on the far left works with our network operations team, our NetOps team, to help maintain our network, oversee cybersecurity, make sure all of our data is safe. Tara in the middle works with our team that implements Synergy, which is a foundational core system here. That's our student information system. Almost everything is hooked into it. So there's a lot of information that's moving in and out, and they're a remarkable group of people that do that work every day. And then Luis is the person that works most closely with our school support team. As you all, I'm sure, know, we have school support staff that work directly in schools, and then we have school support staff that work here at the administrative center to provide support to staff. I've been impressed every day. They've been teaching me new things every day, and I feel really fortunate to get to work with these folks and the rest of our tech services team and everybody here. So I just wanted to take a moment up front to recognize them and make sure you all know who these people are. They do amazing things for us.
Can you take it?
Yes.
Got it. She popped right into it. And
yeah.
Whether it was a verb, whether it be her or they're there.
Yes. I will be sure to do that. Thank you for that. Next slide, Kira. Okay, a couple of new things with regard to new applications. There are lots of new applications year in and year out in a large enterprise level system like this one. There are a couple that I wanted to take a moment to share a little bit more information about, mostly because they have a bit more of a public-facing nature to them. So I just wanted to walk through these a little bit with you. Blocksy is a new tool that we are implementing, or have implemented, I should say, that provides a couple of different services for us. One, it's web filtering. So that's the tool we're using and setting policies to try to make sure that we're keeping bad content, negative content, whatever you want to call it, away from kids and staff. I separate that from classroom management. It really is kind of the same thing, web filtering, but one is systems level web filtering and one is classroom level web filtering. They really are two different functions. None of you need to really get mired too much in that detail, but it is an important thing, I think, to name. So Blocksy is our web filtering solution, another core system for us. The classroom management component of that means that teachers can utilize that tool in their teaching and learning and make decisions about specific lessons, large units, and so on, and spaces on the internet that they want to allow students to have access to as part of their learning experience. Previously, we were using Lightspeed. That might be something that another word that you all know. So Blocksy is replacing Lightspeed for us. We're last spring, before I came on board, I know Megan, Tech Services, and I'm sure folks from the academic side of the house engaged teachers and principals and tried to collect as much feedback as possible about what the options were. Wasn't a part of all those conversations, so I can't go into a whole lot of detail, but I know that Blocksy was an opportunity that people were really excited about. It does give teachers a bit more control, which I think is going to be a good thing. One example that we've been using as we've been talking to staff is it has a feature called hard block, soft block, meaning we can set policies, hard blocks, if you will, around websites or kinds of content that are just not accessible to anybody. Pornography, suicide, those sorts of things. We can also set policies under the category called soft block, which allows, which means it's blocked, but it gives teachers the flexibility to say, I have a unique lesson, a unique unit where we do need access to a certain kind of content on a website. So we're going to allow it for this day, for this week, whatever it might be. So that doesn't impede on hard block. No one can go into the hard block space. But it gives us a bit more of a nuanced approach in terms of allowing teachers to make decisions about content. Provides, we feel really confident about our ability to view network traffic. So the protocols that are utilized when clients and servers are talking back and forth is we have full visibility of that. So we have a lot of confidence in that with Blocksy. Lots of great analytics and reporting tools. And again, I mentioned teacher and parent controls. One teacher control that we're aware of, that we're learning more about, will be, parent control is parents will have the ability during off-school hours also to set some policies, if they so choose, around how much time their students might be on their Chromebooks, for example, and what sites they might be able to get to. So lots of added functionality. We'll be having training. We're rolling out training starting tomorrow, actually, working directly with the folks from Blocksy. And we feel we're excited about this partnership and what they'll be able to provide for us. Parent Square, I know you're all in the loop on this already. Moving from Remind was our former core platform around communication. to a new communication tool, Parent Square. Again, lots of really wonderful functionality that's embedded in Parent Square. One of the things I know that our team here and building level administrators have expressed excitement about is just more consistency. I can't speak with great depth about this, but I know in previous years, Remind has been a core program. We've had some other tools that people have also chosen to use. And so there's a lot of momentum and positive thinking around moving to one consistent platform. That means if you're a parent and you've got students in multiple schools or potentially at multiple levels, you'll be able to go to one place to collect all the information in terms of what's been communicated to you about the goings of it. One of the big features around Parent Square has to do with the language supports. So it's got many languages. People that are receiving information through Parent Square have the ability to apply settings, meaning they will receive information in specific languages if they want to. And I'm only scratching the surface. I'm familiar with Parent Square. We implemented it in my previous district, and I know lots of metro area districts that are utilizing it. So I think it's going to be a really great tool for us. Again, there are other applications that are going to be new to us this year. These two rose to the top for me because, again, they have a more of a public-facing nature to them, and they're big shifts. These are big core systems. Usually a district kind of does one or so of these per year. These are big core systems, and the teams have done an amazing job preparing for this, and I think they're going to be great for the community.
I have questions.
Yeah.
First, with Bloxy, you mentioned that parents will have the opportunity to use that as web filtering. Right now, though, with their Chromebooks, the filters that are currently placed or blocks or firewalls, what have you, on the Chromebooks, those aren't school site specific, right? They still apply at home.
Correct.
So,
yes.
so it's it would be if parents want to further limit web browsing capabilities.
They're applied if you're on our network is the way to think about that. So if you had the Chromebook at home, so when they're on our network, we apply those policies across the board, things that are blocked and people can't get to. And then in this case, Bloxy has the soft block feature as well that teachers will be able to use. If people are utilizing Chromebooks at home and they're not on our network, we don't have the same capability.
So if they're but to not be on the network, they would have had to sign into the Chromebook in a different.
That's true.
Way, right?
Right. So it's not likely that that's a problem, but I try to think of it through the lens of network safety. Obviously, student safety is equally important.
Yeah, just thinking in terms of communication about like how many new things we're expecting families to learn at a time.
Yeah.
For the most part, it seems like the Bloxy is kind of on the on our side of things, on the district side of things, and the parents are probably not going to be needing to learn too much. They can focus on learning Parent Square and understanding that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
And Parent Square is not replacing Parent View / Synergy.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for me.
Good clarification. Thank you, because there's a lot of similarity in the,
I think
semantics
Brooke was
there.
mentioning that there was an attendance capability with Parent Square, but that's not going to be replacing the attendance capability. Attendance capability is
Parent View. Right. Parent View is a core module within Synergy, along with Student View and other modules that are in there. So that part's all going to stay the same. Yeah.
And a student can't just switch the Chromebook from the HSD network to the guest network and have different access?
That's a good question. We typically apply the same policies to the guest network. So I don't know if I've quite been here long enough to know exactly how we've done it here in terms of the guest network, but around things having to do with like pornography and things like that, it's the same policies on the guest network.
So as we work to comply with the law and eliminate personal devices, I would expect the load to be more substantial on the district issued devices.
Yeah. Yes.
Are things like social media accessible to students?
I think off the top of my head.
Maybe on Instagram in the middle of the day on their Chromebook?
No, I'm pretty sure we've blocked those things. Yeah.
Get this or on the guest network, right?
But I'm not sure for staff. Sometimes there's differences in staff and students. I'll have to check on that, Mark. I haven't learned all those details yet.
Like we don't allow social media on a Chromebook no matter whether they're at home or.
Right. Correct. Yeah.
And then as they work to figure out ways to communicate with each other electronically, Slack, whatever the messaging platforms, right? Like the Teams, things like that.
Yeah.
Like, probably not to be eliminated me 100%, but for a minute, AOL Instant Messenger was a thing in school.
Right.
So
yeah.
Do we know what kind of inter-network or communications protocols are available to students on Chromebooks?
Yeah. I don't have full knowledge right now of all the different tools they have. I can speak maybe a bit from some previous experience. We did have conversations about which tools we would allow. Sometimes those things are allowed and we discover that bad things are happening because a teacher walks by and happens to look down at a screen and sees something happening. And then that gets alerted. So
when 60% of the class all left.
Yeah. Or that happens. Right. So through our dashboards and other monitoring tools, there are some things that we're looking at actively and being notified if something is nefarious. But in some cases, we don't know that, and so we do have to. I think when we're switching from the former web filtering to the new one, the first approach will be to apply consistent policies across the board. But there will be some nuances in terms of how Lightspeed and Blocksy interpret those policies, and so I do expect there to be a period of time where we're going to be getting feedback from principals and teachers and learning that we need to adjust the policy because maybe something's getting through that shouldn't be getting through, or a channel by which students are able to communicate in ways that are being taken advantage of and creating risk. But we're going to need a little time to make sure we get that ironed out.
We'll have the mole on January 1st when everybody comes back and cell phones are gone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for that. Yeah. Oh.
That's me to raise my hand higher. I was just going to ask, what are the applications going to be available to parents and where and when is that?
These applications specifically?
Yes.
They are up and running right now. Blocksy's up and running as our web filtering solution right now. I believe we're using Parent Square as well. Yeah. I might look over to Beth to.
We sent postcards to all of our schools for a notification of a new communication platform. But parents got it and then downloaded it.
So it's up to the high school or whatever school staff to.
Maybe with their back to school packets that get mailed home, which those might be coming for elementary in the next. It might be this week or last week.
They're all electronic this year.
They're all.
But postcards are not saying they're online.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was all. They went part of it.
Yeah.
Is there going to be other forms of communication for parents that are not looking at their mail?
From the mailbox?
Yeah. Or that missed it?
Or which aspect of it?
Parent Square.
Just learning about Parent Square?
Yeah. I didn't see it in my mailbox. It was probably there.
Yeah. We are also going to move our hot news, which previously we used Constant Contact to send that out. We are also moving that to the Parent Square platform. However, we are still sending it out through email. So there is going to be ways that information gets pushed to families where you then can access more information about the switch to Parent Square, and we'll get you, hopefully everybody migrated over to, you don't have to download the app, but you can. We can also send messages through text and email and phone calls, depending on.
So if we get information coming in.
So when Liberty, when I got an email, check your junk mail, send it to me lately. It came, and then I put this came a little bit there. So we're going to just have to constantly remind.
Next slide, please. Oh, sorry.
In front of our family outreach liaisons in August, and then again on September 11th to make sure that every one of our school's family outreach liaison knows how to help our families in this area.
Thank you, Francesca. Two other things having to do with community support and outreach. The tech services team here for several years has been connecting with schools and participating in different community engagement events. One being this thing we call Tech Nights, where schools might be hosting some kind of school-based event, back to school night or something along those lines. And they can connect with the tech services team to have staff from our group be available to support parents and support students in any number of tech-related kinds of conversations that they might want to have. Could be a parent saying, hey, I'm having a hard time getting to Parent View on my phone, or I'm trying to figure out how to utilize this new parent control that you have in Blocksy, but I'm not quite sure how to do that. So we connect with the schools and they put in a form to us requesting support, and we come out and are a part of that event. We can be general support like I just described, or sometimes it might be a specific application or some other specific kind of training that folks are interested in. Last year, I think we did 14 or 15 of them as I looked through their reporting of how that went. And we're really excited to continue that work. It's an important part of staying connected with schools and community for us. And then lastly, we also have a student and family support website that's available. I linked it at the bottom of this slide in case any of you are interested in taking a look at it. Perhaps you're aware of it already. Maybe you're not and you're interested in taking a look. And it's designed to provide support. I put a few use cases here. Chromebook support, that's a common one. Sometimes people forget their passwords and need some assistance with how to walk through that. There also are some documents having to do with home use recommendations and links to other resources that I've listed below. So again, we're really proud of that at the administrative center and on the tech services team, that we're trying to find ways to get information out and provide support to folks at home whenever they need it. So there's also an email and a phone number on that page. So if someone accesses that information and still is running into some obstacles and can't quite find a solution to their problem, they can also call or email us and we'll be ready to assist. So I haven't seen that in all the districts that I've been a part of. So I think that's a really wonderful way for us to provide continued support. That's all I have for you today. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Wondering on the student tech support website,
Mm-hmm.
I don't see, or maybe it's in here, information on like costs, like if you replaced your
Fees.
yeah. Fees.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely include that there if that makes sense. I know that information is in some other places as well, but we'd be happy to put it there as well.
I just wanted to mention, Derek, since you're glad to have you with us. Since you're new, I wanted to mention something that and something I've noted in the past, which is that, of course, everyone understands that expectations around students being unable to access inappropriate sites, but as a civil libertarian, I guess, the Center for Democracy and Technology came up with a report a couple of years ago about student activity monitoring and the way EdTech today enables monitoring, including residual monitoring at home, in a way that had raises profound questions about privacy. And so, and there's a Stanford Law Review article about the surveilled students, about the K-12 landscape just this year. And I guess what I'm saying is just as a board request personally, just make sure that those thoughts are being considered when policies are being developed. I don't want us to totally ignore the legitimate concerns about that.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that feedback. And I know that there sometimes can be a difficult balance there. I know that the philosophical stance is never for it to be about surveillance or continued surveillance, rather to try to put in place the protocols that are going to enhance student learning by staying focused in the right places in terms of how teachers are facilitating learning and in keeping data safe. But I appreciate that, and happy to continue that conversation, make sure that we're always finding the right space to land in that continuum.
Great questions for Derek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is an every update with Jessica.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad I kind of came in this order because you've been able to become familiarized with the strategic plan that Eva went over and the improvement plan that Audrey went over, and how that all works and leads into our equity in HSB. And so I'm just going to go quickly what our focus is for this year. In the area of equity, give you a little bit of background on how our communication flows with our community and with our families, give you a little update on the EEAC, and then some initiatives that we're working on this year. The first part, we're in our second of 3-year cycles that we've been working on with our equity, access, and engagement office team. And I want to assure everyone here that when we talk about equity in times such as this, it's not an initiative to us. It is how we lead, it's how we serve, and it's how we measure our success. It's directly tied to our strategic plan, which is to know, value, and empower our students to achieve their dreams. So when you look at that, it's about this year, we're going to be really focused on empowering our community through engagement and with engagement, and how we can better, as we move into year 6 with me in this role, serve all of our families as a universal support, but also focus on our focal groups who we know have been historically marginalized or not had a seat at the table. Next. So one thing that was brought up from many of our PAC presentations, which we'll continue to do this year coming up, was what is the flow between district level and school level, and who is the responsibility lying with when we're talking about communication. So we came up with a couple visuals for you. This is our district level support. So as a school district, we operate an integrated system where we partner with families and collaborate in a globally minded way. And that for us looks like our 3 identified PAC or FACs, Parent Advisory or Family Advisory, which are our Black Village Family Advisory, our Latino Parent Advisory, and our Native American Alaskan Native Parent Advisory. We also have 2 family engagement groups, one which serves our special education department, and another one that serves our Asian Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander group. We did receive a grant that specifically talks about our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander group this year. That is one of the ones that are in the student success plan that we're waiting to find out for the funding. But we will be having an effort to really look at that group of students too, because they are starting to show up in some of our data points for our strategic plan. So at a district level, this is what myself and Ola and a few other key people, how we communicate out our information.
Sorry, can you tell me what the difference is between the blue and the green?
Sure. The green are family engagement, and they our PACs are the ones that are in blue, and those are ones that have bylaws that we have listed. They are we support them through funding when needed, if they're doing an event, what have you. The other 2 groups are more of grassroots efforts. So like the Asian Pacific Islander, Cognia and Audrey helped me with that group. It's more of a holistic, we see the need of them, but they don't have bylaws. It's more about community engagement and bringing community together. But it is an opportunity for us to reach a certain group of demographics. Does that make sense?
I think so. Just in terms of like who is the driving force with like the Asian American group? Like who's scheduling get-togethers and things like that? Is that like only from parents then?
No, that one. Okay, that's a good way of thinking of it. The green ones are more district directed. So that's Cognia and Audrey take care of the Asian Native Hawaiian. The students accessing special education services is out of Elaine Fox, our executive director. The other three have family outreach liaisons that are district employees that support them, but it's driven by the families.
Yeah.
Next slide. This is the way we break down the support that we have at a district level. So there's myself in the equity, access, and engagement, and along with the team. And then each of the groups are broken apart. Every group gets a technical support, and that's somebody that's employed by the school district, and an administrator that looks over that. So I am the administrative support for the Black Village as well as the Asian Pacific Islander with the help of Cognia and Audrey. Olga, who was in here a little while ago, our executive director of federal programs, oversees the Latino and the Native American PAC. And then for special education, it's Dr. Elaine Fox. And then with our Mesoamerican that we're trying to reboot up because we've had somebody in that role prior that was part of that group and had a lot more context than we do now. Olga helps support in that area, and then each area gets technical support for each of the groups. The darker blue ones are the ones that are really parent driven. The lighter blue ones are the ones that we're bringing people together for community engagement. The new one that we're starting up in the upper right-hand corner is in green, and that's just, we're at the low level of just bringing people together. It's not even, that's our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander and our LGBTQ identifying families, students, and staff. Where we're starting to generate a crowd that are asking us, do we have a space where we can come together and be a community? Nothing has been formalized yet. And we do have some grant funding that's going to the NHPI. So those are things that are just starting this year. We go to the next one. And then this is the school-based support. So I think sometimes there's a disconnect, like when somebody may come in from a Paquito, which is, a Paquito is in the buildings. So it's like we have our district pack that everybody comes to for Latinos. And then at each school, they have a smaller one called Paquitos. And that's for Latina, Latino, Latinx families. We also have a couple of our schools wanting to start up their own mini version of a Black Village for just their school. We also have at school sites PTOs and PTAs as well as boosters. And then at one or two of our sites, I haven't checked with Audrey, we have multicultural family groups. It's mainly the Century feeder where we're finding it's a very diverse feeder where we see sometimes in our, let's say, Hill High feeder, there is a large amount of our population that we serve our Latino, Latina groups in that area. When you move into other feeders or other areas of our district, because it is so large, we have a diversity where it's not necessarily the prominent one, but instead you're trading it for 30 different languages and cultures in your school. So the multicultural family groups is an opportunity for all those diversities to come together in some of our schools. And the person who supports that is the building principal. Now they reach out to us whenever they need support or help or funding, or they need a connection to maybe our liaison who serves our migrant families, or a liaison who serves our early learning. And so we help connect them to those, but those are more school-based and what they're doing. And we do our best to try to communicate with them so that they know that the support is always there for them. But it's traditionally run by a school administrator. So we'll go to the next one. Yes.
We have a school-based instance of the Black Gang Village. Would we call that a Paquito?
No. Paquito would be for a Latina.
Right, but that's kind of, there's no other.
Because it hasn't started yet. There's a couple that are wanting to start.
We'll make a new term.
The families like to come together and decide what their terms are, much like back in the days of when we were working on the IGA with their SROs. They want their own identity of what their meeting is called. And so, although for us in a system where we like things to be neat and transactional and in a box and all things, we want this to also be a place where they can build community, which may involve them creating a name that doesn't align with what historically we have had in other areas. So when we're talking about school-based family engagement support, it starts with building administrator. And then from there, you have additional administrators who may help, or counselors, a family outreach liaison, a coach, or an office manager. Finally, at the school level group. These all work together in the school base. Now, at any point, they could reach out to me, whether it's reach out to us. And they could reach out to Brooke or Audrey or anybody in this room for support. If they want that support, we're able to help them, but they run a lot of this to run within their help. As you've seen this in the past, this is how we hold ourselves accountable for a strategic plan on accountability. You've seen this since we started working with our newest strategic plan. It's morphed and changed over the years in bits and pieces, but we're continuing on where we go into every one of our traditional Parent or Family Advisory Committee. Our Native American, Alaska Native, and our Latina, Latino, Latinx call themselves Black Village, calling themselves a Family Advisory Committee, which is another shift in how the verbiage, but we know it to be that those are all parent-run, district-supported committees. We go into those and we ask and provide for them resources of what we are doing with our strategic plan so that they have that extra layer of information. In addition to that, we have, bless you, quarterly back leadership meetings where we meet as a small group where there's 2 to 3 representatives from each of those groups that come together, typically virtually online. This year we will have one in person when Cognia comes, to align what each of the groups are doing in order for us to be able to support their work and tie it to our strategic plan. Also noted on there are the different times during the year where we'll ask for parent as a whole and our students as a whole for their input in their assessment, which you may all know as performance factor. We give the assessment in May. Okay, next slide. So our continued efforts, this year, this summer, we ran a wonderful STEAM program over at 9 Acres Elementary because of the money that we got from a student success. That's the picture you see on there. With our continued students and families of historically marginalized staff, we talk about elevating students, celebrating families and communities, and honoring staff and spaces. And that can all be found through targeted groups and clubs, leadership summits. For our families, we target cultural events. We have our PACs, our MACIFOs, our multicultural, family groups, our Educational Equity Advisory Committee, our PAC leadership meetings. And then with honoring our staff spaces, we have targeted groups when we hold affinity spaces. This year, last year, we started our affinity spaces identifying staff. We also have one for classified license and administrators of color where they can come together in affinity. And we work closely with Mary Kay with the event that they have in HEA to be able to promote further their event that they have that's open to both classified and licensed to bring together people in that affinity. Next slide. Part of the equity mind mapping, and Audrey spoke about this earlier, we have all of our schools create an equity mind map. We have aims, drivers, primary and secondary, and action steps. We do this in the summer before the year starts. Actually, we started it in the spring, the conversation, where they think of a problem of practice within their building that is equity related, and then they come up with a goal and the drivers that are going to drive their change. And then in that last step, when it's change ideas, those are their action steps. So if you noticed on when Andrea presented the school improvement plan, at the very bottom, there are equity guided questions that all administrators are asked to reflect on as they are completing it. We've also done a strategic collective approach on it this year with how does your equity mind map, your school improvement plan, and the work you do with climate and culture come together. If you are in Title I school, you have to have a family engagement goal. Audrey talked about the 3, sometimes 5 goals that a school has in school improvement. One of them is a family engagement goal. But even if you're not at a Title I school, we are asking everybody to have some portion of family engagement included in your school improvement plan. And typically this is where they process through it with their equity mind mapping as a school to get to those change ideas and those action steps. And so I'm sharing this with you to know that this is the process that each of our schools are going through, and that every one of them has a goal and a change idea or action steps that ties directly to their school improvement plan, that ties those directly to their strategic plan. On the next slide, we have what our departments do. Our departments stay in alignment with what we are doing in our schools. They also have a departmental alignment of how they, as a department, will drive their educational equity plans moving forward, what does it look like for their outcomes or their change ideas with ensuring safety, promoting success, and building connections, whether within their department or with those that they serve or with the families and community. So I've shared these two so you can see what our schools are working on doing, what our departments are working on doing, and how both of them align to school improvement plans and or our strategic plan as it is. Next slide. Now, because there were changes to Senate Bill 732 back in late spring, this is not an actual official part where we ask for decisions or anything on who we are selecting, but our EEAC is still going on, and it's still to act and advise and inform the superintendent, who will inform you of things that we are doing with our potential problems that we are seeing or opportunities for growth in the district when it comes to equity. Next slide. We did an effort this year to bring in new and returning members. We are at 22, which is about our average. We've listed on there where not the members' names, because now that is not when the new legislation passed. We do not have to ask for the board approval or to release names or follow Robert's rules basically in our meetings. But I still think it's important for everybody to know our makeup and our breakdown of who is going to be on the Educational Equity Committee, so that when we come back in June and we present what our findings are, you see the diversity that was brought to the table. So on here you will note the students. We have 5 this year, the families and where they came from, staff and the different levels that they represent, and community members. And because of the meeting that we had with you all this last June, one of the I think it was Erica who said, have we thought about sending it out to some of our community partners? And from that, we were able to get 5 new community members that are welcome to. We have been sending them out before. However, I think our relationships now are stronger in who we know and who we can connect with. With the inception of the grants that we got last year, so the student success grants that are now potentially cut, we were able to make so many more partnerships and bring so many more community-based organizations into our system where they got to know about us, we got to know about them. That builds relationships. Prior to that, money we had wasn't necessarily routed in the forms of CBO, so our relationships and our strong connections with them really were empowered last year. And so by sending them out, we were able to get a lot more community efforts and involvement. Next slide. We will continue. These were brought up with all of you back at our meeting in June that are focused for this year with the EEAC. What we add academic motivation, inclusive programming, and bridging gaps to build belonging, and how we plan on doing that with community, students, and staff through the work of the Equity, Access, and Engagement team. And one more. This is our meeting topics. We try to follow similarly to what CCAC does in allowing you the opportunity to see what our lineup is going to be for this year's topics and meetings, and our agenda template of how we will be following them. And then on the final slide, this is the team. Other things that we're working on right now is Not at My School. It's a huge campaign that we mentioned earlier. We have that kicking off this August at Resurface. We are taking on again violence prevention, community partnerships. We do commemorative celebrations, which you all are invited to come. We do post those in your board updates so you know when they're coming. Climate culture and voice. We have monthly meetings to help ensure that that alignment with equity is coming through and how we build the climate and culture of our buildings. Belonging and restorative practices for middle and high school and our belonging. Continued efforts with family and community engagement and partnership. And of course, if anybody taking it up is one of the ways we offer support for our school board members. If you would like to be a part of it, we offer that twice. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sure.
There's a slide where you kind of gone over educational equity plan and kind of how drill down how each HSD department is applying equity to their work. In terms of board policy making and policy approval, the policy recommendations come from all different departments within HSD. But I was just wondering, do we as a board have one guiding method of applying equity to ensure that every policy that we approve has maybe been through some kind of equity process?
From OSBA, recommendations come from OSBA. And then we, as the department that would be closest to that topic, we vet those. But then, to my knowledge, the board doesn't have a lens in your dialogue process.
Yeah, kind of came up in our chat over the weekend.
If there's a proposal that you all learned about, it would be good to make that recommendation. There's a protocol that other boards use. During that, it's just not like I can think of times where we went through and looked at, say, the protected groups and the way that was phrased in the OSBA recommendation, and we assumed it based on our HSD, the students that we served. But that's not. You're right. That comes through more of like a department in the leadership team, not necessarily the board's lens.
I mean, that's certainly and like a good start, in terms of being, providing some adequate checks and balances. But just wondering if there's something official, and maybe we need to be the board that implements that.
Yeah, no, we had this conversation too because Katie had mentioned this city of Hillsboro has like a page that they go through before implementing any project, it sounds like. And I know that in HSD we have those equity guiding questions, but it's more like here it is, we kind of normalize using it. It's not part of the strategic plan, but it's not like something that we're like, and let's make sure we go through each one. But the resource that you shared with me seems like it might be a good one to dig into.
Even just those questions that were on the school improvement plan, that little grid, that you would fill out. It said, right at the bottom, like, make sure you're asking these equity questions, like even something as simple as that.
Good for us to always look for something that's like easily, easily remembered and thoughtful as we go through, and that's something that we do think about that when we're doing policy. We also do anchor to what OSBA tells us too, because we also know those are legal components that we want to make sure we're following. But there's also nuances that we can always, like, here's what we're thinking, or if you have on a first read, if you're like, this is not, I would like us to add something, because we always take that into consideration, and we check with OSBA to make sure from all the other sides of it that that hold with our. So those are, I think, those are great. Those are great 4 questions that we use commonly in our schools and in our partnerships. It'd be great. And again, if there's some more resources that we're sharing, or differently as a board, because I know your lens is different than the school-based.
We also have policy JVP, our equity policy.
Yes, and we have that
against the lens that we use for as we consider other policies.
Yes.
And I had wondering, I know that this was the first year that we did the STEAM program using some of that student success funds, which are probably going away. So my assumption, and I think when we did the tour, this was kind of answered, but this is probably not going to happen again next year, right? The STEAM program. Is there a plan on how we can keep that momentum going, or how we're going to roll that into something else?
Well, no decisions have been made yet because we haven't received guidance from the state yet or our amount. But I know it was those that were able to visit or kids who were able to be the interns. Katie's son was one of the interns there. It was a wonderful experience for our students, especially our students who are multiculturally identified as well as coloring, right? And it's one that I think we will have to continue to keep our eye on if there's other grants available and really think about what we can do as a system to provide it. And we've had a couple of talks of could we merge it with another program and offer it in some other way I think some of us are just breathing that summer school's almost over. And when work starts calling us in January and start planning again, I appreciate the comments that we know that it's in the forefront of people's minds.
I would also add, Jessica, to respond to your question, in terms of the momentum, the school money's getting cut, but so is the community-based organization money. So the CBOs, well, we might look to them for partnership to maintain momentum for a project like that. With both we have the same grant allocation process, the same pool. So that's a little, that's a category where our hopes for partnership dwindle when our partners are also undercut. That means being funded.
As the DEAC moved from a board committee to the superintendent's committee, I guess, question for either one of you, like, how do you imagine the work of that group? How will the interaction with the board change based on the fundamental nature of the committee change? Like, we anticipate different kinds of updates in different ways, fewer, more, whatever. Like, as superintendent's committee, 7 board committee, how do you two envision that change impacting the work that committee does for the board?
We haven't talked about it.
I don't think there'll be much changes because I think it's an important board, and that's why. I mean, the part of this was to save. Why they did this was to save some of our rural and smaller districts where this would be really critical and harmful when it came into effect this September. But I think for us, we haven't talked about it yet. But I would hope that we would continue to have some line of communication with you all, so that you are in the loop with what this diverse group is for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, the primary change is, I think it's beneficial that our SB public meeting. That feels like a huge benefit to everyone.
It was offered.
Another wondering, and maybe this is for a future topic, is thinking about the commemorative celebrations, or inviting the whole community to come and celebrate like Hispanic heritage and Black history. I know the community has had lots of conversations on just the safety of our families around immigration, for example, with our Latino community. Wondering if that's something that we need to consider as we're thinking about this commemorative celebrations we have throughout the year.
Yeah, we did. We talked about that, like our SRO those events. We haven't had that fear of concentrating diverse groups of people at publicly advertised events. Just a real sad thing to think through right before we had a really nice party and celebration.
Do you feel like we're far enough down the channel, or the best way to put it, governor's office, attorney general, ODE, before you really get to us? Like, how removed and how worried are we about the impact of federal initiatives on this particular program in our district?
What I'm worried about is that the state of Oregon might be arm twisted into signing something like we saw Washington County needing to assure the administration at the federal level that we aren't engaging in DEI initiatives. They changed the language to opportunity and access, and that the state of Oregon might be forced to do the same thing. And it's going to receive the next batch of federal funds. And then by extension, we might be asked to do something to assure the state that we also are access and opportunity and not DEI. We don't really use those terms. We talk about our commemoration events. We're more specific than just emblazoning everything with DEI stickers. That's my anxiety, is that that's being transferred to the direct grant recipients. In the case of Washington County, there's direct recipients of dollars from the feds. So is ODE, and then they disperse it to us. So we're like we have one layer. We're layered back. So I think that's where I'm holding my breath a little bit about the federal fund allocation coming for next year. What will be the strings attached? And then what behaviors will that cause us to change?
Our next agenda item is Superintendent Committees with Travis and Rose.
We have several committees that I'm going to take a look at.
That, I don't have access. Is that?
Me either.
Need to ask, should say. It goes. No,
I think it's I apologize. It's a spreadsheet you're all used to seeing. Career and community pathway steering committee, fund development committee, audit committee. These are all committees that you likely have seen in the past. Sarah, can you read their access?
It's there.
Okay, there you go. We ask that you take a look at this and see if any of these interest you. Is there anything that any cabinet members would like to pitch about the community?
And we have board representation on each of these? Or some, like, there's no board representation down, right?
Even in board member on the
Yeah.
yeah, not for me.
Oh. Yeah. On committee. Katie and Jessica are dying.
Yeah.
That's a present given to the new board members to get them right into the mix of things. That's right.
Traditional that these board members are on that. Like way up.
Is that a great recognition?
That's nice. Great.
Yeah, they sign up on this. Yes, so they can let me know.
Type our name in.
Yeah.
If you're interested, you can sign up directly onto the document and let those know that you're interested. Yes, make the access.
Sorry.
I'm leaving the honest.
You're already on it.
Yeah.
So that's Jessica.
That's not me, that's Jessica.
Oh, it's good. So-
That's not really, yeah, trying to look at that letter, just make sure she doesn't cover.
Can you say it best to access to the document, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, and if you student reps would like to be on the bond development committee, more than welcome.
I didn't know that's either.
This might be a good place to bring up. So like in the required open meeting law, that we have like 7 questions, all of them basically except one. I'm waiting to hear from him, so no need to do anything yet. Waiting to hear from the legal expert who presented to us. One of them was committees who make recommendations or subcommittees who make recommendations to the board need to be public meetings as well. The weird one I thought of is when 2 board members and the board secretary interview students to be potential school board representatives and make a recommendation to the board. I would hate for those to have to be open meetings. That would be very inappropriate, but it feels like it might qualify. So when I first brought it to him, he said, yeah, you may need to make some changes there, maybe just the board chair and the superintendent and the board secretary. So it's not a subset of board members. So I know we've been careful not to have a quorum of board members on that. So no need to do anything yet, just the back of your mind. The way he phrased it in the required legal training made me go, I wonder if that's okay. So I still need to follow up with him and get his official answer back.
Should that answer through OSBA. It was with OSBA.
Yeah. It was the PACE, one of the PACE statutes presented.
I can take more.
Yeah. Just the way he described it, and then when I talked to him afterwards, he was like, it's like I'm gonna have to think about that, which means it might be fine, might not be fine. But Yeah, and we wouldn't want to expose student data that way. There's a lot of reasons we wouldn't want those to be public meetings. If what we're doing is fine, or the way we've been doing is fine, keep doing it that way. If we have to change, I would suggest we make whatever change we need to in order to keep those from being public. Thank you. But we do make a recommendation to the board, and the board accepts our recommendation.
And the item is a teamwork plan from yes. Okay, so next slide. Thank you. Here is a photo of our team of the 24-25 school year. Just a reminder that the Community Curriculum Advisory Committee is made up of 20 members, 14 adults. We will have 7 or more applications for review and to fill those next seats that will be coming to you in September. And then we also have 6 students, ideally 1 rep per high school. We do have 4 returning juniors, so we'll have 2 seats open. And then that is a chair and vice chair that run our meetings. Next. As a reminder, also CCAC is an advisory group to our board. So as they review curriculum and instructional programs and courses, they are coming to you and sharing their what they've discussed and their recommendations, but the board always has the final vote of something that you may concur with or not. And so again, that's just a recommendation group. Next. Here's our proposed plan then. Oh, that says May 4th at the very end. I'm sorry for that being put out there. October 13th is when we will start. We will end by May 4th. We're going to do a 4 in person and 4 online. So we'll start kind of in that fall time in person and then go to an online more in the winter time. And then our last one will be in person. We don't have any new curriculum this year. So it will be currently, we do have 2 courses that we'll be bringing to you. But again, there's nothing in curriculum. So I always do an end of the year survey, and we did this last year where we provide some updates on past courses or curriculum to the CCAC team so that they know where we're at. For example, this year, where we're at in secondary math. They've also asked for another update in literacy. They really enjoyed the literacy update of last year. And then also some of our career college pathway courses and programs that they've helped to recommend in the past. So that will be more of the bulk of the spring, more of a focus of new course recommendations that may come up so that we can get those in our course catalog as we enter into that winter time during course selection season for our secondary students. Something I want to know, because I'm also going to talk about this for Division 22, is financially, with a $20 million reduction, K-12 math was what we were supposed to adopt in that 24-25 year. We used in secondary some carryover of high school success dollars and some SIA dollars. And the reason we focused on 7-12 was 1, because the 9th through 12th grade math pathways, and in middle school because we want to start preparing our educators for that 8th grade math assessment and some of those interim assessments. So middle school and high school were our focus this year and years to come. You know, the hope is that we can also either incrementally, that's probably the real of it. Ideally would be a full elementary purchase for math, but that's going to come out of kind of a slower rollout because of where we are financially. The other thing I'd like you to know, because I will be saying this again in Division 22, is we were on cycle for a science curriculum adoption this year, but because our focus is going to be elementary math, so we can't have that K-12 math curriculum adoption, science will be pushed, which means we will be out of confines when we get to that time of that report. So that's where there isn't a curriculum adoption. Science would have been the one, but because of where we are financially, we're focused on that full K-12 math, when and if we could do that. Okay, the next slide. So as you saw the proposed work plan, I'm looking for a thumbs up today of sequentially, does that feel great for the group as I go forth in supporting the CCAC, and then also understanding that Nuance has a hybrid model of online and in person this year. So this just looks for that looks good. Go and recruit some new members and do the work. The thumbs up is great. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And so as we move forward, I think I might have one more slide. I know. Okay. So as we move forward, though, I will be bringing again the applications and for review and recommendation as we move into September to get going in October. And thank you.
Did you send out when you have a chance? I think you've done this before, but I don't remember exactly where it went. A list of her core curriculums when we last updated and what we're in the cycle right now, so I can get that in my head.
This time last year I sent that out. So yep.
Thank you, Brett. All right, we can stop.
Okay, so for the board, we'd like your help in encouraging candidates to apply to be on our budget committee. We've had 2 positions that have been long vacant. So we currently have 3 right now, with one person having completed their 3-year term. There's an application process. Those need to be completed by November 1st. And just a reminder, the requirements are they must be applicants must be eligible to live within the district, and they can't be officers, agents, or employees of the school district. That's it. It's fairly light. We'd love to have a full budget committee, but and so if you can encourage folks in your communities that might be interested to send in that application, and then the board points the finalists into those positions in the December board meeting. So and gather them and hope you get some good candidates. We'd love to have them.
Thank you, Scott. And then we're heading for a break, and we will be back at 2.
Mild
panic on there. Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody.
There we go.
Superintendent Evaluation.
Got it.
Have you been evaluated, sir? I think we wanted to pick up this by hoping that the board would like to proceed with the same structure we did last year with Kristen on the process of doing evaluation with the superintendent, which I think was a smoother process than prior year. And so I wanted to get from my fellow board members if that's something you'll agree with.
She's not here today.
Yeah.
She was part of that.
Yes. Okay, comments. I know this would be Katie and Jessica's first time doing it, so to go with I don't know if anybody else has any comments on it.
Proposal would be to stick with status quo.
Yeah, I just want to second what you said. Related to the point, but the new members, my first evaluation, my first year was hiring engineer, so my second year was the evaluation process, and the service didn't give me as much guidance as I had expected. It was a little bit hectic or confusing from my perspective, so we went with a different service through SBA this most recent year, and it was just extremely smooth and good balance between letting the board give input, but also providing a scaffolding and a structure for us to know how to be doing it in a professional way. So I was satisfied.
I'm a big fan of what we did. Yes, for the structure they presented and right amount of guidance, not overbearing, but like it was sort of the perfect amount of guidance. I guess the only suggestion I would have is I think there was one meeting where we had to rush through some things. I can't remember if that was because we didn't have enough time. We talk more than we normally do, which that's fair. That's me. That's just not me. So just like however that, like whatever I think I remember at the outset of the meeting, I asked Kristen, like, how long do we normally schedule this? She's like 2 hours. I'm like, oh, well, I think we scheduled 2 hours. So I guess for board members, if we did more, it would the superintendent evaluation, hiring a finance superintendent is like our number one job. You've been to board training enough to get that. It's like one of the most important things we do. And a huge part of that is doing the annual evaluation. I believe this is Travis's third year, right? So probably that will need to negotiate the contract renewal and everything this year. So I mean, like, it's a big year for superintendent evaluation. It's one of the biggest jobs we do. It's one of the hardest jobs we do. And it takes a lot of your time outside of this room. So just be prepared for when it comes to spring, plan so many extra minutes outside of this room to be ready to perform superintendent evaluation. And I think maybe we should allocate even a few more, not in this room necessarily, but in executive session, so that Kristen has time to do all of the things that she had intended to do.
Yeah, from what I do recall, we did cut it short because we were in a executive session, but we even went past that time.
Yeah.
And we had to go into our work session, which understandably so, but next time we should have enough.
Maybe do it off cycle, not on a Tuesday superintendent evaluation day. Or we've done, when we were doing the hiring, we had separate things. Feels like that might be a lot. And we all discuss it, what people standing and how things work when we get closer. But I remember it was just that one time. Like nothing else felt rushed, nothing else felt whatever. And we all got a chance to say exactly what we needed to say. And I think the letter reflected how we felt very clearly. I just remember feeling like a little bit rushed at one spot.
It was, yeah.
As someone who identifies as Steve, I discussion all this stuff with me.
That's great. Thank you. Next one is board goals. So just to discuss these in open session, I propose, and you all can give me feedback on this. I propose for goal 1 for my evaluation, which has 2 goals, to continue with the first goal being the support action steps toward meeting just the strategic plan for year 3. You heard today's update on year 2 reflection. This is year 3, specifically on 3rd grade reading, sense of belonging, attendance, 9th grade on track, and grad rates for our focal groups. And goal 2 would be related to collaborating with the directors of HSD school board and leadership for 2026 bond and advocacy for stable and adequate funding for K-12. And that would mean I would keep check-ins with each director, bi-weekly check-ins with Chair Pantoja and Vice Chair Shi and Kim, and then calendaring opportunities for us to engage in the community around program development for the 2026 bond. Also, and I alluded to this earlier, the idea that we would do public service announcements or some sort of information campaign advocacy related to the economic distress of schools in Oregon. And I don't know what that looks like yet. I'd like input on that as I talk to directors individually or as a group. But during the evaluation cycle last year, I got the feedback that directors wanted more opportunity to use your voices to be involved in advocacy when it comes to the politics and economics of our current situation. And it might be videos, publications, meeting with elected officials, meeting with business leaders. But I'd like to talk about that with you all and figure out how to leverage our voices from our different vantage points in order to make sure that folks understand sort of the looming economic realities that we have, and that you feel like you're maximizing yourselves as directors in that more political role that you can play. Sometimes I have to be a little careful. And if conceptually those 2 goals are okay, we can always kind of mold them as the fall goes on and we have our check-ins. But what I need, I think for our policy is that these goals be discussed and approved by you all as part of my evaluation process. Thoughts on those?
How many did you do enumerate in goal 1?
In goal 1, I listed 3rd grade reading, sense of belonging, attendance, 9th grade on track, and graduates.
We only asked the school if we did 3. Okay.
3 to 5.
Okay.
feel like I own those goals in the sense that those are the kind of the chronology of our strategic plan for the early literacy type graduating there. So,
I do want to say, for your goal number 2, I'm glad you're identifying this. And it's really a 2-parter. One is how do you develop your relationship with the board? That's part 1, which is awesome. Part 2 is the advocacy part. So as a member of OSBA board and a member of LPC, the Legislative Policy Committee, I want to partner with you a little bit more intentionally about that. I made a joke that somebody said that, superintendents don't know anything. And I'm always like, no, our superintendent knows everything. But what I mean is, I think I need to not know everything intellectually, but you're fully aware because people are keeping you up to date. And it actually wasn't me doing that. And so I want to be more intentional about making sure that I'm sharing information. We were literally in meetings every Friday at noon, getting the update as we went from 3,000 plus bills down to 800, down to 600, down to how many we were looking for, something crazy. And so it was just, I just wanted to say to you that I want to be more intentional about partnering with you with that and sharing more information as it's coming directly. If I do the leadership thing that we talked about, then that will be another direct line of communication.
Yeah, I would love that. Thank you.
What does goal 2 look like?
First would be that we would convene, like, you'd be involved in the development of the bond program. So that would happen at board meetings, but also with the bond committee. And then as Beth talked about, chances for advocacy in the community around, you should vote for the bond, which I can't say. And we partner on that. Information provided by the district, advocacy provided by board of directors. And then the second part would be advocacy for stable and adequate funding. And that could be early ideas around that are videos, publications, meeting with elected officials or industry leaders. Superintendents around the state are agonizing about the fact that if somebody doesn't start speaking up, that we'll all act like we didn't know this was going to happen next time we have a legislative session or next time we do rounds of bargaining. And so I think superintendents have a role, but directors have roles in every community as well. So you use our voices to talk about what's happening here. At the end of the day, we set the budget together. We come up with a budget proposal and the directors approve that budget. And we need to be proactive at this moment, especially looking at the end of this buy-in. So Jessica, I think it's up to us to be creative about reach different communities with that.
Also, there are certain things that are events that are happening in the community. In the next couple of weeks, there's a couple of town halls that are coming up that are not restricted. Those are the kinds of things that we should be showing at, that we can do. It doesn't take us into the space of public meeting law, but it does allow us as individuals the chance to advocate. So I'm going to be intentional about committing and making sure that this board understands what's upcoming, regardless of where you live in Washington County. That's another thing too, because you're represented by certain people, depending on where you are in the house. So we definitely want to make that available. And when I read that advocacy for stable and adequate funding, that's what I was thinking. Your question is, how can we get involved? What does this look like? So the next year, when we do our advocacy day, when OSBA does that, you will know, and hopefully you'll be able to participate with us. But it's an incredible opportunity to get to know, to get to meet. It just so happens that we have this blessing, the ultimate blessing of having Mark work for the person who is arguably our biggest cheerleader in the legislature. And so that was an incredible blessing. He's not with her anymore, but that doesn't mean the relationship is fine. Doesn't mean we anymore. So we just get to just.
And Nancy, is that something that you share that with the whole board so that we can come with you to say one?
Yes, so I think what I'm saying is I'm gonna be more intentional when I'm partnering with Travis, because there was a lot of that I learned in the last couple of years that I wasn't sure I could use, say whatever the case is. But now I get it all. So it's just about letting you guys know what we're doing, when we're doing it, and then you're open to participate. But what he's saying is that the advocacy for stable and adequate funding for K-12 is critical. We were thrilled that the governor considered and did what she did, but it wasn't never in. We will forever be behind if someone doesn't pause and get us caught. And what we're engaged with now is just another example. If you could have seen the amount of advocacy that went in on your behalf and that occurred on your behalf with regard to that cell phone policy, it was absolutely astronomically. Not even, I was like blown away. Really, I just wanted to choke someone. I did. Because I'm like, you're making this harder than it is. You just created a worse monster than what already existed. And that's what we're trying to demonstrate to understand. But we understand that it was one of those things the governor thought it was an easy win, so she did it. Not gonna argue it.
And I mean, this would be a chance for us to get on the same page about our messaging, just refine what it is that we're advocating for. Because Beth helps us do this, but we want to be careful what we wish for. We're not wishing for it to break something on this, we're wishing for specific remedies for those challenges that we're facing. I mean, it won't include physical violence either.
No, I promise, no physical violence. But it is good to know that, even on Travis's behalf, he didn't know the brother heard about it. But the representatives in Washington County were actually getting together, and we actually pulled together the information that we needed to go to the legislature and say, this isn't what you do this. This is what we need. This is why we need it. And so.
And we saw at the weekend, regional update. Our region tends to work pretty well together. Not saying we're that unique among regions, but it might be a little bit, but we tend to work pretty well together. And you'll start to set as we approach the short session, the biennial funding is already set. So the short session theoretically is just for fixes, smaller bills, whatever. They'll start January 1st, we'll have time in January. So between now and the legislature coming into session, we'll have a Washington County roadshow here. We'll probably discuss some of the things. We'll likely have another legislative summit in January where superintendents and board members and legislators from around Washington County get together and have dinner and give them an opportunity to discuss their priorities, different from the full session we just completed. They only get 2 bills. Each legislator is only allowed 2 bills in the short session. So they'll be very clear about what they're advocating for and how we can help them with their advocacy. And we'll reinforce our message of that I've been saying it for 8 years that the current service level is not accurate because we have $20 million. We can't have we can't do the same things we did this year, next year, because we weren't funded at the level of what our actual service level was. So the fact that I've been saying it for so long, we got a little closer, but still it wasn't. And I know she's not here, but when you see her, apologize to her. I have not replied to her message about one-on-ones. I will do that. So yes, so we're changing yes. So you'll schedule every 6 weeks or so.
It's okay. It's still summertime. We're just getting our feet.
So I understand these goals are tied to your evaluation. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how that's measured. I kind of see it with the strategic plan, but with goal 2, how are we measuring that post evaluation?
I have to put criteria in there. So like maybe it's that we accomplished shared messaging by spring around the budget cliff. Maybe it's that we created a succinct legislative sort of plan and felt like you all each had good prepared to engage in that regional dinner meeting with legislators. So I'll try to clarify and work with you all. My goal would be to have our check-ins. This would be a topic for each of our check-ins with each other with personal goals and where do you see yourself using your voice, and then let's set what success looks like by June, or actually it's like April when we do the eval for me.
I mean, so clearly one step, we can't say that one of his measures is did we get more funding?
No,
We can't say that, but we can say, did you advocate? And if so, how did you advocate? And if so, with whom did you advocate?
That just to me sounds like it's more of our goal, not.
Well,
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around.
they go together. Yeah.
They do go together,
This
yes,
is the
I
next
know.
Yeah.
I've been counseled by folks that if our goals are more connected to each other, we're more likely to accomplish them. So this one is sort of an experimental. It's just, it would be partly me helping you feel prepared to do that advocacy. I don't think you critique your own performance and whether you carried it out or not, whether you felt prepared by our team to do that. And this is a we thing, like Scott and I are talking about this discrepancy all the time. My job would be to transfer that information to you. There's a way that you can advocate if you ever have this. The legislative cycle will play out, and I think we're in an unprecedented time here where we need faster.
A good example of the advocacy is this past year and last year, for example, Travis and Brooke, what you spoke at on behalf of the district and spoke on the things the district has done. And so that's a great example of the work that advocacy has done, or being on the, what was on the governor's committee for. And so, and a lot of these things will be something like, when we do the evaluation, we will also do a self-evaluation. And then it sort of go through like the things that explain the thing that he has on all of those. And so once we get to that aspect, it will be more the explanation.
Well, it's a legitimate question.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
How do you measure advocacy? Well, that's a good point. But I think there's enough wiggle room in that. And I think Travis recognizes that there's some events, there's some occurrences that should happen. There's some collaboration that should happen. Did you have a one-on-one conversation? Did we have a group conversation about it? Did we talk about what advocacy looked like and how it actually done? And I think I'm speaking to you as someone who is involved in this because I wasn't sure. I knew what he did, I knew what the people performing did, but I wasn't sure how that would impact Nancy and what that looks like for Nancy. And in the past 18 months, everything changed, and I went, oh, God. So he hoped to do the same thing.
Yeah, and I see how it might need to be differentiated because you're new, I'm new. I feel like my level of advocacy is not going to be as is you all. I'm assuming this is more of like as a board together.
Oh, we'll bring it down.
Just to make it show.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good that you say that. 'Cause my expectation wouldn't be like a certain level of participation from each director. It'd be more like you put the new tools that we can do that thing. Then you choose your own adventure.
Yeah, no, this is
Yeah.
Which is a great segue to our next, which is board goals. Another one. I just want to set a refresher for Patrick, Mark, and Nancy from last year. This is new to this then Katie of what our board goals are. And last year we sort of established that these were like sort of the main goals, which is like I like to see it as an umbrella. And then because these are what are the important things that board members do, and because we don't have like say an agreement on how many hours we towards this board service. It's also important to us as board members to stay active in a lot of things in what ways you prefer, what in your interest you can stay engaged by attending theater productions, hack events. That is just as an individual member how much time you want to commit and what is more important to you, I guess. Legislative work is, for example, what we were just talking about, like how you as a board member, but outside of that, build relationships with elected officials in different aspects, whether that be at the county level,
state representative level, Senate level, city council level. That is something I should come out of here and build those relationships, because at the end of the day, we're all working collectively to make city and our state better, but in different areas. And so just focus on what works best for you in that part. Self-evaluation is at the end. And I think last year we spoke of it briefly, but didn't go into it fully. And I know that's something that Rose, Travis, and Jan and I spoke at our planning of this, of like, what does that all entail? How long will that take? And I know that something was getting information with Kristen from OSBA. We don't also want it to be, something that we're doing same time as we're doing this support about it, because that also really takes a big chunk of our time. And then let's see, I'm going to open the floor to my fellow board members if there's anything they want to suggest on our board goals, or add to this, or continue to have this that we planned last year to have, and just sort of do it. Yeah.
But the only thing I can think of is that you hit it with a strategic plan, but you said 23 through 27. So we're about to start working on the next. So like whatever the next iteration of that is, keep waiting. No. And yeah. It was so for everybody on board, be thinking about, especially on new people. I learned that I cannot tell you how much I learned by being a liaison from the board on that strategic plan. I was incredible. It was just incredible to be there and to see it and all the things and how we got to where we got. It was long, it was hard, it was what it was, but in the end, that thing that puts up with the colors and the symbols and we actually did that. It was incredible. So that opportunity would be there for you as well. So I guess what I was saying is that don't forget the next ones, because we got to start that process in the next 2 years. Next year?
Next year.
Oh, okay, good. Who's next? Sure. Next year.
This year.
I like the brainstorm. I think that's, especially since we don't have to hire a superintendent. So that makes our job easier. So active engagement, when we talk about, anyway, I think the 4 you have are great.
And even on like tutorial school, if that's something you're interested in, connected rows, it's a great opportunity. I've done it. I don't think it's the last year, unfortunately, but just touring schools and now seeing kids and students and educators in their spaces is incredible to witness.
At the OSBA meeting last week, and somebody asked me, they said, do you guys go to your school? Absolutely. I said, you can tell your superintendent. Absolutely. And they went, do? I'm like, absolutely. And of course, and so let me just segue into this. I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys know what
this is our opportunity.
Oh, no. Over the weekend was the OSBA summer meeting, and the entire board was there, and it was pretty incredible. And everybody knows that the board was there. What was even more significant, in my humble opinion, is when you have the executive, I call it the executive director, you call it the chief cabinet when it comes to this board, and you can't do what we do without her. It was very interesting because she was then being asked to coach and mentor other administrators that were coming in and trying to support the board, and bless their hearts, they had no clue how to do it. And so, thank you, Rose. And I know you didn't ask for permission to say it, I'm sorry, to let you know that it was really awesome. And people were just like, oh my God, she knows what she's doing. We're like, yeah, she's fabulous. So it was just an awesome time, and I just I wanted to recognize you for that. And that's part of what we say. That's part of what we do when we go to meetings, and people say, you guys really have a super awesome board. You've heard Patrick talk about it. You can't appreciate what you have until you go see what somebody else has. When you hear it, you go, holy cow.
The only thing I would like to add, thank you. I think these goals are really a really great place for us to begin our work together. Under active engagement, we talked about participating, within our own, schedule and calendar limits. I just wanted to say to all of the cabinet that, as someone who is new to the board, I would really encourage you to please invite me to things, because I would really like to go. I only have experience with HSD thus far as a parent, and so I'm really eager to get an opportunity to see more of schools that I've never been to before and things like that. So please invite me, and also to our student reps. If you're in, a school play or you're in a sport or other activity, I'd really like to know. I'd like to attend throughout the year. Thank you.
We've tabled a couple times because we're in the hiring process for superintendent. We were an outgoing board. The idea of, I know it's more work, and when I was in your chair, I was not volunteering for any more work, but thank you for doing that. I'm not over there anymore. I think if people are open for it, I would be open to the idea of investigating, bringing back the idea of a board evaluation where we do a board evaluation, it being pretty useful and effective when we did it. My guess is if it's not crazy expensive, if OSB is not crazy, I think they probably have a system for managing that the way they do the superintendent evaluation. So people are open to the idea. By the time we get to May or whatever, we will have had almost a full academic year under our belts of all working together. So I would, Rose rolling her eyes at me, I don't know. Dude, I would like that to volunteer a lot more work for you.
No, I did actually. After our planning meeting, we reached out to Kristen, and she said that if we have new board members, she recommends it going through the 4 years. So she recommends spring after the superintendent evaluation. So I'm not sure how it would work timing wise, because the superintendent evaluation does end at the end of May. So not sure if we'd wait till June or we'd wait till next fall. So
the year we counted in currently, it was too much.
Yeah. So I know. So we haven't talked it out yet in the board leadership quite yet. So I was mulling over my head, now that you brought it up. But it sounds like Kristen recommended, because we have new board members, that we should go through a full year cycle with them. And so my thought was maybe doing it next fall after the two of them have had a full cycle of workmanship under their belt. But yeah, that's definitely something that OSBA will support us on. And it didn't sound like it was a very long process, but she said definitely it's too much to do at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's a lot to do. The superintendent evaluation is a lot to do. So, we had other things going on with the people this year. So that's the information I got from her, is that a full year or mostly a full year. So
which would put us back into
which but superintendent evaluation in May. It is always the end of May, so that would make it just one meeting in June. I don't know how that would happen. So my guess, it sounds timing wise like fall, but it is a more leadership and then also.
So I would be a proponent of investigating bringing back the idea of board evaluation at some point.
She thought it was a wonderful idea, and so the board leadership. So that's the information we have.
Without it being a long or a full legislative session, let's say that we will be, so if the board goals for 25-26 will complete, July 1st, 2026. We will be well under, do we want one of the board goals to be something related to the bond measure? Theoretically, will have been crafted and approved by then, or no?
Yes. I mean, the majority of the work would take place the following school year.
The list of getting it across the finish line is great. So if there's not great, if there's something if there's a goal we should create for ourselves
Yeah.
to the bond between now and July 1st,
I
2026.
mean, honestly, I don't think it would be a bad thing to have a goal, just even the research of the restarting of the political action committee and kind of laying the groundwork.
Sure.
So that once you hit July 1 or whenever you want to get started, like you're ready to go. So I don't think that would be bad at all, if that's something we're willing to do.
Yvette, how do you feel about that?
Oh, sorry.
We have to take one off, like, we're not gonna add 9 goals.
Oh, yeah, no, 3 to 5. 3 to 5. 3 to 5. 3 to 5.
Okay, we got 3 to 5. 2 helps. So I think because what we were saying, Ben, I don't know if you heard this, but because we're going into this bond, the question that Mark brought up was, is there something that we should be doing that we could tie to our goals in support of the bond? And that's the answer was, well, yeah.
Yes.
And then I think our job is to figure out what that might be, but whatever that might be, it's probably pretty critical that we do.
Yes, I think I signed up myself for the bond committee, and so once that gets the ball rolling, and just sign up for it too, we can have a better scope of the information we can bring to the board, how as board members and elected officials can go out and be proactive with our community with that.
Like that's point. Research, get ready, all the legwork. So I think what we've done in the past, what I would suggest for us today is we never really settled on our goal at retreat. We came up with threw a bunch of ideas out. Somebody kept track of them.
Right. Because the previous year, my first year, we didn't have this. It was goals like visiting schools more or being more active with committee. And then the last year we did this because it's sort of the outline of what a board should be doing, but we can't actively do everything. And so it's always like, okay, what do I want this time around? How can I stay active? How can I, engage in a strategic plan? I guess it's more like in an individual.
And what we did at the retreat was throw out a few ideas.
Yeah.
Beth, Travis, Rose, board chair, vice chair, hone those into these thoughts, came back to us for them, and we approved them. So I think if everybody's okay with it, got a few ideas, these are still there, something with the bond, something with somebody. If anybody's got one more, put out one more, then you guys can wordsmith and workshop and bring it back to us.
Yeah. Yes.
I almost feel like if you were to more specific on the active engagement and the legislative, you can roll that bond input in there without having to do a separate goal. Like the active engagement, I think you could say and here's how that active engagement could look like specifically in support of the bond. So maybe more, action steps or steps within each one of these that connect to some of that.
But these don't have to be ours.
Right.
We can make our own.
Right. Any other comments or questions on this? Our next agenda item is board agreements. Which Rose passed. This is partly the one we have. I think last year. Was it the last year when there were a few updates with just Monique and Patrick?
Yeah, there was just a couple edits that were made, but this is your time to see anything that you would like to propose. You can let us know now or send that to me offline, however you'd like to propose these changes.
Any questions regarding this board minute? Right. Any other questions or comments or thoughts? Let us know.
OSBA had 3 bullet points for this at our local presentation. And I'm I think all 3 of them are folded into here. It was the The boards have a working agreement with the superintendent, the boards have a working agreement with how they work with each other, the boards have a communication strategy agreement. I feel like we consolidated them into this one document. Does that feel about it?
No, you're correct. Yes.
Yeah.
We did have some conversation. Ours is all in one. Okay. Then we will go ahead and move to our next agenda item to discuss board and superintendent.
Just reminders, I think they're kind of in this document too. You all have open channel of communication with me, text if you can't get a hold of them. And then with cabinet reminder just to CC me as we reach out to specific cabinet members. When we did talk about this in the student orientation as well as for ADAS cabinet, you full access to cabinet members for information requests, and we don't know where to find the info to track down somebody who does know how to get it. And we talk about access.
Oh, yes. As board members, freshmen, more support. Yes, again, Katie, where we're board emails, let's say, we get emails from community members. A response to those emails is usually the chair or vice chair. You are more than welcome to email cabinet Travis regarding that email that we're talking about, but usually I will respond and those will also be included in those emails. Anytime you want to send an email to, cabinet team or Travis, it's always CC on that. I know we went over on our orientation, but yeah, regarding those emails, as a board chair, I respond to that, or she as the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
On the HSG website, our email, the public email that's on there, so someone could email us individually. Does that just get forwarded to the regular one that?
So like if they're doing an individual one, Rose gets everybody's emails. And so Rose is pretty quick at letting you know, like if she's gonna be sending that to the correct person, or you can feel free to forward that email to me. There's been times where you a multitude of emails, but none of us else have. And I think that was also.
Yes, that email goes straight to your email.
Okay. So
public just sees that email.
Okay. But it doesn't differentiate it in any way? Or?
No, but you see that it says Katie outline.
Oh, okay. I haven't gotten it yet. That's fine. I wasn't sure it was just playing.
And a service that our team can provide is from like 0 to 10. 0, I got this, I know how to respond. To 10, I don't know the context and I wouldn't know what to say. And we can queue that up. Sometimes we'll go through that and say, what could be a draft response? And then whoever, usually we try to go through chair. But if it's to you too, you can reply to a constituent with minimum or maximum help. So feel free to access that. And then emergency response. If there's an emergency, the typical protocol would be that we would have Beth would be working on columns, and I would be texting in a group text. This is happening. Check your email for more details. And then you can call me and ask me more details. But usually, what we publish is comprehensive. Sometimes we would keep details confidential, but usually I try to tell you all about what's going on behind the scenes.
Don't feel a need to reply all to an emergency.
Thank you.
We don't want to accidentally create a serial meeting. Right. Thanks for the info. Something like that.
Yeah.
Be fine. Follow-up questions, probably not a great idea.
Yeah, and I won't get my feelings hurt if I just keep radio silence. I'll know that you got it. That if you had more questions, you could reach out. Thank you for that one.
The spam will, yes, so that same email, reply all with all the board on it. That's what you move. If it comes to the whole board and you decide you need to say something individually, it's just a one-on-one reply. I think makes it clear that you're replying on behalf of yourself, not the board. And if on something else Travis said, like access to the cabinet, questions, ask questions, ask for information. I would say having been chair for a little while, there is a point where if the request is, if the cabinet member is like, sounds good, but this is going to take me 2.5 weeks of just doing this, there may be a point where before an individual board member can request an exceptional amount of time from one cabinet member, that may have to become a board request. Like if one person really wants to see this one specific kind of information and nobody else really cares, it's going to be burdensome, it might not happen, or you might negotiate some. So yes, feel free to email cabinet members directly and include Travis, but also realize that whatever we do, it creates more work for whoever we're emailing. And if it's not a huge amount of work, sure, but also be prepared for like, it's going to take me a minute to get back to you on that, or this is, if you don't hear anything, it's probably going to have to go to the board chair. We decide on it if the board will want to allocate the resources of our staff. Travis's staff.
Thank you for that. Also, it's been really helpful if you're thinking to yourself, I could get this information from Audrey via email, or I might just wait to ask it at a board meeting. Send her the email and help her get you the information before the meeting, because it's hard for us to have all the answers once we get to this live and recorded table. And the more that you can come prepared with the information you might need to the board meeting, that we don't get like on our heels, like, oh, I wish I had prepared that paragraph for the meeting. So it helps, I think, us as staff to know what your curiosity is, or if you have something to talk through.
Or sometimes ask it again in the board meeting is fine.
Yeah.
Like, so I feel like everybody needs to know.
Yeah, I got this information from Audrey. I'm just going to share it because I thought this was a good conversation. Thank you.
So when I was looking at the slides, there was a couple of things that I was like, oh, I want more information, but I kind of knew where to find it on the website. But I was just wondering if there's any way to just link things that we might not know where to find it. That would give us context that might answer our question. We don't have to send out an email. I don't know if that's possible.
But I think what we're saying is you have the right to ask the staff.
Right. I was just thinking that if it's something that's just a quick thing that can already be added, you not have to do that.
But I think ask the question, just do it, and then allow them to tell. The other thing, yep, I got that. Or good question. No, I don't have that. And or is no, we don't measure that because X, Y, Z, A, B, C. But the one thing I can say about this is that I'll give you exact, and they'll be honest and they'll tell you. I do have an example that I wanted to give to our newer board members of where the communication with the superintendent right before Travis stepped into his role, and your interaction in the community it will start to change as people start to figure out, even when they don't realize that they're important. It does happen. And my example is the snowstorm that came in. It was late in the year, in springtime. It was the wrestling state championship, all the things. Everybody's trying to get to Salem or wherever it was, or Eugene. I don't even remember where it was. I'm literally in Costco. And this guy is picking face. And he's talking about, we got to get the kids there. We don't know we're going to have the bus. Snowstorm was coming in, and it was like the wrong time for everything. We had this major state tournament going on. My husband overheard it, and he said, hey, do you need some help? And the guy was like, no, I got to get my team to this thing. And my husband said, well, my wife is a school board member, and she's here. And he looked at my thing, and he walked away. So my husband came to me and said, hey, I think they're having some problems with one of the wrestling teams. And I said, huh? And so I went over to the guy and I introduced myself and I said, can I help? And he said, I don't know if you can help me or not, but I'm trying to get this bus ready for the thing. And I said, well, let me call the superintendent to find out what they're working on. And he looked at me and I said, it's okay. You didn't even know I was on the board with the bulletin. I'm good. Just let me see if I can. I called Mike's guy. I said, Mike, what's the plan for the tournament with the snowstorm? How are we doing? He said, yep, we're working on it right now. We're doing this and this and this, and we got a bus ready. It's blah, 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 blah. And I told the guy that, and he said, oh my God. He said, Nance, would you give him the phone?
I gave him my phone and he talked to the superintendent. When he got done, you could see the blood pressure come down and he'd be like, thank you. I'm so sorry I didn't respond the way I should have. No, I was trying to help you and I know you didn't know who I was. Your interaction with the community becomes some really funky words. But it does happen and you can't help. So just be ready for it. Even if they didn't vote for you.
Great. We are going to move to our next agenda item, board budget. Vincent?
Oh, sure. So you, as board members, of course, have some access, and probably the main thing to remember on this, honestly, is just probably the solid connect with Rose. I think if you have any of these related expenses, but this does tell you how that works. Things like travel, professional development, dues, fees. There's certain services that are allowed under both district policy and GSI policy. I did update the bottom of the slide here with the current year IRS and GSI guidelines. These follow the same guidelines we use internally with the district with staff as well. So just it's a resource for you to have access, but generally speaking, probably coordinate with Rose, to be honest, on things like this. She'll help you from there.
Any questions for staff? No? Great. Which leads us to our next agenda item, which is board conferences tying with our budget is in the financial situation we find ourselves. We won't be able to the LSBA has a national conference, and that's something we won't be able to just because of the situation we find ourselves, but we will be able to attend the November conference that's held in downtown.
Oh, so you don't want us to go to San Antonio?
That is correct. I mean, I know that they do. I think the OSB is the one that has like grants for board members who want to attend, just in the position with ourselves as a district board members too. San Antonio. Any questions about
that? Are we not sending any of our administrators to national conferences? Right? Just what it is in the name?
We'll be pretty limited on what we attend. We've cut back pretty significantly, and most things are going to be statewide. There's a few things that we'll need to do that are out of state due to like some of the programs that we run, the full unit assessment. That's going to be smaller. You'll be getting.
Good deal.
Then we will move to our next agenda item, which is discuss board meeting planning with I'll hand out this guide. Thank you. Oh, sorry. This is the annual planning guide. So this is everyone's chance to suggest topics for the year. So I will curiously write. And I know that there was some discussion about an AI topic, so I think you would please let me know what that topic was.
Mark and I may both have mentioned the AI topic, which I don't know, I don't want to speak for Mark or to me, but
and maybe not even specifically just AI, but what does education look like? What's public education look like in 10 years? How that should be the same now, or is it different?
I was for me it was similar to some of the LLM models in terms of the Guardian just did an article very recently about 90% of high school and college students. This study they did were using generative AI to assist them, and there's been a lot of discussion in a lot of different forums about how we adjust teaching styles to, maybe certain types of assessments are not as useful anymore, and maybe other types of assessments are more useful. And so Just at some point this year, we'd love to get an update on the guidance we're providing to educators about what resources we're giving with just to a rapidly changing field. So it's a pretty broad topic, but I know you guys will be experts. So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Most generally, I like having a little state performances at the beginning of regular session whenever we can do them. It used to be a thing that was more common pre-COVID. We've only done a couple since then, but more often than not, student performance really kicks things off. Mr. Carr retired, right? That's the Brown family was that.
I do have one other one if we're done with that. Yeah. At the OSJ conference, I was visiting with districts and cities. I'm hearing that, yeah. It's always been a little bit of a regret of mine that I don't get as much of a chance as a board member to have updates briefly with building administrators about what's going on in their buildings. And I was talking with, some of us in the group were talking with the Beaverton School District directors, and they said their chief of staff and their directors, so what they do is they, once a year, have a speed dating. I think they called it informally. That's not an official term, but what they meant was they have all the building principals come in and sit at tables, and then the directors go around and get brief, kind of like the hot topics at our OSJ convention, to get share about what's happening in the building, things that they want the board to know, to be able to represent to the community. And it sounded very appealing. I said they do it every year. All the board members really said they enjoyed it. And then a Tigard-Tualatin school board member chimed in. We do something similar, not the same, but what we do is we have once a year, all the building principals come in and share in trenches and share their continuous improvement plans in little small groups with board members. So that's how we stay up to date on what's going on in each school. And so the fact that both of these are large neighboring districts, do something like that, I thought would be nice, maybe for Travis or one of the team members to check in with the Beaverton folks and understand better, because I might not be describing it perfectly, but understand what exactly they do and how feasible it would be for us to do something a little bit similar, adapted to our needs, interests. But it just would be lovely to something like that where we get to directly hear briefly from the building principals what their excitements are, share back with the community.
I'd agree with that. Like, I don't know that the Beaverton plan is the right thing for Hillsboro. I recall the plan is the right thing for Hillsboro. But if there were a way to create interactions between board members and building administrators without undue burden, to know that there's one day and talk to a few. I think, they kind of like, Allen goes all, but some subset, maybe one high school, one middle school, one elementary school. You spend 20 minutes with each one, I think they did it in a way where they were maybe trying to go out on the spot. They were cautious not to have form of board members or people. So maybe it's one, maybe it's two board members at a time or whatever. And I think I think Tiger did it on work session night. Beaverton did it just on a separate, just like on Wednesday or whatever. So again, I don't know that how they do it is the way we should do it, but I can say that in the room, it felt like it had to feel almost all of us in Hillsboro going, oh, none of us get to buildings as often as we can. And I even before COVID, I probably did more, but right after COVID, felt like preparing for a board member's visit was overly cumbersome. I will say I don't feel that lately, but also like a board member going to their building is a thing that they need to manage and worry about that day that I really feel a little self-conscious about putting them through. So I don't visit as much in part because, especially when I'm board chair, like, oh my God, board chair is trouble. What I do now, what I do wrong, or like, I don't want any of that, right?
They do appreciate the visits to their school. They really do. So, John, I mean, that is also something. Happy to look at what they're doing to find out. But I also would say, if you want to go see a school, they are happy to share with you. And I think also the great thing is you get to see kids and our staff in action. And I think that is also really important for you to see as well. So I think we can figure out some sort of combination. But I'm also happy to organize if you want to go to schools or if that's something you want set up, I can help with the logistics of that too. That is totally fine. They don't think they're in trouble. They're maybe a little more nervous, but they're excited to see it.
I can also add too, there's a time for me when we had principals come each year to do reports at the board meeting, and it was scary, and they stopped doing it. And so we'll have to come back with some idea about what those districts do. These some more informal, like the speed dating idea, or like small focus groups of principals to get direct interaction is different than what we used to have.
Yeah, it's not a presentation.
We just want to get it right and want to protect the time. It just wasn't the preparation.
Yeah, we need to put PowerPoint together.
These are A+ people. They won't do a B- report for you. So, well, we'll do some research. I'll talk to Ethan and Gustavo and see what they do.
On the same note, how would that look like if we wanted to, like, how have you guys, or did you get in front of the school person? Like, I remember Steve having good relationship with each of the departments, and I learned so much just by meeting with specific people from nutrition services and transportation. Like, how do you don't do a tour, you don't.
They're coming.
They come here.
Yeah.
You need your tours.
Again, I was gonna say, I do love the tours. We do tours.
Yeah, just feel like with a bond, like I maybe be more intentional.
Like quantum acceptance for on-site visits. Those are awesome.
Was it last year we did the transportation? Or the year before?
We did the transportation to stuff like electronic buses and for the north. And then I think we did nutrition services last year too. Yeah, which is great. We had 3 schools for nutrition services, right? Like
we had lunch.
And we took a tour. Just a tour on the electric bus.
You did.
Get that.
Yeah.
OSBA organizes for new board members I think it's a national effort. It's a school lunch week where they encourage directors to work with their team to go out into a school and have lunch with kids to celebrate the nutrition programs in our school. So I've done that a couple of years. I didn't last year, but it's in October, I think. But it's fun to be able to do that. Works out good.
I don't know if we do a short session. Is that really just a long session thing? We've had like a 3-session legislative lunch in a building before last week.
Yeah.
Is every other meeting one?
Was it Henry?
Too much?
Right, yeah. There was last. Oh no, was it this?
It was this year.
We did it in fall to get ready for the
We
fall.
did this year. Well, yeah, we did fall to the session, but would we do it every year before a short session? I don't know.
I can't remember that we did.
Yeah.
But that
Usually, but it doesn't
usually done, right? They do like opportunity pictures of kids.
And they come away with a different perception of how our schools feel and operate, I feel like.
Then comments or suggestions for both. I think I could comment. I'd just like to say that I really agree with the idea of being really checking on the principals and schools. I feel like that is a big idea in order for the board members to keep in touch with what's happening in the schools and worries and concerns and plans for the future. Apart from that, I think it'd be something that we could add would be to discuss accountability within each school when it comes to comprehension and what the children are being taught. I know that it's something that is more discussed in the curriculum advisory committee. However, I think it would be great to learn more about just how are we measuring what students are learning. And I also understand that there is, in one of these meetings, we discuss graduation rates and then updating those. And while I think that putting on the importance of graduation rates are great, I do believe that there should be a bit more focus, apart from that, on are we really preparing all of our students well enough? Even if they are graduating, are they graduating within the series that they should be? And just bringing more information, especially with high schools and after COVID.
Or we might have to support Brooke to get a reproduction, the seminar they put on today around our strategic planning like maybe drill even deeper with like school level data. Because while you were being a responsible working person, they did a presentation on our strategic plan and the goals that we have for everything from like third grade literacy through ninth grade on track through graduation. So
Yes.
that'd be a good spot to start. Thank you for that suggestion. That's like our core mission, is to make sure that like academics, especially math and literacy, are improving in HSP. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Please feel free to send me other topics that you will become with.
Yes, so did you want to bring up a topic around like an equity lens? Or do you want to get more?
I think maybe kind of brought that up earlier about maybe digging into that resource that was shared with OSBA or with ODE on just like we can as a board apply that equity lens. Is it a fit? Is it just guiding questions? But I think it's worth, especially now with DEI being at all levels. I think it's going to be important that we show the public and community that we're still doing this work. And here's how we're implying it personally and intentionally and in our decision making, but also personally or collaboratively when we're looking at the policy or when we're just taking in the information, whatever it is. So it would be good.
It might be nice if you were in the same session to share some of the resources we think. I think we got there from Jessica or Sharon with Beth and she and maybe propose like a discussion topic with maybe some artifacts to look at. Because that could be a more directive driven conversation as much as it would be a proposal for me or our staff. Yeah.
And if you think of anything else, we can Rose emails. Our next agenda item is, this brings us to discussion time, which means we get to start with our student representatives. So let's kick it off with Nicole.
All right, this is my time.
Yeah, you can speak of whatever is on your mind.
Yep. Well, we get to this next year. I'm just really excited to work about being on the board and the work that we continue to do with HSP, like methods and like any issues that they occur. I hope that we have a great year. And I hope that we continue striving for excellence within our community and that we continue to support our community in every way that we can. And yeah. Thank you guys so much. And a shout out to all the arts programs because those are really important for us.
Well, I just want to start off by saying thank you all so much. This being opening, it's a lot scary. I think that the takeaway from this meeting has just been we're having a hard time right now with everything for students, teachers, administration. Like, I think we most important thing we can do is just be transparent. That's an issue to us. Information and so justice all right. And I think we're not, but again, just thank you guys so much.
I'm the last student rep. A lot of pressure, but again, like we all said, thank you so much. I actually have one question. It was for the SRO portion of the presentation that we got. I the last question that I got. I might as well bring it up at discussion point. So there's a student information access, the increase of info that we're giving to SROs this year. And I wanted to know about the parameters around that, especially right now because of the state of the country and ICE and all that. So I wanted to know what the parameters for that and how we're informing family and the students of that information.
So we haven't increased access yet. It's part of the negotiation.
I see.
And the request that they have is to have the access they already have when they're in the schools off campus. Mm-hmm. And so they have access to student information with respect to student incidences in the school when they're working with their administrator. But if something happens off campus, out, or if they are, one of the examples is if they get a phone call from an administrator saying, we need your assistance here, this is the situation, they all have their vehicles are equipped with computers. So they could potentially log on and find out the information about the student as they are driving from one school to the other. Right now, they can't do that. They have to arrive at the school, they have to log on to a system, and they have to meet with the administrator. So that's the nuance of what they are requesting. And that's the part of the negotiation. As far as the political state that we're in, our Hillsboro Police Department has assured us that they are here to be supportive of families and students. There's no reason why our families and students should be afraid of the police. And they have gone above and beyond by putting on their uniforms Hillsboro School District SROs. So on their uniforms, it says that they are SROs. And so you can distinguish a potential ICE agent, if that's what we're talking about, with our Hillsboro SROs. And they in no way will get involved in any situation. And they actually said we could reach out to them for assistance in the event that we need to find a placement for students that are displaced because of an unfortunate situation with family members.
Absolutely. I just wanted to know because there would be concern because not many people know of the situation between police officers, ICE, operations, things of the sort. So, but thank you so much for answering my question.
Of course.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Travis.
I just want to say welcome back and thank you to the cabinet for all the preparation that went into today. So my part of today's conversation, you can see by the length of the slide deck that a lot of work goes into facilitating this. There's this ripple thing where school administrators get ready for the principals and assistant principals to come back and we do a kickoff, and then the principals and assistant principals get ready for the teachers to come back, and then the students come back. So this summer has just been a really busy time for everybody, and I want to say thank you for all of your hard work and carrying off summer programs and getting ready for the school year. We're off to a really great start with our kickoff with our admin team. There's 100 school administrators in a room figuring out how to run a medium-sized district in the best town in Oregon. And the energy is good despite the challenges that we face. So I'm really grateful for that, being leaders in this community. And I did want to thank the directors for showing up at OSBA when you were sending me all photos. I had FOMO, and thank you for allowing me to be on vacation with my family while you help everything down in Oregon. And I appreciate your dedication. It's a big deal for 7 folks to show up in a single district, and you probably felt that OSBA. So thanks.
So I had winter vacation with my text messages.
It was awesome. That was so cool. And thank you for today.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Director Kevin. I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, I will just say thank you all around to everyone, your presentations. I mean, when I looked at that agenda and it said like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm like, but timer. I felt like you guys went through some pretty big topics and such a short time, articulate a lot. You guys answered more questions, or my questions. Welcome to the student reps. I'm looking forward to getting to know you all and working together and collaborating. And yeah, OSBA was amazing. And I think it was amazing. The topics were kind of like legislature, all this, because it was okay, it was fun. But what made it worth it was just having board members there to process and hear historically, like, how has this been going on in HSD and where is this going to show up later? So it just made that time so much more worth it. And I want to be feeling really, really grateful because, yeah, not other districts had people on board there, and we did. And Audra showed up, thank you. And Rose was there, and just everything was really great. So it felt like a really good onboarding, then a really good first session to kind of figure out today. It was really, really fun. And also, this is my very first meeting, and I just wanted to share, like, my kids at home. I left them at home when they were upset that I was leaving. But my oldest, I said, well, it's my first board meeting. It's like, oh, go, you do your thing. Recording. And so, that was really special to hear from my kids because they've been kind of mad at me that I leave. But today was like a, you go, this is important.
Yeah. It's good to be with everybody. It was a thrill to be there. It was a Friday morning and we're all at the same thing. That was fun. It was also very nice that other people recognized us. The fact that Hillsboro was there. I, like Patrick, will say it again. I go to those meetings and I walk away completely and totally in a grateful, humble, and honor point of view because what we have here is something special. Not everybody has it. In fact, most don't. And we hear those stories every time we go. We hear about how rough it is. We hear about how people don't know how to talk to their superintendent. And I go, huh? Like, don't you text it? And then they go, I don't know, I would never check my superintendent. I'm like, well, how are you going to what? you hear things like that. You just go, how can that be? But that's because they're getting people that thank you for us. And so it's always nice to be reminded of where you are. But generally speaking, you don't have to perspective on something. So it's going to be an awesome year. It's going to be very busy. I hope that has any news about OPA soon. And my level of parents with them. We'll see how that goes, but I'll keep you all posted. And again, it's always a pleasure to have our young people with us. And they are invited to do. You're the reason why we do this. So, thank you.
Thank you to everyone for the presentations. Welcome aboard all the new folks. It was amazing to be at the convention this past week with our entire board, and based on a show of hands, we were the only ones who had the entire board there. And as far as I know, that's never happened at Hillsboro before, at least, in a few years before I got here and even my whole time. So it was amazing. We all sort of had this great groundwork of foundational knowledge that we all just got past weekend. I know we've said it before, when two board members go to the NSBA convention or two go to whatever and come back fired up with a bunch of ideas. So I probably 7 of us coming back fired up with a bunch of ideas. We'll try to restrain ourselves, but you've got 7 people that are very fired up about their board service. And then having this right afterwards is a great opportunity for us to just stay immersed in that work. Welcome to our students. Thanks so much for joining us. I look forward. I'm Nolan Borcher, so I think soon Rose will assign your mentors, usually 2 board members per student, and then rotate at the break. So opportunity to be a co-mentor for 2 of you, and if you're comfortable with the idea of sharing phone numbers information, we should do that. So I think when we very first started having student representatives, one of the things we focused on was it takes a web of support. Like if you try to hold a balloon up with 1 string of yarn, it's not going to hold up. 2, maybe kind of, it takes a lot of work. But if you build more webs of string underneath that balloon, you can create a supportive environment. And so hopefully I can be one of the strands of support that help you be successful in your board work. And I look forward to hopefully having everybody be involved with student mentorship, and welcome aboard. We're looking forward to being with us. Reminder, legislative work doesn't end. Our legislators are citizen legislator. They're not paid in the interim, but they are still working. So a week from Monday, yesterday, 3 of the prominent legislators in the Hillsboro School District, Representative Sosa, Representative McLean, and Senator Solomon, we have a town hall at the Hillsboro Civic Center. I would recommend attending. I will be out of town, so somebody please be there to ask them tough questions. Today, 6 o'clock at the Beaverton Library, I think I'm planning on going. The Representative Chaichi and Senator Campos are doing a joint town hall. I would suggest that what I intend to ask them is, just keep on their radar. Thank them for the great work they've done. They're all amazing supporters of education. I would say, getting the accountability bill for K-12 education across the finish line was not easy. It took a lot of work. Travis was on the committee, the governor's task force. It took a lot of work. And one of the things they said was that reporting would be streamlined. And don't mind sharing with them that the initial reports that we're not seeing a lot of that. So hopefully, just when you see your legislators, remember to bring it up. They'll be expecting things to be streamlined as part of that accountability bill. And anecdotally, right now, that hasn't happened yet.
Well, wanted to echo what everyone else has said. Thank you to all of the cabinet for putting together this incredibly informative slide deck and the fire hose of information, as we said. So that was it's really helpful to start the year with so much detail. Great job, student reps. You jumped right into participating today. I think that's a really great way to start the year all together. It's intimidating when you're the only students in a room full of adults, and I think you all were handling your show so well. So thank you so much for participating. Echo what everyone else also said about OSBA. First, thank you to HSD for sending us. This is a belt tightening year, and I feel like this really set the stage for our great work as a board in having this unanimous presence at OSBA. And I think it really stoked the fires of collaboration and camaraderie, and we're going to be able to keep that energy going throughout the year. So thank you very much for being supportive of us in that learning. One of the sessions that we attended, the rep who was giving the presentation was talking about parliamentary procedure and getting things during the meetings, and talking about, well, if you really think about the entire school year, how many meetings do you have? You have a 2-hour meeting once a month, and you meet 10 times. That's only 20 hours in the whole year that you get your work done. So, it's really nice to have those first graders come in and sing you a song, but that's not going to get the board work done. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, I couldn't disagree more with this guy right now, because I really feel like, the best, this is the best place to live, and making those relationships with our administrators, with our teachers and staff, with our families, with our students. That's so important to me. So please never stop scheduling the first graders coming in to sing at board meetings or the Century High Band or whatever it is. So I hope that even though the EAC is no longer subject to public meeting, I still hope we get to see presentations from those family members, because that was really engaging. To be, in attendance as an audience member. So that's just maybe I should have said that during Rose's meeting agenda planning, but that was my contribution today. Thank you all.
I've never on the 2-hour meeting though.
Yeah.
We never have to.
We talk too much.
No, not like that.
Well, how good it is to be with such a wonderful group of people. It's a pleasure. And colleagues have already talked about a lot of the things near to my heart. But it was really very pleasant to share best practices and meet with folks from other districts at this weekend at the summer board conference. They announced that I actually have been out of town, haven't been able to attend the summer board conference. It's my first couple of years. This was my first. And they announced it's the last time it's going to be held in this format, changing it during one-day sessions for parts of the state next year. So glad I got it in before it's over. So I mentioned already my interest in the Beaverton principal conversations. So I'm going to go into that. I guess one thing I would mention is I found recently, for those of you who are interested in kind of the history of education policy and funding in Oregon, the Legislative Policy Research Office this year came up with a nice dashboard that gives a summary of every major education reform bill passed since 1985 to present. And funding, accountability, special education. And that was really interesting to read through. that history of how things have developed in Oregon. So if you're interested in the link, I can give it to you, but it's LPRO. And I thought it was very informative. So I enjoy, for new members, I enjoy finding interesting curiosity resources and sharing them. So I hope you'll start with that. Looking forward to a wonderful year at home.
Yeah, Patrick. I want to say thank you to all the cabinet team, everyone on their presentations and answering our questions, to our student representatives who are engaging with us and being here with us today. I know it's a long day, but it's a good day. It's very informative. Going back to, did go to OSBA, which was great. And I just want to share a little story that I got out of OSBA was I got to meet, or I should say we got to meet a board member from Forest Grove. And we asked her what got her into, wanting to be a board member. She graduated in 2019, so 6 years ago. And so she sort of gave me that glimpse of optimism that I've sort of lost this year with our political, climate that we're in, that we find ourselves in. And she talked about how just, her and her fellow college student friends just organized and last minute. It was like, okay, I'm going to decide I'm going to run. And she just talked about how she did it. And it was so inspirational to hear and see what the next generation really has to offer. And so that was probably one of my favorite things, just to hear from a fellow board member from First Grove. And so I wanted to share that story with you guys. And I'm just so excited about the new school year. I know, I hope you all had a good summer and we had that break, and I hadn't seen any of you, in a while, because I just get into the habit of routine and seeing everybody and talking to everybody. So I'm just glad that we got to do this, and welcome to Cognia for your first annual board retreat meeting. And with that, we will now recess this meeting at 3:25.